will flip around on you every once in a while. The tornado is something out there indicating that there is a tornado. So it's either radar indicated or actually observed from somebody on the ground. So that's when we get to, we are much more alarmed and we're much more on edge, because that means the thunderstorm at least has all the signs out there that this particular thunderstorm could produce a tornado. Oftentimes, radar indicated tornadoes do not actually produce an actual tornado, but there's enough rotation within that thunderstorm that it is very suspect. So they go ahead and put out a warning to make sure that the public is aware, and to try to reduce the risk of the public at large, because it can be a very dangerous situation. But so far, the tornado warnings that I'm looking at are radar indicated tornadoes. It's when you actually have someone who's observed the tornado, either a funnel cloud in the sky or perhaps a tornado on the ground from an official source. That's when we become extremely alarmed and it becomes a very emergent situation. But what I see right now is a tornado warning. Looks like you can see the murky sky. I could feel that this and the heaviness of the air when I came off the subway and back into the Greenwich Village where I live. You can feel the heaviness of the air. And these are the days where you do get severe thunderstorms, but it really did kind of jump up on us and come together just a little bit ahead of schedule. But nonetheless, we have the tornado watch indicating that the atmosphere is primed for severe storms that could produce not just severe thunderstorms with heavy rain, gusty winds up to 50 to 70 miles per hour, as well as small hail. The tornado warnings indicate that these storms actually have rotation within the thunderstorm cell and therefore could be producing a tornado at any given moment. So yeah, it looks like we've got a little bit of help up there, kind of focusing in on where those tornadic thunderstorms could potentially be over the north central sections of New Jersey, but rolling to the east northeast at around 20 to 25 miles per hour. And they do have that potential to give us even more of that severe weather as we go into the afternoon and the evening, especially having impacts with the evening commute for folks that are going to be out and about. But right now, that is what we are looking at with the thunderstorms as I see right now. Once again, let me take another step. I was going to take a look at my radar scope to see if I could see a little bit more, but actually that's the telephone that I'm giving you this Zoom call in, so I can't get into that without breaking up our signal, our chat here at the same time. So I'm doing the best I can using the computer and another work phone to see what else I can see in the meantime. But it's going to be an active afternoon. I hate to say it, and potentially dangerous. So stick with us here on Newsroom Live and Fox 5, and we will, of course, give you the updates as they become available. That's what we have as it stands right now. Tornado warning for Sullivan County as well as Morris County. Both of them, it looks like as though they expire at around 2:30 p.m. for us here, heading to the east-northeast at around 25 miles per hour. So that's where it stands right now.
Mike,
in addition to the heavy rain and the gusty winds that we're going to be dealing with.
Let me ask you this, Mike.
Yes.
You mentioned level 3, and you said you were concerned about level 3. Explain what a level 3 is.
So level 3, this comes from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, where they put together the forecasts across the country, and they pretty much put everybody in a specific zone. Usually we're not in the zone at all, in the outlooks at all, indicating where you're more likely to see severe weather that could produce either severe thunderstorms or tornadoes. Today, we were in the level 3 zone, more talking about the thunderstorms, kind of like what we're looking at right now, where they would eventually issue a tornado watch, which could get some warned storms. It popped up a little bit earlier than expected, but it does happen at times. So yes, the level 3 means instead of seeing isolated storms with the potential of tornadic thunderstorms, we have a little more numerous possibilities when it comes to it. So it's instead of a storm here and a storm there, you're likely to see a few storms that produce thunderstorms that have the potential to produce tornadoes in a situation like this. So yeah, it does become something that you want to watch a little more closely, and that's what we have for you this afternoon. It also looked as though most of that would be happening to the west of us, not so much for us here in the tri-state. It looks like they've expanded out into the core of the tri-state, including all 5 boroughs, Western Long Island, up into Connecticut. That was not the case as of earlier this morning. So that was an early afternoon update for us as well. But that's Mother Nature doing her thing. And I do see them coming together, those storms coming together out of Pennsylvania, even as we speak. But right now, that is what we have. Let me just take another little refresh
Yeah,
on the
Mike, while
computer
you're
one more
refreshing
time,
that,
see if I see anything.
yeah,
Yeah, go
while you're
ahead.
refreshing that, Becky Cook, our assistant news director, just handed me this. A tornado watch has now been issued for NYC, New York City, until 9 o'clock tonight. So while you're refreshing that, and that's from
Yes.
Notify NYC, she just corrected me. So again, as you were refreshing, you may actually see that pop up. And we want to put the QR code up, Mike, before we go back to you, just to let anyone, if they're seeing anything outside,
Sure.
any pictures that you want to take safely, to share with us. We certainly want that, any video of anything, so that we can help tell the complete story and make sure that all of the neighbors in our area are being informed and being looked after. Mike, now I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You can go ahead, sir.
No. That was what I was speaking of. And actually, that was the good question that you asked earlier. What's the difference between a watch and a warning? The watch is what's up until 9 p.m. That means the conditions are favorable throughout the watch area, which does include the New York City metro area, Western Long Island, Nassau County, and then up into Connecticut, including Fairfield as well as Litchfield counties up until 9 o'clock. So the thunderstorms that develop in that region have the potential to put out tornadic thunderstorms, tornadoes, occasionally. It's not an extreme risk. It's not an extreme danger, but the risk is definitely higher than what you have on a typical day. Once again, why the Storm Prediction Center put us in a level 3 risk. Typically, we would see an enhanced or actually a slight risk or a marginal risk. That's something that you see on the run-of-the-mill day. But when they put it up to a level 3, that attention, that little radar goes up just a little bit higher because we are in a riskier zone for thunderstorms to become potentially tornadic. So that's what we are looking at. But yeah, I think the main thing I want to look at and kind of keep up with are the warnings. The watch is one thing. It just means the entire region is at risk. But when you have the warnings, like you're speaking of, that we have for Sullivan County and for Morris County, those are the ones where you really have to be careful, because if they have a thunderstorm that's producing either a funnel cloud or a tornado, that can be a particularly dangerous situation. But from what I'm seeing right now, that has not been the case. It's been radar indicated, but it's certainly something to be paid attention to. Yes, still moving to the east at around 25 miles per hour, and that warning is up for about another 6 minutes. I haven't seen anything else pop up thus far. Sometimes you will see this from the National Weather Service. They'll start putting out warnings because there's enough rotation within those thunderstorms to warrant putting out a warning. Whether or not they actually have one that they can see, either through a camera or someone who has an official status can report back and say yes to the National Weather Service and the authorities that we do have a tornado on our hands. This is what they have at this point in time. So we will be watching this very closely, because if there's enough spin in the atmosphere, we could get these thunderstorms that do put down tornadoes, whether it be EF 0, 1, or 2. Any of those can do a lot of damage and even bring deadly situations. So they have to be paying close attention to as the afternoon goes on for us here.
Mike, thank you so much for that. Mike, we're going to check back in with you, and thank you. We appreciate you giving us this update. We know you're also monitoring it there from your home. As we again take a look at the radar, we want to bring everyone up to speed that a tornado warning has been issued for Sullivan County, and we are tracking that. It is in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. Now, we were also just handed this. A watch has been issued for New York counties. The counties include Bronx, Columbia, Delaware, Dutchess, Manhattan, Nassau right there. So again, this information is coming in. We were talking about multiple rounds of thunderstorms. We've had round 1, and then this came in, as Mike was just explaining, out of the system there because the conditions were ripe. So that's what you're looking at right there on that monitor. The green is the precipitation, but the concern is that orange, burnt red in the middle right there, because that is the most severe of the system that is moving eastward from the Ohio Valley, as Mike was talking about. Lisa Evers is standing by for us. Lisa was covering what the city was doing in regards to preps before we cut in with Mike. Is Miss Evers ready? Okay, Lisa, if you can hear us, Lisa, just
Yes,
bring it. I know you've been listening, Lisa. You just go ahead and take it away, Lisa.
All right, Antoine, well, we are here outside the MTA, basically their pump headquarters here just underneath the Brooklyn Bridge, and we're just down the street from the city's Office of Emergency Management, where they are working right now to monitor these developments, the weather developments, the city preparedness, and all of the preparations that are being made. Now, in terms of the flooding situation, you talked about round one. This is one of the big problems that we've been having in New York with the rain, the heavy rains, the flooding that ensues afterwards. So earlier today, we were here inside the pump station headquarters, the CEO of the MTA, John Lieber, explaining that the problems that they've had in the past is obviously the city infrastructure, meaning the streets themselves, the actual drains that are there. They're not equipped to handle inches and inches of rain coming down within a very short time. So one of the things that he had the MTA workers working overtime on the weekend to do was to clear the drains of any debris, any garbage, any branches, that might still be around on the ground from other recent storms and the high winds, and to clear that all up so that the water can go down unimpeded. He said they've taken other measures in terms of the physical layout of the stations to basically, it sounds very basic, but it is, keep water from going down into the station. Because what's happened in the past that has basically crippled the system has been that the water gets down onto the tracks. Once it gets there, it gets into the electrical system. It totally shuts down the electrical system in the subway when it gets wet. And he said that actually that can have an impact as well for the buses, which the buses, pick up a lot of slack, whether it's heavy snowstorms that we've seen or heavy rainstorms. The buses usually keep chugging along and keep moving along and get people from point A to point B. So they have these pumps now. They have trucks. They have trucks that carry 5 pumps per truck, and they're able to send them immediately, like a rapid response of pumping wherever they start to see the water accumulating. So they said they've done everything they could possibly do in terms of preparation, just short of rebuilding the whole the drainage system and things that are very long-term solutions. But in terms of the immediate threat of the heavy rains, the flooding, and shutting down the subway system, which is so critical to everything, every aspect of life here in New York City, that's what they've done. Now, let me show you some video that we got a close hand look earlier today at the inside the pumping station. They were showing us some of these pumps it's basically like any kind of water pump that you see when there's a flood, but they're heavy duty. They can mobilize them quickly. They can carry 5 on one of these gigantic trucks, almost as big as what you would like a big trailer truck. They can get them to the locations. As you can see, it's starting to rain here right now. And I'm going to put my umbrella up there. And they
take your time, Lisa. That's right.
Them. He said that they have about 286 86 pumps stationed permanently, and then they have many, many more. Many, many more that they can dispense. So let's take a listen to the MTA CEO, John Lieber.
Priority number 1 is getting the water out of the system. We do this every day. 13 million gallons of water are removed every day from the subway system through our pumping infrastructure. The problem is that storms are getting more frequent and more intense. New Yorkers know this. And they're increasingly overwhelming the city of New York's sewer infrastructure.
And of course, that's MTA CEO John Lieber, and he's basically saying, the way the city was built, obviously many, many, many years ago, the sewer system, which in many places is extremely old, some of the tunnels over 100 years old, that it was not built for the kind of weather that we have now. Things were much more regular. The seasons were more predictable. The extremes were not as extreme as they are now, and it's this sudden onslaught. You saw we went from no rain just a couple minutes ago, Antoine, while we were talking, to now it's really starting to pick up and come down. I can tell from the angle of the rain as I look towards the entrance here to Brooklyn Bridge that it's diagonal, which is showing the power and the force of the rain that's coming down here. But they have these workers out there. They've dispatched many. They have a control room, command center where they're keeping track of who's where. They're monitoring phone calls. They're monitoring social media. They're monitoring, they're monitoring everything they possibly can. Of course, in coordination with the New York City Office of Emergency Management, which is just down the block. They're keeping in tight communication with them as well. And the MTA chairman said that the best way for people to find out, he said, what they're really trying to do is get those get the information on the MTA app. He said that they have a feature on the MTA app where you can customize it to what particular borough, to what particular location and line, area, neighborhood, train line that you're interested in, so that you can get real-time alerts if the service does shut down. Because, Antoine, we've seen in the past when they have the problems with the trains, they try to get buses there, MTA buses there immediately to pick up the slack for the people. But that's the latest from here. Antoine, back to you.
Lisa, before you go, thank you so much for that. We just want you, Lisa, to do double duty, if you would. Just can you talk about what you're seeing right now? We noticed that you put the umbrella up, and we want to, of course, thank all of our viewers that are joining us now on Fox 5 as opposed that were watching us initially on Fox Local. But Lisa, just tell us what you're seeing right now.
Well, right now, the rain is starting to come down more steadily. It was building. There were drops for a little while before this when we first started talking with you, and then it started getting very heavy. It was coming down fairly heavily and at an angle right above us. It's kind of let up now, but I think this is the thing that's very confusing to people and also very trying for the system, Antoine, is when it's like this, it can be drenching 1 minute and then it stops, and then it seems like it's over, but it hasn't really passed. There's another, there's another front coming, or another round of rain that continues to pelt. But it's like the big issue is how much water's on the ground, how much can be absorbed. And when you have streets that are concrete, you have sidewalks that are concrete. There's nowhere for the water to go. We're here on the edge of a park, obviously here with all the greenery and the ground. The ground can absorb water, but when we're talking about cement, we're already starting to see it pond up in some of the places here along the curbs, because it's lighter than it was now, and now it's back coming steadily. So we're expecting that to be basically be the case, this on and off, and very intense periods and then off again. So if there's enough of a break, hopefully that'll keep the water from building up really fast like we've seen before, where it just gushed down into the subway system and gushed onto the tracks and created very dangerous situations. Oh, here we go. I just said it, and now it's coming down heavier. Drops are bigger. It's coming down much more steadily here, and people are walking faster, as you can see, trying to get to their next destination so that they're not stuck outside, because this could just be the beginning of it getting even more intense, Antoine. But
all right, Lisa,
that's what they're hoping to do. There's still traffic.
We're going to let you
go.
No, Lisa, because you said it's starting to come down. So we're going to let you go, and you and the crew also take shelter and just be as careful as you need to be. Lisa, thank you so much for that report, you and the team that's out there with her. As Lisa was just talking about what the city's readiness was for the multiple rounds that we're expecting, Mike Woods was telling us earlier that we've already been through round one. So this is the beginning stages of round two. If you're just joining us, we thank you for joining us on Fox 5. If you were with us for Fox Local, we welcome you over to our main station here. The National Weather Service in Binghamton issuing a tornado warning for southwestern Otsego County, which is in central New York as well. So that's in effect until 2:50. Now at 2:21, severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado were located near Mount Upton, which is about 13 miles northeast of Norwich. So again, we are monitoring this. We're monitoring Sullivan County, northeastern Sullivan County, because those warnings are also in effect right now. Our meteorologist, Mike Woods, is standing by. He's been tracking it from his home there in Manhattan. And Mike, just bring us up to speed with what you've learned. I know you were listening to Lisa also as she was talking about the city's conditions.
I was. Yes, and so the city's condition right now, we have scattered showers around. As I popped out into the West Village, there was just a quick little warm, felt like a summer shower, nothing too big right now, but it looks like the bulk of those heavier showers and storms are crossing through North Jersey into the lower Hudson Valley and over into Connecticut. Earlier, just about an hour and a half ago, we had flash flooding happening for Fairfield County, but now we're starting to see individual cells pop up, some up around a little closer to Binghamton. That was that first tornado warning that we had up in Sullivan County. Then the next one that actually just expired just a few minutes ago was the one for Morris County. That is actually north central sections of New Jersey. Let me refresh this one more time just to make sure nothing else has popped up. But But that's the nature of the beast when you have severe weather coming through. So pardon my backside here. When you have these severe thunderstorms coming through, it should have expired as of 2:33. Now it says it remains in effect until 3:15 for north central Morris County. It says tornado and quarter-size hail, radar indicated rotation. So there hasn't been an observation of a tornado, but it's a radar indicated, meaning there's rotation within the thunderstorm that could produce a tornado impact. Flying debris will be dangerous without you don't want to be in a mobile home. Obviously, those would easily be destroyed. Trees uprooted, roofs torn off, vehicles easily tossed. Locations that could be impacted: East Hanover, Lincoln Park, Kinnelon, Boonton, Rockaway, Morris Plains, Mountain Lakes, Riverdale, Victory Gardens, Parsippany, Pequannock Township, and Lake Telemark. These are all locations within the path of this storm that is rolling to the east at around 25 miles per hour. So yeah, they're saying take cover. This is obviously a very dangerous, potentially dangerous situation with very heavy rain, as well as gusty winds and the potential of a tornado in North Jersey. Again, that one is for northern Morris County, northern Morris County, and it was supposed to expire at 2:30. They have now extended that tornado warning out to 3:15 as it stands right now. So this is just the start of the thunderstorms. This is the cluster of storms that we expected to come together, producing more heavy rain and gusty winds as opposed to tornadoes. But every once in a while, you will see the tornado warnings popping up as well. And that's what we are looking at this afternoon and tracking for you at this time as we get a little further into the afternoon. But yes, the heavy rain potential, I think that's what Lisa was primarily focusing on. That could give us a situation kind of like what we had over the weekend. On Saturday, we had the flash flooding happening,
right,
where the point to where the sewers were being overwhelmed by the heavy rain coming in, rain rates of 1 to 2.5 inches per hour. Yes, the sewers are going to struggle with that. I don't know if they'll ever be at a point where they could handle that sort of rain, but with the climate as prime as it is, with so much water content available, we are going to get thunderstorms like this occasionally. That's just going to simply overwhelm the system. But I don't know that you can ever completely correct that, but certainly not in a situation like what we have going on for you here today here. Antoine?
Mike, just to explain to everyone, if you would, when you talk about the conditions are ripe for a tornado, would you just break it down to us as if you were like, a classroom of kindergartners? Explain it to us like that, if you would.
Right. So what we have is a typical thunderstorm situations where you have the run-of-the-mill storms in the afternoon where there's just not enough of the ingredients, not enough moisture or rotation within the atmosphere at the different levels of the atmosphere to produce a thunderstorm that would therefore have the potential to produce a tornado. That takes a very strong thunderstorm with lots of moisture, lots of energy within the atmosphere. Rotation at the middle levels of the atmosphere, you'll have winds coming in either from the south and then some perhaps from the southwest to get a little rotation going on in the mid levels of the atmosphere that gets a little spin going. And then when these thunderstorms come over that column of air that's spinning, then sometimes that column of air will rotate down to the ground, connect, and you can get a full-blown tornado, at least a funnel cloud, if not a full-blown tornado. With some of these situations. So you need basically all the ingredients to come together to get a situation where you have a tornado outbreak potential that we have for you. Now, as it stands right now, we do get tornado watches, not on a frequent basis, but on an occasional basis. In fact, we had one for New Jersey over the weekend on Saturday. We had no tornadic thunderstorms, so that doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to get one, just that the conditions are favorable for tornadoes to develop within these thunderstorms that are here. Now, when you have a tornado warning, that means that either someone has seen a tornado, albeit a funnel cloud, or a tornado on the ground in the area, someone who can report to the officials and make an official report, or there's a radar indicated tornado. That comes from the National Weather Service, and they check out the radar to see if there is indication that there's enough rotation within that thunderstorm, enough rotation that it could therefore support a tornado that could drop to the ground. Now, there are a lot more radar indicated tornadoes that do not actually produce a tornado that connects with the ground or even a funnel cloud, but it is a great way for the National Weather Service to put a warning out there just in case, because it does become a much more dangerous situation when you have ample rotation within any individual thunderstorm cell that could produce a tornado. So
Right. Mike,
when
Mike,
they
stand
have enough
by.
rotation within that thunderstorm, then they're going to go ahead and put out the tornado warning. And that's why we have these two warnings. Let me just step
Mike,
back
as
so
you're
you can
checking
see how
that, Mike, you keep
quickly
checking. We're going to
things
bring in
change.
Mike. We're
Yes, go ahead.
going to bring in Chief Meteorologist Nick Gregory, who's actually on his way into work. So, Mike, you stand by because we know you're checking. Nick is on the phone.
Sure.
Nick, you have us? Nick, you have us? Our chief meteorologist, Nick Gregory, is still signing in with us. Mike, you were about to just check on that. And again, let me welcome everyone who was watching our newscast on Fox Local over to our Fox 5. Thank you so much for joining us. But we're following a couple of developing stories right now. Tornado warning has been issued for northern Sullivan County. That's in effect for the next half hour or so until about 3:15. And we're also now getting information from Notified NYC about a watch potential. The conditions are right for a watch within New York County. So that's the information that we're also following there. Mike Woods has also been tracking it from his place. And as I mentioned, Chief Meteorologist Nick Gregory will be joining us in just a moment. And we are telling you right now this because we told you that there were going to be multiple rounds of storms that were going to be impacting us today as well as into tomorrow. And that a flash flood warning had already been issued and was in effect until 2 a.m. on Wednesday. So again, all of this is following just how Mother Nature had said, but we certainly did not expect to have a warning being issued in regards to the tornado. So that's what's happening with that. Just to tell you a little bit about what you're seeing right now. Now, the storm is moving from the Ohio Valley over to the east. So that's where the conditions are. That's why it's so foggy. If you look at that top box up there showing lower Manhattan from the air, the conditions that you want to pay attention to is what's that bright burnt orange right in the middle of that precipitation. The rain is the green, the more severe weather is the yellow. And then what we're talking about right now, the strongest of that system is what's in that orange, rouge, bright red color right there. So that's why we are on the air with you right now, just to bring you up to speed with what's going on there. So as far as what the city is doing, we're still waiting. We do have an interview with the Office of Emergency Management coming up later in our newscast. We're still waiting to see if we can get a little bit more information about the preps. We can tell you about that. Nick Gregory is standing by now. Nick, if you have us, just bring us up to speed with what you see. And thank you for being with us, Nick.
Yeah, so it's a challenging day here. You know, we were worried about the severe weather yesterday, and so it certainly has proven itself true. Again, these tornado warnings are prompted by, and Mike just pointed it out, they're radar detected. They're not seen by a person. They're radar detected. The radar is detecting shear. It's detecting wind changing from one direction to the other at the low to mid levels of the atmosphere, particularly the lower levels of the atmosphere. And when it detects the shear, depending on how fast that wind is switching from one direction to the other, it trips the alarm, trips the algorithm, and a tornado warning is issued automatically. So again, what it can also symbolize is there may not be a tornado, but there may be some very strong straight line wind conditions, which can cause some pretty good damage there as well. You know, that's how trees get knocked down in a straight line, power lines, that sort of thing, and potentially, you know, damage to homes, because of the very strong straight line wind conditions. And sometimes those straight line winds can reach, 70, 80, 90 miles per hour. So the elements were there for the severe weather today, and kind of popping a little bit earlier than expected. It should have the time was more for maybe after about the 4 to 5 o'clock time range, but nonetheless, there's a couple of big cells again that we see on the radar, and the warning for the Morris County, that area of New Jersey, that's going to go until 2:30, I believe it's 2:25, 2:30, somewhere in that neighborhood, with that threat of potentially being a tornado. Again, it's not confirmed. It's just the radar alerting that potentially that thunderstorm cell might be generating a tornado. Certainly, again, aside from that, the potential is going to be for hail, damaging wind gusts, locally heavy rainfall in that situation, whether or not it is actual tornado activity.
Nick, thank you. Nick, you were talking about the timeline. Is this how close is it to where you were predicting this might go as far as these rounds go? Is it following along the same line?
Well, yeah, it's pretty close. I mean, we had one. There were indications things were going to start erupting around noon. 11 a.m. noon from the coming across northern New Jersey. That moved in a little bit faster than expected, and then the afternoon round. Yesterday's guidance was suggesting, about 4 or 5 p.m. there was going to be 1 or 2 lines coming in from the west. So it's running about 2 hours early. But again, in this atmosphere, when you have these conditions, it's not necessarily surprising that things fire up a little sooner than expected.
Nick, tell us what you're seeing right now as you're making your way here. Just describe to us the conditions that you are seeing yourself and experiencing right now.
Well, I just some pretty hefty rain for about 5 miles. I'm actually now a block from the TV station, so it's just raining lightly over Manhattan. If you look as I look to the west across the streets, and you're looking west across Manhattan, it definitely there's darker clouds there, but I can't really. The precipitation over Midtown right now, where I'm at on the east side here, is very, very light. I went through some heavy rain cells moving through the lower Bronx. And when I looked at my radar here on my phone, the activity was moving across North Jersey towards that area. It's probably going to be impacting Manhattan, I'd say, in the next, within the next 20 to 30 minutes or so.
Okay, we have the radar up, Nick. We know that you're still making your way here with us, and we are also now just getting very latest information. Thank you, Jose. Northern Sullivan County, again in central New York, right now, warnings, watches, and advisories as of 2:28 this afternoon. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over White Sulphur Springs or near Liberty, moving at 25 miles per hour. Another thunderstorm to the southwest near Millenville perhaps, is showing rotation. Nick, this information, you're probably seeing it when you're walking in, but this was just handed to us from the National Weather Service. I know Mike is standing by checking what he's looking at on his computer. Mike, are you seeing anything that's corroborating what we are just seeing here on our end?
Yes, that is the same information. The tornado watch that's been in effect for the tri-state region now for a little while. But the warned storms are the ones in Sullivan County. That was the first one. But the one that is more part of the tri-state is the one that's in north central sections of Morris County. So that's the one that's in effect until 3:15. That storm moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. Again, just as Nick had mentioned there, this is a radar indicated a tornado warning that's issued from the National Weather Service, saying that there is rotation within that thunderstorm, but not necessarily confirmation. But yes, heavy rain for sure. Gusty winds, wind gusts have been up into the 50 to 60 mile per hour gust range, and that, of course, can do a lot of damage, as well as the light fell. We've got kind of a makeshift TV studio that we're putting together, so it kind of scared me. The little light
Mike,
fell.
It's all good, Mike.
Background here.
It's live
That's
TV,
live
Mike.
TV.
It's all good.
Anyway, made me jump a little bit. Oh, and it made the camera jump too. Anyway, bottom line is we still are looking at the strong to severe storm. That warning is up until 3:15, so we have about another 25 minutes before it expires. Each time I come back here to the computer, I do see there's now additional severe thunderstorm warnings, but not an additional tornado warning for that same region. So places that need to be concerned is if you're heading over toward Passaic County and Bergen County, kind of where that line of storms is across North Jersey, that's the one that is producing now severe thunderstorm warnings in addition to that tornado warning, which may expire by 3:15 or maybe even a little bit earlier if indeed things come to fruition like that. But yes, we do have now another severe thunderstorm warning. Let me get the details on that one as well. It looks like it covers Passaic County, Bergen County for northern New Jersey, as well as northern Essex County. That's up until 3:30 p.m. for that storm. Is producing wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, and it's moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. So even if you don't have a thunderstorm that's producing a tornado, you also have the potential for the very heavy rain and the gusty winds, as well as severe hail. Quarter-size hail all of those things could be coming into play with the storms that are here right now. Again, moving to the east at around 25 miles per hour, and still potential for more storms to come together as we get further into the afternoon. Because as Nick mentioned, yes, this did jump up just a little bit earlier than what was originally forecast, but still we knew that the atmosphere was basically set up to do something at some point with a couple rounds of strong to severe storms. And that's exactly what we are looking at here today, but keeping you informed as best we can with what's coming in. I'm glad that Nick is almost there because it helps a lot when you are able to manipulate the radars and so on when you're in person, but we could do a little something from home as well. In addition to the severe thunderstorms and the tornado warnings that we also have flash flooding that is happening right now over Connecticut. It's mainly over into Fairfield as well as New Haven counties. That is in effect until later on this afternoon. As far as what's going on with the flood watches, those are in effect until about 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. And that's not the entire tri-state region, but it's the majority. It's mainly through New Jersey. Now it looks like it extends up into the lower Hudson Valley and then over into Connecticut. It does edge out parts of Long Island, but even there, I wouldn't be surprised to at least see some localized very heavy rain with rain rates in the neighborhood of 1 to 2 inches, maybe 2.5 inches per hour possible. That could lead to localized flooding, make a mess of the LIE, the North Shore, the South Shore,
Right.
everything is going to be a potential mess as we get into it here.
Mike, when we talk about rainfall possibilities and the totals that you all were anticipated coming with this system, what does that look like, Mike?
So as of this morning, the rainfall totals were in the neighborhood of around 1 to 2 inches of rain for us on average. So that's quite a bit of rain. But a lot of us, it looked like that rainfall was going to get up to the 3-4 inch rain total range for us here. So if that were to come to fruition, that's when we really start to have those problems. This camera's still flipping around on me. That's when we really have the problems with the sewer systems becoming overwhelmed. Sometimes that water comes pouring into the subway systems down the either through the grates on the street or through the subway stairs. Looks like a waterfall. That is a potential problem that we have for us here, especially I'd say up around the Bronx, north end of Manhattan. It seems to be that's where the heavier focus of the showers and storms remains at the time being. North Jersey, and rainfall rate of 2.5 inches per hour. I don't think that the subway systems or sewer systems in general are going to be able to handle that kind of rain in any situation, especially not if it goes on for an extended period of time. And there is some of that potential as we get into the evening commute for us here. So we'll have to watch that closely. I'm sure Lisa Evers is on top of that.
She absolutely
as well
is.
as these storms continue to come on through.
Mike, the system is moving from the Ohio Valley going east, correct?
Right. Yeah, Ohio Valley kind of dropping to the east, southeast, and coming this direction. We got a warm front that lifted through earlier this morning. Now we have the cold front approaching on the backside. So that's the part of the storm that has the potential to bring us those stronger storms, which is what we are dealing with right now. So usually the warm front has the milder version of the thunderstorms, but still has some potential of the heavy showers and storms. But it's the cold front that usually has the more enhanced thunderstorm activity, which is what we have approaching the area, actually coming through the area right now, but more potential as we get into the mid to late afternoon hours and toward the evening. And then as of 9 o'clock, it looks like the tornado watch, which is basically the widespread path or actually region that is forecast from the Storm Prediction Center to potentially have strong storms that could produce tornadoes. That's when the watch expires. Doesn't mean it absolutely ends at that time, but that is the main time frame for these thunderstorms having the potential to produce a tornado from time to time. But heavy rain, gusty winds, I mean, that's already happening. If you see those yellows, the reds, the orange shades, definitely take cover, especially if you're within the path. These storms are moving to the east-northeast at around 25 miles per hour. And where you don't see the rain coming down, the showers and storms, that doesn't mean that you're in the clear. As a matter of fact, that allows the atmosphere to actually stay charged and ready to fire with more heavy showers and storms. So even though you may not be in on the storm action just yet, the potential is certainly there in the atmosphere in your region. So you are by no means, in fact, anywhere throughout the entire tri-state clear of the severe weather potential with heavy rain, gusty winds, hail, as well as tornadoes occasionally in a situation like this. Obviously, the risk of tornadoes has gone up quite a bit in the last hour or two for us here. Antoine?
That's right, Mike. And as you mentioned, when we talk about flash flooding, we always know the areas. We're talking lower Manhattan. We're talking parts of Brooklyn that are right near the water. We're talking about, as you mentioned, the Bronx, which a lot of people don't think of, possibly having that. But we all remember those images. You remember Washington Heights, which is upper
Right.
Manhattan. They remember the water there. And you were talking about the subway system being able to handle. And what are we hearing about? How many inches per hour, possibly?
So 1 to 2 inches per hour
One
is
to
an
two.
awful lot of rain. We had some of that over the weekend, and you saw what happened with the underpasses flooding out. We definitely have some of that potential again. In fact, the way that these storms are kind of lining up, I'd say anywhere from around Somerset County up through Morris County, heading over toward Essex and Union counties, over toward Passaic County and Bergen County. You've seen those thunderstorms kind of come and go in those same locations. That's what we call training, when the thunderstorms kind of almost act like they're riding along a train track. And when you see that sort of situation, you also have the potential of higher potential to see those thunderstorms produce the flash flooding. And that's what we're likely to see as we head into the afternoon. So right now, I'd say that northeast quadrant of New Jersey into the lower Hudson Valley, obviously into Connecticut, where they've already had flash flooding and flooding. It is more likely. This is what I was talking about earlier this morning as well, because it did look like things were kind of lining up more for the northern portions of the tri-state region as opposed to the core of the five boroughs or out onto Long Island or the southern sections of New Jersey. It's more like North Jersey, lower Hudson Valley, over to Connecticut. Basically, the locations are to the north of New York City, Manhattan. But everyone still is at risk for heavy showers, thunderstorms, and possibly a few, hopefully more isolated tornadoes, if anything. So far, let me go back and just check the National Weather Service site and see if anything comes up as updating with the tornado warnings. Actually, looks like there might be a new warning. This comes out live, so yes, tornado radar indicated, same thing, but they did extend it now into Essex County in northeast New Jersey until 3:30 p.m. So for about another 33 minutes, there is now a tornado warning that impacts Essex County as well. For that storm that's now pushing to the east northeast at 25 miles per hour.
Mike,
Let me
as you're
see if I can
looking at
get
that, Mike,
the
also,
towns.
Mike, as you're
Yeah,
looking at that, we're also hearing
go
Bergen and Passaic counties now have a warning until
right.
3:15 or so. Which is probably about to pop up on yours, but
So
yeah,
3:30.
3:30ish, right?
That's the same one.
Okay.
That's the same tornado warning. So it does, yeah. So it includes northern Essex County. It's interesting the way that the National Weather Service has to break this down. They'll tell you county by county, but then you have to thumb through the whole thing to pick out all the locations that are affected. So it's Bergen County, Passaic County, Essex County. That's all in effect until about 3:15 to 3:30 for that same storm rolling to the northeast at around 25 miles per hour. Again, radar indicated, which doesn't make me feel good, but it doesn't mean that you've actually seen a tornado on the ground. This does happen somewhat frequently. And in the end, we never have a confirmed tornado.
Right.
But that's not to say let your guard down, because we don't want you to do that. We want to put the information out there when you have these tornado warned storms. That's what the National Weather Service is out there to give us the information to give to you so we can keep you, the public, safe at the same time. So that's why we go ahead and issue the warnings. And a lot of times folks will say, we hear of these warnings and so on all the time, but we never see anything. Well, the reason being, it's kind of a situation where you're better off being safe rather than being sorry. So we'll go ahead and put out the warning that there is rotation within these thunderstorms that are in the area, in that region for a certain period of time. And then go ahead and take cover or be extremely aware of what's going on, because you don't want to get caught off guard with Mother Nature in a situation like this. So yeah, it's a potentially dangerous situation. I haven't seen any emergency information being put out from the National Weather Service. These are all radar indicated tornadoes, potential tornadoes, tornado warnings, but nothing more than that as it stands. Now, the confirmation has been with, of course, the flash flooding. That's been happening over Connecticut and northern sections of New Jersey, and then heading over toward Passaic and Bergen County.
Mike, we're also tracking this, as you mentioned, and we want to let everyone know that this all began sometime around 2:15 or so, maybe right around the top of that, when the warning was issued for northern Sullivan County, which is in central New York, and then they mentioned east central Wayne County and northeastern Pennsylvania. And you were also talking about concerns with
Right.
Morris County. You had mentioned that, and in regards to like a level 3, you were explaining what that looked like and what that meant as well.
Yes, yes. So the level 3 risk put out from the Storm Prediction Center just shows that we have a greater risk for
Okay.
thunderstorms, which may produce a tornado. Now, what that was really more speaking to is the atmosphere in general in an entire region shows some indications that we might be dealing with something like we have right now, a tornado watch, which could therefore eventually become some areas where we have tornado warnings indicating that there's rotation or a tornadic thunderstorm detected from either radar or actually seen. So there's several different levels that the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center go through before they actually start putting out tornado warnings, which is the highest level. That means that there is either radar indicated or someone's actually seen it before those are issued for the National Weather Service, and then we start to pass that along to you. So yes, we have the level 3 risk or enhanced risk of severe thunderstorms, including the possibility of tornadic thunderstorms, which also produce very heavy rain, gusty winds, quarter size hail. All of those things are quite possible in a situation like this. The updates, I'm glad that I'm able to sit right by my computer here at home and just continue to hit refresh to see if anything else pops up, because things are popping up. I would say that if you are in northern Westchester County or Rockland County, I would definitely be aware of the storms that are coming in your direction. They're relatively slow movers. When they move at around 20 to 25 miles per hour for a severe thunderstorm, that's on the slower side, but that also adds to the potential of flooding, flash flooding, things of that sort. So I would definitely be prepared for that. I'm telling you what, this is going to really just, take the afternoon and the evening commute and send it south. So this is really going to make a nightmare of things as it stands right now, if it hasn't done so already. But
Mike, as you're
already at this
checking
point, yes,
that,
we have the. Yep, go
Yeah,
ahead.
as you're checking that, I just want to let everyone know information that we've just gotten in also in regards to the Yankees game tonight. The Yankees and the Pirates were set to play in the Bronx. That has now been canceled. So anyone who was looking to go to the Bronx for the Yankees Pirates game, there's going to be a double header rescheduled for July 22nd. So that's what that's going to look like right now. So tonight's game, we're getting notifications now on social media, has been canceled between the Yankees and the Pirates. So hold on to your tickets because there's going to be a double header tomorrow. We'll, of course, keep you updated on any other cancellations or anything else that we may hear. So, Mike, again, didn't mean to interrupt you, but you were explaining
And
what was going on.
yes, yes. And by the way, that's what happened on Saturday's storms too. And it is the right call. Whenever you have lightning in the area, you've got to cancel these games because you can't expose the public to these potentially dangerous thunderstorms in the air. And obviously, we have a lot of that right now. And the tornado watch that we have in effect right now doesn't expire until 9 o'clock. So it definitely makes sense that they would do so. But as we get a little deeper into the afternoon, again, even though you may see some rounds of storms that come through right now, I wouldn't let your guard down until later tonight when the actual cold front comes through and starts to set things back down. But right now, we're kind of in the upswing. And I'm most concerned with northern sections of New Jersey, the lower Hudson Valley, including Rockland County, Westchester over into Fairfield County, Putnam County, Dutchess, Ulster, Sullivan. You've been getting hit pretty hard, even though you haven't had any severe weather warnings. I'm sure there's at least some localized flooding, if not flash flooding, that's already taking place with these rounds of storms. Whether or not they produce tornadoes, they can still produce quite a bit of damage just with the heavy rain and the gusty winds. And yes, we have Bergen, Passaic, Essex, and Sullivan counties with the tornado warning storms at least until 3:15, and in some cases, the ones in northeast New Jersey or east New Jersey, that's up until 3:30 for the storms that are rolling to the east at around 25 miles per hour. Just going to make another quick refresh. The thing is, when it comes to severe weather situations, you really do have to keep hitting refresh every few minutes because this thing is constantly changing as the storms are changing and moving from one location to the next. And also there's going to be more developing to the west of us where you don't see any action on the radar. There still is a lot of potential with those thunderstorms to either develop or redevelop in those areas as well. Okay, it does look like there are some slight changes, so I just want to take a look at the tornado warnings that we have for us, see if that has changed. It does look like there might be an additional tornado warning because this one now goes until 3:45. This is for southeast Morris County and northeast New Jersey and north central Somerset County is now included in on this latest tornado warning until 3:45 p.m. Tornado as well as quarter-size hail. This is again a radar indicated rotation within the thunderstorm, not actually one being seen at the ground or even a funnel cloud in the sky, but still flying debris. It's obviously a potential issue. Roofs taken off. Locations impacted include Morristown, Madison, Fulham Park, East Hanover, Chatham, Morris Plains, Mendham, Peapack, and Gladstone, Bar Hills, Parsippany, Bernardsville, and Hanover Township for these storms. Interstate 80, New Jersey between mile marker 45 and 48, and Interstate 287, New Jersey between mile marker 29 to 41. So that's what the latest warning that now goes until 2:45. Now that's just to the south. That's those cells that you're looking at there toward the bottom of the screen, just above where it says tornado warning in that graphic there. That is for the thunderstorms that are in those regions now are tornado warned. Radar indicated tornado warning, but a tornado warning nonetheless. It basically is indicating there's rotation within those thunderstorms with some potential for those thunderstorms to produce a tornado because of rotation in the atmosphere at the lower and mid levels of the atmosphere and the thunderstorms that are coming through in that area. Every once in a while, they're going to drop a tornado. EF0, EF1, EF2, any one of those could do some serious damage or even be fatal. So we want to make folks aware of that. But right now,
Absolutely.
looks like those warnings are up until 3:45, which is about another, 35 to 40 minutes or so.
Right.
And there could be even more developing as the afternoon goes on. Yes, Antoine?
Mike, the fact that they extended and added additional counties, how do you interpret that? Because you mentioned a few that weren't on the initial list. So just how do you interpret the expansion, if you will?
That indicates to me that this is still in more of its developmental stages, so there will be more to come, and the atmosphere seems to be continuing to produce thunderstorms that continue to produce thunderstorms with rotation. So that means we're just kind of getting things started with this severe weather outbreak. Now, whether or not we confirm there are actual tornadoes, still we have to wait for this to be seen, but there's definitely rotation within these individual thunderstorm cells that are extending all the way from Bergen County all the way back down towards Somerset County. That is extending almost all the way back down in toward the Philadelphia and Trenton region. So that gives you an idea that this atmosphere is very much set up to produce severe thunderstorms, some potential out there for tornadoes. Even though we have warnings, it doesn't mean it's actually putting it out. But these thunderstorms within these cells within these thunderstorms have the potential to drop a tornado at any given point. So you've got to stay tuned to your local weather folks, us here on Fox 5, and we'll let you know what that information is, what's going on, and where those warnings are, or at least stay tuned with the National Weather Service, and they also will be issuing warnings throughout the day. So we talk about this sometimes happening in the overnight hours, when
Right.
folks don't have either the radio on or the TV on, and this happens in the overnight hours. That's when it gets really dangerous. At least most folks are up and aware of what's happening in this given weather situation, or at least they could potentially be aware. And oftentimes people have their phones set up so that the
Mike, let me hop in.
Services will also send it out.
Mike, let me hop in for a second because we're going to go to the studio now because Nick Gregory is standing by at the weather map. So we're going to take Nick now to see what's going on in the studio. And thank you for being with us.
Sure.
Thank you for watching us, everybody, for our extended coverage of the tornado warning that has been issued for parts of New York.
Warnings. And again, I'm going to sort of turn that back on again here so you can see the red flashes here. These are the warnings. So we do have a tornado warning. That's going to go till 3:15 as it heads into parts of western Passaic County here. here and extending again down towards Essex County. That's going till 3:30, and this one into Morris County, that's going to go until 3:45 p.m. And again, you can see there's a fair amount of lightning strikes that are extending across all of that area as we go on in through much of that region for today. So that's one of our concerns that we're going to be taking a look at, is how are these storms going to move on towards the east. In fact, we're going to put on the track guidance and see. We'll go down and take a look at this storm here. So you can see as we go through the next 30 minutes or so, these are the towns in the crosshairs here: Morristown, Florham Park, again extending down to Hanover, Livingston by 3:37, and we got a pretty good BTI here. That's the tornado index. I start to get concerned when it gets in the 5s. 4.5, we're getting close. I've yet to see tornadoes occur in our part of the country when we see anything less than a 5, 5.5, but we're getting close. And again, just because we have tornado warnings, that doesn't necessarily mean that we have tornadoes happening. It means that the radar has detected the possibility that those warnings, that those thunderstorm clusters are potentially producing tornadoes. What it could be producing is some shear across the area. Let's see if we can take a look at that. I'm going to switch to the velocity mode here on the radar, and what we're looking at here is if we see any kind of switch from a color of green to a color of red. And as we take a look at this one cell here, some green, lighter green in here, potentially again this is all moving in the same direction. If we saw greens and reds opposed, that's a sign of you have some shear going on there. That's what we don't want to see, but that is not the case right now. So far, as far as that is concerned, we're in the clear in that regard. So that's one area that we're looking at. The other area of concern, again, has been up to the north. We go up towards Sullivan County, and we'll take a look at that cluster of thunderstorms. And this one, again, also prompted a warning most recently. That warning across Sullivan County and towards portions of, looks like towards western Greene County there. This warning is going to go until 3:15. So that's going to be ending here shortly. Again, some of these storms also have the potential of producing some hail. We haven't had any reports of hail yet, but certainly some damaging wind gusts. And that's the other thing. Even though we're getting tornado warnings, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're getting a tornado, but we could be getting damaging wind gusts, and already reports of up to potentially 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts with some of these thunderstorms. We have no warnings per se on this cluster. Let's see if that's updated here. We'll look at the latest warnings. Now, they're just still under the tornado watch, but we did have some severe thunderstorm warnings that popped up earlier. They seem to have gone off or run out of their scheduled time, so that's the good news there. I'm going to take the little wide view here, because what I want to show you is I want to put this into motion so you can sort of get an idea of how fast it's moving. We'll look at the loop here for the last 30 minutes. So there you go. You can see that activity sliding slowly onto the east, and maybe as we take a little closer look at that, we can find who's really going to be in the path of the worst of these storms and coming on through. So again, the storm approaching Livingston, a lot of lightning strikes with these. We can see how many strikes we're looking at here. The potential has been for a fair amount of lightning strikes. We're coming in about 60 or 70 lightning strikes. More so, again, the threat of damaging wind gusts and some heavy rainfall across the area. That was really our main concern here. So that's kind of what we're looking at, Linda. The latest on that is, again, take a look at the wide view. The other thing I want to show you is there's more off to the southwest. All right, so that's why we're going to be under the gun here as we go through the next couple of hours as these storms kind of populate behind themselves here, and thus that tornado watch is in effect right on in through the evening time frame. The other watch we have is the flood watch. That covers, again, most of New Jersey. It does include the city as well, down towards southeastern Pennsylvania. That's going to go until 2 o'clock Wednesday morning. So something, again, also to keep in mind is that some of these storms have already created some flash flooding conditions. We had some very heavy rain that moved through southwest Connecticut. That's now moved in the eastern part of Connecticut, but these storms, we're waiting to see if they will prompt any flood warnings as well, producing the locally heavy rainfall.
Nick, before I let you go, because you and I are going to be bouncing back and forth here with a lot of information. Now, you know, I'm originally from Morris County, New Jersey. My brother, sister-in-law, my nieces and nephews, they live near the Mount Olive, Bud Lake area. So I immediately started texting them at 2 o'clock because I had just heard that there was a tornado warning there. They had just received the alert, so we've been texting back and forth. At around 2:30-ish, my brother texted me that it was raining really hard there, but that was it so far.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I just got a text from him about 3 minutes ago saying it's over, no damage here. So we originally started communicating at around 2:05. It's 3:15, and the storm has at least moved through that area. So it leads to what you were saying. It connects to what you were saying as far as this being a fast-moving storm.
Yeah, it's moving pretty quickly. Again, we'll sort of take a look at that as we go across that part of New Jersey. We'll try to zoom back in, so we'll get right into Morris County there. So again, you can sort of see how it is moving at a pretty good clip here. Again, there's the lightning strikes, and as we noted, again, the potential being that I'll just sort of freeze the radar here now. So that's the very latest image that you're taking a look at. So this again is that back edge. There's Morristown right in here, and again, I can put up the track guidance again and see what it's saying now, because this updates about every couple of minutes or so. So, yep, notice the tornado index went up to a 4.6. Again, it's got to get into a 5 before I start to get nervous. When we've had previous tornadoes in the New York City area, there was one outbreak we had. It was in North Jersey, and the tornado index was at about a 5.7. I don't know if you remember the tornado that went from Staten Island to Brooklyn into Queens. The tornado index then was a 7.7. So that was when you get into the middle part of the country, a tornado index of a 4 to 5 is something to worry about because they happen very quickly. But in our part of the country, it's really got to get into a little higher value. But again, look at these towns here. So this is what we're concerned here in the next 30 minutes. Again, as you head down towards. Go back to the Max 2 if we can. There we go. So again, you can see, Livingston, as we just talked about earlier, Essex Fells and Fairfield there by about 340. So be on the lookout for that. Be on the lookout for some hail. Again, in the parameters here, it's saying 100% hail. So that's the other issue is there might be some small hail as this cluster kind of moves on through across the area. So something again that we're certainly going to be on the lookout for as we're going in through the afternoon time frame here. So let me see if I can erase that and then get back to our map here. So I'll just turn off the track guidance. Anyway, so that's the deal with this storm. Again, kind of sliding on off to the north and east. The warnings, which have been sort of updated kind of regularly now, some are expiring. Again, here's still that warning that's going to go till 3:45 for Morris County, and then this one that's going to go also up. This just updated to 3:45 for Essex County in New Jersey, and a little sliver here as we head on in towards. I guess that's still covering Essex County, but the one that was up for Passaic County and Bergen County seems to have expired, so there's some good news there. But we're still going to not let our guard down here in the next couple of hours.
Well, let me ask you this, Nick. Even though my brother is saying that it's over there was heavy rainfall and that was it, no damage. He said that has now ended. They still remain under that tornado warning until 3:45. So we still have about another, say, 15, 20, 25 minutes with that. Does that mean that they could actually end up getting hit in that area again with some more heavy rain, lightning, possible hail?
Well, it's possible because as you're going to see here, when we look at the lower part of that storm, I just zoom in a little bit closer. So here's Morristown. So we still have this cluster to get through. So this still has to rotate through. And the question is there going to be any rotation in here that would then potentially trigger that algorithm that's already triggered the algorithm in the radar to say, there's possible gate-to-gate shear is what we call it, or wind going from one direction to another in a very small area. That's what triggers that off. We do have this little circle here, which is talks about potential rotation, and we're not really seeing any. As I've turned these guys on, there's no little spinning circle which would tell me, you know what, we have some issues that we got to zoom in on that particular storm. What I'd like to do again is let's go to the velocity mode here, and when I do that, we'll see if there's been any shear that's been detected in this area. And again, so far nothing too dramatic here. There's a little red popping up here. Again, it's the greens and the reds. Ones are the inbounds, ones are the outbounds. The greens are going towards the radar. We're looking at the radar from Long Island, and the red is going away from the radar. So if you see red and green next to each other, that's a trigger for potential shear, which then could ultimately lead to the development of a tornado. So that's, again, the concern that we would have across that area.
And Nick, you and I were talking about this last night because I was hosting Newsroom Live. which we have. It's our streaming news program every night from 7 until 9 o'clock here, and it's broadcast out of our newsroom on the 3rd floor. And so you joined me last night. This had been predicted today, except that you had thought that it was going to hit a little bit later in the day than it did. It kind of caught people by surprise, right?
Well, a little bit earlier. I mean, the threat was there, so when it happened, maybe a little bit by surprise. I mean, again, the timing yesterday when we talked about it, and when I showed you the projection, was somewhere between the 4, 5, 5:30 time range, right? But there was the initial burst of moisture yesterday was going to come through about noon, and that was starting across northwest New Jersey, well, really 10, 11 a.m., and that developed about an hour or two earlier. So everything seems to be running just a little bit earlier than forecasted, but we were expecting the atmosphere to be pretty volatile today. So, you know, timing is everything, I suppose, but hopefully that we, you know, did issue enough of a advance warning that, you know, okay, so we maybe we're running about 2 hours ahead of schedule, but still the potential was there that the atmosphere is going to be pretty volatile this afternoon.
Oh, yeah, you hit the nail right on the head last night when you guys predicted this. But, you know, when you bring up the word volatile and the volatility, you know, I've worked here in the city now 33 years. You've been here how many?
40.
40, which is unbelievable. 40 years.
Yeah, a long time.
Now, when you and I first started working here, we didn't see these type of volatile storms. We didn't hear about tornadoes. It was very rare that we heard about a tornado. And then I started covering them. It just seemed maybe about 15, 18 years ago, things started to change, and now it seems to have become a very normal thing in our area.
And I'll tell you why. What timeline did you just say? 18 years, right?
About 18 years, yeah.
When did Doppler radar come on the scene?
Was that 18 years ago?
18 to 25 years ago, when Weather Service offices started updating their radars to Doppler radar. That's when the Doppler radar is tracking the particles or the raindrops moving towards or away from the radar. So that's the whole gist of the Doppler radar, what the value of detecting the motion of the raindrops and thus leading to a much earlier heads-up time of potential shear tornado activity.
Okay.
And now again, the radars the algorithms get tripped if that happens, and so the warning automatically gets issued.
Okay.
So you're seeing more warnings happening because the radar is detecting the possibility that it's existing. Doesn't mean that we've seen the tornadoes, but you're hearing more reports of it because of the technology that has evolved over the last 20 to 25 years. And you know, when you go back in history, the amount of tornadoes in the New York area, people tend to forget, you know, we get about 3 or 4 tornadoes a year in the New York immediate area, the North Jersey, Lower Hudson Valley, Western Connecticut.
And has that been forever?
That's the
average.
average.
I just don't remember that?
Yep, that's the average. New Jersey has an average of about 12 per year. I just saw a statistic for New York so far this year. We've had 9 tornadoes, not just New York City area, because we haven't really, but in the entire New York state, 9 tornadoes have already been confirmed. There's actually a little tornado small alley when you get northwest of Albany because of the terrain-induced features that can actually enhance the potential for severe weather. So they've already had 9 tornadoes recorded for the entire state of New York. So again, whether this was a tornado today, the only way we're going to find that out is when the team from the National Weather Service goes out and examines the damage.
Right. That's right.
Right, and what they look for is, you know, as the path of what could be the tornado is the damage in the opposite direction. So in other words, were the trees blown the other way, because that would show the rotation.
Oh, the rotation of the tornado, so they would be blown in the opposite. Okay, I got you.
That's how they That's how they make the official determination that it was a tornado. Besides just the radar alerting them, or somebody saying, "Hey, takes a picture of it. There's a tornado right here." So.
Okay, so then as we stand right now, it's almost 3:25. What danger exists for our viewing area at this point? Because there is a lot of red in there.
Yes.
There's a lot of deep red, and then you got the yellow and the green.
So what we're looking at, again, the danger is going to be for more of these thunderstorms to be a problem. And again, because we do have that tornado watch, and I'll put that up again here, that covers the entire area right until 9 o'clock. So we're still going to be under the gun to watch for potential severe thunderstorms that may generate tornadoes. No guarantee that they will. But nonetheless, when you have a tornado watch, watch, the severe thunderstorms that would be generated within the watch area can still develop very damaging wind gusts, hail, small hail, the potential also for very heavy amounts of locally heavy amounts of rainfall, as we've been seeing with some of these storms, causing the flash flooding. So that's going to be the concern as we go through the next couple of hours. We haven't looked at the storm now moving up into the mid-Hudson Valley. Let's see if we can go take a look at that. This guy up here, as you head up towards Poughkeepsie and Kingston. This is the one that came out of Sullivan County. And you can see, again, Hyde Park area, some lightning strikes, purple, some very, very heavy rainfall, and kind of sliding on off to the north and east here. So they're under the gun here. Let's see if there's any track guidance available from that storm. Not really. That's still coming in from New Jersey, so that's not what we want to see. There's no little. Sometimes you'll see when I put that up, there's a little arrow that kind of tells me where things are going. But we can sort of get an idea of, if the storm's moving at about 25 to 30 miles per hour, some of these towns in the path of that, such as Millerton and Pine Plains, in the next 25 minutes or so, will be impacted by this storm as it makes its way on through the area. So that is, again, would be sort of another little concern that we would have for them.
Okay, and let's talk about the rainfall. And I just want to explain something, too, to the viewers, is I keep leaning in like this, and they may be wondering, what the heck am I looking at? I'm actually trying to look at that full map where you have all of those regions listed.
Sure.
And the tornado warning and the tornado watch, and I can't see it, so I got to lean in and squint so I can read.
Well, these do come in handy, don't they?
They do, but I think I need stronger ones.
Well, it's just, the font, the text is a little on the small side, but we're trying to fit, as much of the information that we can. Right. On the screen. So again, that's really the issue there. And so far, the worst storm that we're looking at is the one in the Morris County area. Okay. And the other one that's moving in towards Essex. Again, we'll just kind of go back into that storm because that's the one that's really creating all the havoc. And the warnings is probably still in effect. Again, we'll put the warning map up here, and hopefully that will pop up. There we go. And again, you can see that warning, same areas. They haven't changed. So this is until 3:45 as we go into the afternoon for that possibility of a tornado. One thing we watch too, Linda, is as I discussed the shear, or the wind going from one direction to another. Right. Sometimes you can see the rain gets wrapped around the tornado, and you get like a hook. It looks like a hook. And so that's another trend that I tend to look at. For example, see how right down here by the R, there's kind of a little bit of a looping there. That's just being very subtle, but sometimes it's very obvious, and you can see that would be another indication as the rain sort of, we call it, gets wrapped around the tornado. It makes this little hook. We call it a hook echo. But there's nothing really obviously here going on with that. The better way would be to look at that velocity for the shear opposing each other. Okay.
And Nick, let's talk about the rainfall here for just a moment, because again, you and I were talking about this last night. We had the torrential downpour on Saturday, which just overwhelms the system, and then you have this cascading gush of water going into the subway systems, overwhelming many of the highways, going into people's homes in sections of Queens or the Bronx or even lower Manhattan. And you had said that we possibly could be experiencing that again today with this storm system, that people could get up to 2 inches, maybe even more rain per hour. Are you still on that same trend? Yeah,
it's potentially that's the case. That it could be in that range. Let's see if we can find some rainfall rates here as we look at the Upton radar here. They're just giving me shear and velocity, so I don't have the actual rainfall rate on this map. But when you look at these the types of thunderstorms there are, yes, I mean a one inch per hour, 2 inch per hour rainfall rate is not out of the question, which is why this area, which got hit very hard on Saturday, including of course the city, Queens, we saw so much flooding there, parts of the Bronx. This area still, the ground being very saturated from that very heavy rainfall on Saturday. So it was not going to take much to create flood problems again, which is why yesterday the National Weather Service issued the flood watch for Northeast and Central New Jersey, including the New York City area, right through today, right through 2 o'clock in the morning. Again, that would be the concern for these very heavy rates of rain that's sliding through there. In fact, again, I'll see if we'll put this into motion for the last 30 minutes. You can see the way it's actually marching again towards Northeast New Jersey. Looks like it's about to clip the northern parts of Manhattan here, heading in towards the Bronx and lower Westchester. But still, here's the the trailing edge of this cluster, of this line of storms, and that's going to be coming through. We'll see if it prompts any additional warnings here in the next 10 to 15 minutes as those old warnings expire and this whole cluster continues to slide on to the east.
Right? Christina, is that what you're telling me? Okay. Nick, we're going to break away from you for just a moment here. I'm joined right now on the phone by Ryan Friedlich. He is the acting commissioner of public safety in Sullivan County, which, of course, is here in New York. Sullivan County, the southern part of New York State, it borders Pennsylvania and the Delaware River there. It's also part of the Catskills mountain region. So, first of all, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm sure you were extremely busy, but if you could get right to it for us, talk to me about what you are experiencing there in Sullivan County. Mr. Friedlich, do you have me? Can you hear me? Okay. All righty. So there's a little bit of an issue with this. We'll get back to that gentleman in just a few moments. So, Nick, I just want to go back over to you again. Let's talk about that rainfall, because when we talk about another storm, it's only Tuesday. On Saturday, we were overwhelmed by torrential rainfall, not just here in New York, but also in parts of Jersey. I saw some video coming out of Newark where the streets were flooded and cars were floating down the streets there. And so you have the ground. It is currently saturated from the rainfall on Saturday. Now, today, you get another 1 to 2 inches of rain an hour for a few hours. That rain has literally nowhere to go.
Exactly. And the problem is the drainage system, is old when those streets and sewer lines or whatever were designed. So, trying to handle those intense rainfall rates with the ground that's already saturated and the runoff happening pretty quickly, that ends up being, again, a problem, which is why everyone's been put on alert for additional flooding as we go on in through today. So, yes, that is definitely of a concern. Again, if we can put Max 2 back up there so we can take a look at the radar. You're going to be looking at that potential for additional heavy downpours, heavy rainfall coming up in the forecast.
Okay. All righty. And as far as that, I'm sorry, Nick, I'm doing a multitude of things
That's
here.
fine.
I'm looking at emails, I'm texting people, I'm also checking Slack. And for our viewers at home, what Slack is, it's like an internal email system here with Fox News, so that we are able to communicate with reporters and all Fox staff about anything that's going on all across the country where we have any of our Fox TV stations. So I'm checking that to see if there's anything new being posted here. As of right now, I'm not seeing any updates, but I'm sure that I will coming up. But Nick, when we talk about the, it's 3:32 right now, that tornado warning still is in effect in Morris County. That seems to be the one area that we're really primarily focused on at this moment. How are things looking there right now?
Well, let's go back to the radar there. We'll try to take a look at that because this is, again, our area of concern, that storm center that you said in Morris County. So this is zoomed into it here. You can see what I'm talking about. Again, the shower and thunderstorm activity here. A lot of lightning strikes going on. Let me pause the radar here and we'll turn on the track guidance and see if that's going to show, again, the same kind of issues. Oh, you know what? Let's tell you, this is a good place to zoom in and take a better look at that actual individual cell, which is in the warning cluster here. So again, this is the area from Clifton to Fairfield. We warned about that, right? If these were going to be in the path of the storm. And again, here's the new track guidance. What did I tell you? 6.5. So this now bears watching. We've crossed my threshold of the 5.5 range, so we're going to be watching very closely. It's this storm center here. And again, so you're in Boonton, Montville, Fairfield here. Again, the storm is rolling on through, potential for hail. But when that tornado index is at a 6.5, so now that is reason for concern there as that kind of slides on through. We'll check this
Hey,
cell.
Nick, can I interrupt you for just one moment here?
Sure.
When you do talk about that tornado index of 6.5, because people they're continuing to join us now. They haven't been watching, maybe some folks haven't been watching since the very beginning. Explain to us what that 6.5 index is and what that actually means.
Okay, so that is an algorithm. Again, that is from the data company that we use here. That's called the tornado index, and it's on a scale of 0 to 10. When we see it in some sort of run-of-the-mill thunderstorm, it might be in the 1.5 to 3 range. When we start to see it from my observation in the last 15 years more working with this algorithm, for me to get concerned, when it gets into the 5s or higher, that's when I get concerned, because that's when I've seen tornadoes happen in the past. And again, this is the one now, it even went up another tick mark there, 6.6. So we're in my range of caution, of concern here. And again, you can see the cities in the path of the storm, West Caldwell, North Caldwell, West Patterson. Again, these all in the next 15 minutes, which is why that tornado warning is still in effect in that area. In fact, we'll verify that that warning is still in effect, and it is. You can see it flashing here. So this is the warning that is going to be in effect until 3:45 so far. Probably with that 6.5, what I want to take a look at is to go back and take a look at the velocity data. And that might show something a little more interesting of concern here. And again, what I'm looking for is greens and reds. So far, everything is greens. Everything's going towards the radar, which means the potential, while we may not see a tornado, we may see some very strong straight line wind gusts coming down out of the storm and then hitting the ground.
Right.
You know, some people might refer to them also as like a microburst.
Oh, right. Okay.
Exactly. And those can come down at speeds of 60 to 80 miles per hour, flattening trees, power lines, that type of thing. So I'm not seeing any reds on this one. We can actually switch to the Mount Holly radar and see if it's going to be picking up there. And this looks like it's about the same. So we're not seeing any real change there. The velocity not showing any red. So that's good. We want that. But my concern is the fact that we have that tornado index at a 6.6. So that's
wait a second. Now it's up to 6.6. It was at 6.5 just a moment ago.
As we were talking, it went up another tick mark. So again, that's again of concern. There it is, 6.6 for that cell.
And anything for you over a 5 is a concern. And the reason is because the conditions, it's telling you the conditions are very ripe for a tornado to happen and form and touch down at any moment.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct. That would be that's where the guidance, as that number increases, the threat of tornado development increases as well. And again, what it does is it's actually zeroing in on one particular storm. So again, the radar is locked into what it detected as a center point, and then is putting out this track guidance, and then the algorithm, the radar itself, is analyzing the information it's getting back from it uses a couple of things. It uses the information from the radar, and it uses information that we get from actual observations, computer models, to see if the atmosphere is ripe to do something like that. So that's what that indicates. As it goes up to when it gets into that 6 range, that's a problem. Notice this is updating as we're talking. Okay, so now that one is still holding at 6.6. It's the same cell, kind of sliding on off to the north and east there as we go on through. So I would be concerned again. A tornado a lot of the time can develop on the lower flank, the southwest flank part of a thunderstorm, which is right in here, which is why you see the algorithm is kind of focused in on that area. So this is why we're going to be sort of zeroing in on this region to see if anything comes out of that. But as I said, it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have a tornado, but it does mean that the potential would be for some damaging wind gusts, hail, and very, very heavy rainfall, which we're seeing here on the map.
And again, and I just want to highlight this too, Nick, even though the parts of the storm may have blown through your area very quickly because this is a fast-moving storm, and you think that it's over, it may not be over. You could be hit with some more residual storm effects from this. I mean, it could just keep hitting you over and over and over again, so people should not think that they are out of any type of danger.
Sometimes what happens with these types of thunderstorms, Linda, is they do what's called backbuilding, where one thunderstorm breeds another one. So the outflow from the one storm actually then propagates a storm back to the southwest, and so you get we call that a training effect, where you have one thunderstorm rolls by, another thunderstorm goes over the same area. So now you got double trouble because the first one brought you very, very heavy rain, and then the second one's going to bring heavy rain on top of what you just had. So those are things we also look out for, what we call backbuilding and training, where it acts like a train, and one thunderstorm rolls over the same area, followed by another one. So that's something we're going to sort of continue to look at too in this situation, as these storms kind of slide on off to the east. And again, I'll put that into motion so you can kind of see the path that this is sort of taking here with the heavy rain and all these little lightning strikes. So notice, watch that last couple of frames of me here. I want to show you how it's sort of sort of wedging back this way. That's why that tornado index is on the high side, because we're taking a look to see if there's going to be any rotation, and would that be detected on the radar. Again, as I look at my shear markers, these are called shear markers, and I don't see any appearing, so that's a good sign. If these were to pop up, then we'd really start to be concerned that the radar is doing its job in detecting rotation in that area.
Nick, do me a favor. Talk to me about tornadoes, because when I was a teenager, I lived in Texas, and then I worked in Missouri in my early 20s, early on in my career. Both of those areas in what is called Tornado Alley. So I remember being a teenager and living in Texas, and you could see, because we lived basically in the desert. It was up in the Panhandle, Lubbock, Texas. And you could visually see miles away, because it was very flat there, the tornadoes developing in the sky and getting larger and larger, and then starting, the funnel starting to come down, and you could see it hit the ground, and I mean visually from miles away. We don't really get to see that often here, but talk to me about that and how long that actually takes for the tornado to have all the conditions that are absolutely perfect, where you can start to see it forming, and then the funnel actually start to come down to the ground.
It really depends, because it depends on the type of shear that we've been talking about, the inbounds and the outbounds, the wind going from one direction to another. Sometimes you'll see that, and the tornado tries to form, and it goes back up into the cloud. Because,
I've seen that.
Yes, because it's just not quite developed enough.
Right.
What they've done is, in recent research, they find that the rotation, we would think a lot of the times, emanates from the cloud. And a lot of the time, the rotation is actually starting at the surface, but you can't see it.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yes, and then what happens is when you see it, it's the moisture in the cloud of the tornado itself that kind of goes like that, right? But the rotation is actually, they found indication, and a lot of the times, it's actually starting at the ground, which is very fascinating information.
That is wild, because I clearly remember as a teenager watching these things develop. And again, they were miles away, and it's very flat. So you could see literally almost sometimes the next town from you, because it was so flat, and it could be 5 miles away. But you could see that the tornadoes start to form, and then the funnels start to come down, and then it would be like almost down to the ground, and it would get almost like sucked back up again.
Yes, and again,
as it continued to travel.
Exactly, and that's and sometimes you'll see them skip, right? So they do damage here, then they do nothing. They do damage here, then they do nothing. They do damage here, and then they do nothing. Again, a lot of that has to do with just the structure of the thunderstorm itself. A lot of the time, the whole thunderstorm is actually rotating, which is really fascinating. When you watch it from a distance and you put it into like a time lapse, you probably can find these movies on YouTube and what have you. And the actual, these are called supercell thunderstorms. And the whole thunderstorm is rotating around and around. And then out of that little back part, the southwest part of the thunderstorm, out pops the tornado. But the whole storm itself is rotating. When you see that, you know you're in big trouble, because that means that the atmosphere is ripe for that type of development. So I'm not seeing, I zoomed in here, I wanted to see if this little, remember we talked about the hook? See this little thing going on in here? So I just wanted to see what's going on. I put the track guidance on, but there's nothing there. Again, we can sort of go to the velocity mode. Once again, I want to just make sure that we're not seeing anything of concern. That's all green, so that's fine. Fine in the sense that we're not seeing any rotation. Then we'll put the shear markers on here. We can see if there's any good shear going on. A little bit of shear reported there by being analyzed there by Florham Park, but and the 1 hour. So this is the shear that's been going on that the radar has been detecting in the last hour. These little green markers. So what that means again is notice we have a little green and a red here. So that's a bit of a concern. This could just be indicative of very strong wind, very strong straight line wind hitting the ground and spreading out again in these little shear markers as we go through that time.
And Nick, when you talk, if you don't mind me interrupting there just for a moment, are we able to go back to what you were just showing us, because you had that patch of red there in the middle of the green?
Right.
Is that near, what is that, Fairwoods? Is that what that says?
Yeah, that's near Fairwoods. In fact, let's take a look at if we can. So it's telling me the actual amount of shear.
Okay.
So so try to understand this. It's 11.2 meters per second per kilometer. So roughly that's fairly significant, right? So there's the shear being detected in here, and that would be again opposite rotation. Which is why it tripped that alarm there, because it was detecting that type of shear across the area there. So that is, again, something that we were going to sort of take a look at there as far as the shear is concerned. But yeah, so that would be the concern going on there. Let's see if we can turn that guy off and clear that data. There we go. So again, you can see the activity actually in that last little hit that I went to the radar. Again, you can sort of see that kind of shifted off to these. And I'm just concerned about this little hook that's going on there, but it's not being reflected in the velocity mode. But nonetheless, this is the one that was of concern. Let's see if it slide this over to the east, and I'll turn on that track guidance again and see if a new track guidance is going to pop up. It is not, so that's some good news there. That's the radar is saying, okay, well, there's nothing at the moment there that we're going to be worried about. So again, sort of the wide view showing that the cluster is now heading into northeast New Jersey, into western sections, into lower Westchester, on up into the mid-Hudson Valley.
How quickly, because you and I have now been on the air for what, about 45 minutes maybe, how quickly now is this moving? Because it looks like the map is you know, the green, the reds, that they're moving fairly fast. Is that just my imagination, or am I correct about that?
It's moving at about 30 miles per hour, 25 to 30 miles per hour.
Okay.
Again, I can sort of put that in the animation here. This is a 30-minute loop as it slides off to the north and east here. So again, just now coming across northern parts of Manhattan into the Bronx. Got this little straggler down here, just came through, just scooted East Orange, and see how that's sort of blossoming. So that's going to probably cover the central part of Manhattan here shortly. So that, again, would be of the issue. Let's see if the warnings have changed. All right, good news. Some good news, anyway. The tornado warnings have expired. No new ones have been issued.
In Morris County?
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
The tornado warnings are over. Remember, we were expecting them to expire at 3:45,
right?
And they have. So we don't have any warnings here at the moment. It doesn't mean you let your guard down, because the yellow that you see is that tornado watch that is still going to be in effect again until 9 o'clock tonight. So again, we're not going to let our guard down, but the tornado warnings that we had earlier are pretty much out of the picture here now. So again, we're not so concerned about that being the problem as we're going in through today. So that's the good news there. But again, this is the cluster now that really has drawn concern. Earlier you and I were talking about Sullivan County.
Right.
So here's Monticello. Okay, so that's Liberty. This is all Sullivan County right in here. And that cluster now has moved on up into the Hudson Valley. There's Woodstock in the Catskills, and again, heading on down towards Dutchess County. A lot of lightning strikes is what we're sort of detecting here. So far, about 34. And this is the entire screen. That's been in the last 15 minutes, is what that lightning strike guide tells us. This storm, though, there's no warning on this storm, but it is producing very heavy rainfall, as you can see, and there still is a potential for some pretty strong wind gusts going on there. And this cluster now also has moved into Westchester County, so Tarrytown and down to the Yonkers area, getting some very, very heavy rain going on in that neighborhood. As I said, we have to keep on our guard here, because as we take a look at the wide view, there's more off to the south and west here that will be advancing towards us into the evening.
Okay, Nick, at this point, too, I'm checking various sources here. So far, I'm not seeing anything of any reports of a tornado that has touched down at this point. Doesn't mean that hasn't happened yet, but I haven't seen anything reported related to that.
Yes, I have not seen any reports of that. Like you said, that doesn't mean that it's not happening. And so that's, in fact, we can take a look at. Let's see if that's going to pop up here in a minute. No, that's the watch area. So I've not seen any of those storm reports, but then again, I've been standing in front of our green screen here to sort of tell you about what's been going on. It may take them a while to confirm if there was a tornado there, because again, this is an ongoing situation.
Okay.
So they're not going to go out there, the Weather Service is not going to go out there in the middle of the storm to take a look at the damage trail. When they do go out there, a day or two later, that's when they confirm whether or not it is a tornado. Notice again here in this graphic display where the warnings are. Again, the warning up here at Poughkeepsie, that's again that storm that we just took a look at. But these are the ones in eastern Pennsylvania which again is still yet to potentially come into our neighborhood. It did pop up. Okay, good. Let's go take a look at these. These are actual individual storm reports, which we can touch on and see. Here's a little tornado symbol, and so that's saying potentially there was a tornado there in Morris County. We talked about that.
In Troy Hills?
Yeah, that's what it's saying here. There's potential. This is from a spotter. Now, these are spotter reports.
Okay.
That if this spotter is potentially saying, well, there may have been a tornado there. It's still, again, in that tornado watch area, and that's reported at 2:43 this afternoon. So, again, the report there, whether or not that is true, we're not necessarily sure. That's just, again, a spotter report. The other thing is that we found here, if you go out further west towards Hopatcon, and there's that little tornado symbol. So at 2:10, again, potentially that was a reported tornado going on there. But again, these are spotter reports, so we can't really confirm that until the National Weather Service kind of goes out there and takes a look at them at that point as well. So,
and then the thing too, Nick, we'll start to see video because people will eventually start posting this stuff to social media, which is one of the great advantages of social media now, because people can go out, they can shoot the video with their phone, and then they post it immediately. I'm going to keep your mic hot right now, but we are being joined on the phone by Ryan Friedlich. He's the acting commissioner of public safety in Sullivan County. Mr. Friedlich, can you hear me okay?
Yep, I got you.
Oh, wonderful. Thanks so much for joining us today. So now, what are you guys dealing with in Sullivan County? What does it look like there?
So currently it's just overcast, but we, like Nick was talking about earlier, we're going through a lot of heavy pockets of rain, just torrential downpour, and clear up for a few minutes and then back to torrential downpour. But currently we're just overcast right now.
Okay, so you haven't had any reports of any tornado formations, heavy-duty winds, uprooting trees, knocking tree limbs down, nothing like that?
As of right now, I have not had any reports from my 911 center. About a half an hour ago, I checked in with them, and even call volume related to the storm, we haven't been inundated with any heavy call volumes related to the storm itself.
Wow. Okay, that's great news for you guys. What about the rainfall? Has it been heavy and lasting long? What have you been dealing with?
I would say it was maybe 5 minutes top, heavy rain, torrential downpours, and then it would stop completely. Right now, it's nothing going on. Just about 10 minutes ago, it was just heavy rain.
So that was the only thing that you folks in Sullivan County have experienced so far with this storm moving through your area, is the heavy rainfall for about 5 or 10 minutes, and that was about, what, 10, 15 minutes ago?
Yep, that's correct. I mean, it's been going on and off. Like I said, it'll rain real heavy for 5 minutes and then stop for 10, 15, 20 minutes and then come down again. So we've probably had about 4 to 5 of those sessions of heavy rain.
Okay. So have you had any indications that there has been any type of flash flooding anywhere in your county?
I haven't had any indications of any flash floodings or touchdowns or any other type of situations like that. Just heavy rainfall is what we're experiencing and what the 911 center is experiencing. And
then, so what are you folks at this point telling the people, the residents in Sullivan County?
We would just, like Nick touched on, don't, just because it stopped raining for, a few minutes or a half an hour, don't think that the storm might be over. Like Nick touched on, don't, just because it stopped raining for, a few minutes or a half an hour, don't think that the storm might be over. Because, that's what we're seeing is it's stopping for a period of time and then coming down heavy. And, it's heavy rain on top of heavy rain, so that could produce some flooding in our certain areas throughout the county, and we're monitoring it closely with the National Weather Service, and anything that we get of a major incident, we'll push that over our social media.
And so at this point, Mr. Friedlich, would you advise the people in Sullivan County to try and stay where they are, not to get out on the roads at this point?
Yeah, I think until later on tonight, when all the storm passes, I would say if you don't need to go out, it's probably better off to stay inside. Like I said, we've been getting hit with a lot of heavy rain, so that could definitely be of trouble if you're driving. Especially there's definitely areas of the county that get flooded pretty badly. So if you don't have to go out for any emergency, I would advise them to stay in for the night so we get through this.
Okay, I'm going to bring in Nick Gregory here now, too, so that the three of us can have a conversation. So, Nick, what does that say to you? Mr. Friedlich saying that so far they've just had these bursts of heavy rainfall lasting for about 5 minutes, but so far they're not seeing any local flooding and no heavy winds at this point.
Yeah, so as we look at I just moved the radar, so we're zeroed in over Sullivan County, so we could all take a look at it together. And that cluster that came through that he was speaking about, that's now again moved up towards Woodstock and moving to the central Catskill region and further to the north and east. And so we see also here no storm reports have popped up in Sullivan County. So good news, that means there was nothing too bad that would prompt somebody to issue a storm report, being either flash flooding or damaging wind gusts or whatever. As we sort of take a look at the wide view, off to the south and west there, we're moving in towards northeastern Pennsylvania. So you should be on your guard if they're still in Sullivan County, because there's another line of storms there from, again, just almost near Mount Pocono, south and west, and that is heading up into the north and east. And Sullivan County is still covered under that tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight.
Okay, so if Sullivan County is still included in that tornado watch, like Mr. Friedlich just said, at any time this could change.
Yes, I mean, some things can, the threat of severe weather is there. What we could also find is if the atmosphere calms down, that the watch would be ended before its actual time. So we'll have to see how that happens. Sometimes what we also key in on is when a round of severe storms comes through, sometimes it's enough to then, in the wake of those storms, the atmosphere becomes very stable, and then we don't get anything, and then they just start canceling the watches. But for now, again, the wide view here is going to show that that cluster is still found in eastern parts of Pennsylvania, so we're going to be on the lookout for that.
Okay. I also want to just bring up something here real quickly, because again, Nick, right now I'm looking at Slack, and one of our cameramen, excellent cameraman, Mauro Bertoli, they have him up in Westchester County. He sent in some video to the station, the Bronx River Parkway in White Plains flooding, which it traditionally does whenever we get any type of heavy rainfall. It will flood in certain areas, and you can't, oh, there we go. There's the video. You can see, look at the car.
Oh, yeah.
It totally covering where the tires are. And this happens a lot. Yeah, this is the Bronx River Parkway in White Plains. I just want to repeat that. And this is what people are getting stuck in. And this is what happens when you have that torrential downpour, where you're getting 1 to 2.5 inches of heavy rainfall per hour. I can't even believe that they backed up and now they're driving in the opposite direction. Wow.
And I came down the Bronx River Parkway at about 2:15 this afternoon. It depends where on the Bronx River Parkway. A lot of that flooding is north of the Cross County. Sometimes you'll see that in that part of the Bronx also, but sometimes you do see it further south. You get down towards Gun Hill Road. Sometimes you can tend to get some pretty intense flooding there. Again, when I came through, we were having some heavy downpours, but again, I'm not quite sure where in the Bronx River Parkway this is, but when I drove through there, some heavy rainfall, but the road was just wet and traffic was moving freely. But
yeah, what we're looking at right now, Nick, is White Plains.
Okay, so there you go.
Mauro was up there and he shot this video from there.
Very prone area up by as it approaches White Plains. That area is very well known to be one of the flooding areas that flood, and so it's no surprise that we're seeing this video. Of course, the other roadways that tend to get a lot of flooding, Sprainbrook Parkway, that's another troublemaker. The Sawmill Parkway,
right.
Those tend to flood as well.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see how they have fared, because the heavy rain is right on top of them now. So they're getting that very heavy rain at the moment.
So this situation there is going to get worse. Okay, Nick, hold on here just a moment. Joining me right now is Deputy Westchester County Executive Joan McDonald. Joan, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Do you hear me?
I do.
Wonderful.
I do.
Hey, thank you so much. I know you guys are dealing with a lot up there right now. Thank you for joining us. So do me a favor, talk to me about what you are seeing in Westchester County. We just saw some video that one of my colleagues, Mauro Bertoli, cameraman up there, he shot this video. It's in White Plains, the Bronx River Parkway. It's an area that usually floods, like many areas along the Bronx River. But in addition to that, what else are you folks dealing with?
Sure. As your other guest just said, it changes almost minute by minute. Sometimes it's quiet, sometimes it's thunder. Right now it's heavy rain in White Plains. We are under the same tornado watch as the other counties until 9 o'clock tonight, and a flood watch until 2 o'clock in the morning, and also flash flood warning until 6:45. I'm going to use my notes because I have the latest road closures, which could be updated in the last 5 minutes. Route 100C, Grasslands Road, is closed between Legion Drive and Virginia Road. It's a partial road collapse. So I think that is one of the things we're seeing more frequently now, is with this heavy, intense rain and the saturation, we're seeing some of these sinkholes and road collapses. There's a sinkhole on 684 northbound, north of exit 6A, New York 22 to New York 138. That's Golden's Bridge area. The left and center lanes are blocked southbound, and the left lane blocked at milepost 20.6. We have flooding and road closure on the Taconic State Parkway, both directions between Lakeview Avenue and Mount Pleasant, and Commerce Street and Mount Pleasant. All 4 lanes are blocked. And that's some people confuse with the Bronx River Parkway, but it is in fact the Taconic. Oh, there's the warning on my phone.
Okay, what's the warning that's coming across?
The flash flood is in effect in this area until 6:45 p.m.
Okay, so and then if you could repeat. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you want me to repeat the Taconic Parkway closure?
I wanted you, if you could please, the partial road collapse that you are experiencing and the sinkholes, because you said that you are experiencing those today, and that this is now becoming a trend with these volatile storms and the excessive amount of rainfall that we have been experiencing in recent years. So talk to us about what you're dealing with that today, right now.
Sure, it comes with the oversaturation of the road work, and then the asphalt and the concrete and whatever the roadway material is, it starts to give out. So there is a partial road collapse on Route 100C, also known as Grasslands Road, between Legion Drive and Virginia Road. There is a sinkhole on I-684, which is the interstate, northbound, north of exit 6A, which is in the Golden's Bridge area, so northern Westchester, around New York 22. So those are new phenomena that we are seeing as a result of this heavy, heavy rain right today. And then there was heavy rain on Saturday, which is not totally dried out. We also have... Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say to you about the partial road collapse there on Route 100C, and which is known as Grasslands Road, and then also a sinkhole at I-684 northbound, which is north of exit 6A in northern Westchester County. That obviously huge chunks of both of those roads now closed off.
Correct. It's in the northbound direction on 684, which is a major commutation route. It is the left and center lanes of the 3 lanes, so that leaves just 1 lane remaining open.
And then do you have any people stuck there? Do you know? Because it's not like the road was totally empty. What is it that you're dealing with there? Are people stuck?
Not that we're aware of at this time. Traffic is moving slowly, which they should in the weather, but they should really stay in place as much as they can.
But on those 2 roadways that you're talking about on Route 100C, no one is stuck there in that area right now because of the partial road collapse?
Nope, not that we're aware of right now.
Wow, you guys really got lucky with that one. The same thing with the sinkhole.
We did.
Yeah, the same thing with the sinkhole
on 684.
Yeah, no one's stuck there either.
Nope, not yet. So we don't. That's why we are encouraging everybody to stay in place to the extent that they can, and let the road crews do their work.
Right. At this point, what time did that heavy torrential rainfall start for you folks?
It started around. It was really much a stop and start. It started around noontime, and then it would rain very heavy for 15, 20 minutes, and then it would stop completely, and then it would start again a half an hour later. So it really is, and I'm not a weather expert, but it really is the rolling storm. So it comes and it goes. And it's raining very heavy right now in White Plains.
And do you know at this point how much rainfall has that you've gotten there?
We have not had an indication from the National Weather Service how much has fallen to date.
I would imagine that this is a very difficult thing for officials to deal with because we have these massive volatile storms, a tremendous amount of rainfall. It overwhelms the system, and then it starts to break down the infrastructure. You're talking about a road collapse and a sinkhole as a result of the heavy rainfall from today, but also that heavy rainfall that we got over the weekend. You know, as an executive there in Westchester County, how do you folks deal with that at this point, and how do you help to try and prevent an infrastructure collapse in various areas in the future?
Sure, that's an excellent question, and it is what all governments are dealing with right now. As you may remember, you know, we've had the normed storms and hurricanes, Irene, Lee, Sandy, Ida just a few years ago. But what has become a more frequent phenomena are these intense, very condensed time period storm bursts where the rain comes in very quickly, and as you were mentioning, 1 to 2.5 inches an hour, and it really stresses the system. It stresses out. Fortunately today, not high winds, so that we don't have to deal with. But we've had power outages. We're starting to see these sinkholes. And what we do proactively is we inspect roads and bridges and deal with them in a maintenance perspective every year. But then there's unavoidable. These sinkholes happen, and we get our crews out as soon as we can, as long as they're safe. We do not send county employees or our contractors out if they're unsafe conditions. Just like when there's a power outage, the utilities don't send their crews out until it is safe for them to address what might be live wires. And I heard with the prior guest when they said some people were on the Bronx River Parkway near the county center, and the water is over their tires. Right. We implore you, do not go into water where it is too deep. It is dangerous for yourself. It is dangerous for your passengers and others as well. So the best advice right now is for people to stay in place until this passes through. It may not be as quickly as everybody wants it to, but it will pass through.
Right. And I just want to remind our viewers here, because I'm sure people are starting to join us who maybe weren't watching 5-10 minutes ago, but right now I'm talking live with Westchester County Executive Joan McDonald about the flooding that they are dealing with up there. They have received a lot of rainfall. It started around noontime today. Some of the roadways up there already flooded. The Bronx River Parkway in White Plains is flooded. You can see, wait a second, I know we have that video, but that has been flooded as well. So, Executive, I just wanted to ask you a couple more questions, because in dealing
Sure.
with these volatile storms, how is it that you can prepare? What is it that counties can do? What are you talking about at this stage of the game to help reinforce your infrastructure, the roads? Because it doesn't look like these volatile storms are going to stop happening. They seem to be getting worse and worse every year, and that we have more of them.
We are seeing more of them. A lot of what we do is routine maintenance, which is making sure that the culverts are cleared of debris. And when it's a fast-moving storm and after high winds where limbs are down and there's a pileup of leaves and foliage, we have to make sure that we keep our culverts and our drains clear, because what's most important is that the water can drain through those drains. So that's ongoing, everyday maintenance, and we do that all the time.
And
we test.
Yeah, this is Nick Gregory, and I wanted to ask you a question. Again, I'm a Westchester.
Hello?
I'm a Westchester resident, and we just saw the Bronx River video, the notorious areas on Sawmill that flood, and also in.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Hello.
Wait a second. Can Nick?
Yep.
Nick's mic is hot.
you.
Can you hear? You can hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Executive?
I can hear you.
You can't
Yes,
hear me.
I can. I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, great. So my comment was that I've been a long-time Westchester resident, and we just discussed and saw a video. The Bronx River Parkway flooded again. Sawmill River, Sprain Brook, all notorious for this. Is there a plan to at some point do something to alleviate that? Because it seems that it's just become commonplace over decades that those roads will flood, and usually the same place.
That is true, and all of these beautiful parkways are built, have been built, dozens of years ago, almost 100 years ago, near our rivers. And at the time, there was not the same traffic, there was not the same wear and tear. So we are always looking at ways to make investments. We do look at some flood mitigation. We're working with our DPW staff to see what we can do there. In many instances, they are extremely costly improvements to do flood prevention. But we look at ways to dredge the riverways, the streams, and keep the manholes and the culverts cleared, and then do whatever roadway enhancements we can put in place.
But when you talk about that, Executive, can you get into more of the nitty-gritty detail? Because it does require a lot of money. And there's only so much taxpayer dollars that you have. Right,
Yep.
right. So specifically, what needs to be done? So the average person sitting, even this is what I always say to people when I do interviews. Talk to me like I'm a 12-year-old. Explain it to me so that the average 12-year-old can understand. So what is it specifically that you can do? And Westchester County, by the way, is not the only county dealing with this. There are many counties around this country dealing with this issue now.
Absolutely.
So specifically, what is it that you folks can do, but you just don't have the amount of money needed in order to do it?
Well, I'm not an engineer, so let me make that clear right up front. But some of the measures that I know our engineering folks take a look at are adding additional drainage, adding additional lanes, which we're in parkland, so we can't do that. So we have to look at ways to bolster up the sides of the roads where there is available land. It is a challenge, but those are some of the things that we do. We look at making sure that the bridges that are over the waterways have enough clearance so that the water, which goes downhill, can go from the start to the finish. And it's making those areas under the bridges, the underpasses, as large as we can, so the rushing water can go through.
Okay. Again, we are speaking with Westchester County Executive Joan McDonald, talking about the situation.
I do need to correct you. It's Deputy County Executive.
Oh, Deputy County Executive.
Yep, Deputy County Executive. Our County Executive is unavailable today.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We really do appreciate it. And I gave you a promotion today.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Stay safe.
Thank you very much. You as well.
Yep.
And I just want to reiterate here, what she had told us is that there is a partial road collapse at Route 100C, which is the Grasslands Road area. And also there is a sinkhole on I-684 northbound, which is north of exit 6A, which is in northern Westchester County. But she did say nobody is actually stuck on those roadways. At this point, they have no word of anybody being stuck. So, Nick, I want to bring it back in here just to bring us up to speed on what the latest situation is out there as far as the tornado watches, because as of 3:45, 5, all the tornado warnings had expired, correct?
That's right. That's correct. And again, I've been sort of sitting here in front of our animating radar here. So as far as I know, nothing new has popped up, but we'll take a look at that as we'll take sort of the wide view here, and we'll put up the watch and warning map and find out, again, that I know the tornado watch is going to appear in yellow, but so far, again, there are no flashing boxes here, right? So that's the good news, that we have no warnings, ongoing warnings at the moment. But that's not to say that, like, this particular storm is not producing some heavy rainfall, and you can see there's more in the pipeline here, sliding up from the south and west. This area we spoke of earlier, we were talking to the gentleman from Sullivan County. It's headed right there, and this area is also headed to the area we were talking about earlier. Eventually we'll get in towards Morris County, it's coming up through Warren, Hunterdon counties, and further south. So that's, again, going to be our concern. But there are no warnings ongoing at the moment, so that's the good news. The issue, again, is what's happening with this cluster. This still seems to be the worst cluster of all right here. So we'll zoom back on into Westchester with a very heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning strikes going on, again, in the neighborhood of somewhere around 110 now. So that's really increased. Again, this is lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes. So you can see they're covering now, moving into western parts of Fairfield County in Connecticut, up to Bedford, Mount Kisco area here in New York, and extends down even in towards the Bronx now, getting clobbered. Lower Westchester, it seems that it's just scooted away from Manhattan and just strafing the northern part of Queens here. Again, as this cell kind of moves on off towards the north and east. So we had that in the animation here moments ago. So this seems to be the worst cell that we're watching, producing, again, the very, very heavy rainfall. And Linda, you can only imagine what this is doing to airport delays at the area airports. I got to look at another map here in a minute to update you on that. But, you know, when you have these types of thunderstorm outbreaks, what they do is they block the arrival and departure corridors, so you can get these extensive delays that can go 1, 2, 3 hours when you have these types of severe thunderstorms rolling through.
You know, you're talking about the airports. One of our colleagues, her husband is away on business. I think she said he was in New Zealand last night, and he was supposed to fly back this morning, or get on a plane this morning and then fly in. She was hoping he was going to be back by tonight, and I told her last night, I said, you know, that's not going to happen, because if these storms move in, it's going to shut down all air travel in our area.
Exactly. And again, look at the path here. So, you know, you have the winds out of the south today, south-southwest. So that means Newark is probably using runway 22, the parallel runways there, which will also then potentially apply to Kennedy. So the storms that have to land on that south-facing runway have to loop around. And when those thunderstorms are blocking those routes, they'll usually then either the airplanes will have to hold, or what they do is they don't leave their point of origin, and they wait till they can get a slot to get them to come in. And probably the same thing's going on. I mean, LaGuardia is probably using runway 22. Again, that's also that south-facing runway. So the aircraft have to come. Either they sort of loop around and then go down into Queens that way, or they come down from the north and head into that direction. So I'm sure we're going to find extensive airport delays because of this. And again, there's more coming up here in the pipeline. That's why I switched to the animation here, so you can see this activity continuing to slide up from the south and west. Hopefully this will not be as bad as this first round. Like I said earlier, sometimes these stronger lines come through and the air stabilizes a little bit behind them, so the next round coming through may not be quite as bad. We'll have to see. It's still early in the game with that tornado watch going until 9 o'clock tonight.
Here, Mike Hott here. Right now we have on the phone the mayor of Parsippany, New Jersey. Again, Parsippany in Morris County, New Jersey. That's the area that I'm from. The mayor is Pulkit Desai. Oh, he's not there yet? Okay, we'll get to him in just a few moments. But one of our producers just telling me in my ear that the mayor of Parsippany, New Jersey, Pulkit Desai, is going to be joining us, because that area apparently very heavy, hard hit by a lot of rainfall. You and I have been talking about this. Now, that was a major storm cell that moved through Morris County. Do me a favor, show me, if you can, with the maps right now, Nick, Morris County, that storm cell, is that the one that is now moving up through Connecticut, southern Connecticut?
Yes, exactly. So we'll zoom into that. So Morris County is right about in here, right? So there's Morristown. So that cell that came through there is now here. So it came across northern Manhattan into the Bronx, moving up into Westchester. That's the same cell. And again, we're said it was moving about 30 miles an hour. So that's about right. So that cell has moved along. There's a weaker cell behind it that's now moving through. Again, I could turn on the track guidance here, but I don't think we're seeing any issues there. There's nothing that's really appearing as far as the track guidance is concerned with that. So that's, again, positive news that it's not detecting anything too dramatic going on there with the track guidance. And again, this storm now is heading towards southwest Connecticut, and we'll see if there's any algorithms on there. It doesn't look like I'm seeing any arrows there either. So again, that's always a good sign when we're not really detecting track guidance on the actual storms themselves. However, we do want to see, though, the movement of the storms, right? So potentially, again, as we sort of go out to the east here, and let's say that storm's moving at about 25, 30 miles an hour, as we said. So the result there is, again, that these towns in Connecticut are going to get hit shortly here. Again, Wilton, Norwalk, Easton, Fairfield, all the way to Bridgeport here by about 4:50. So again, this line, that's why I drew this little line marker. This line is heading out in that direction. So be on your lookout as that storm gets a little bit closer down the road here.
Yeah, and the thing too, up in that area, because I also worked up in Fairfield County. I worked in Norwalk and lived in Ridgefield, New Haven. And so a lot of those communities that are on your list right there, they're along the Long Island Sound. So they are on the waterway. In addition, there's lots of streams that go through a lot of these communities. So they get a torrential downpour. Then you've got, again, that local flash flooding that happens.
Yes. In fact, if we want to go to, I can ask the control again, if you could switch back to Max 1, because on Max 1, I put up the flood warnings that are in effect here. Again, if you can just switch the video source here, you're going to see the warnings that are in effect here across the area. So that is, again, a concern for that flash flooding going on in the evening. The one in Westchester that we talked about earlier is going to be in effect until 6:45. And again, I guess we can't go to that source, but anyway, that is a concern. As you pointed, these streams, you get the heavy rain, you get the runoff.
Right.
Then you get like a little larger river, like the Housatonic River in Connecticut. That can tend to flood. That's usually, again, more of a bigger rain event, long-going rain event, but that's not to say that it can't flood in something like this. Right. But it's the smaller rivers and streams that really do get affected.
That's right.
With these sort of isolated downpours of that rate of 1 to 2 inches per hour.
Okay, Nick, do me a favor. Hold that thought for just a moment. But again, we're going to keep your mic hot here. On the phone right now is the mayor of Parsippany, Troy Hills. This is in New Jersey, in Morris County, Pulkit Desai. Mayor Desai, do you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir, so much for joining us. We know as you were listening to our chief meteorologist, Nick Gregory, talking about this storm, Morris County was heavily hit with a lot of heavy torrential downpours there. Can you do me a favor? And I'm from the area. I'm from Denville, so I'm very familiar with Par Hills, Troy Hills. So do me a favor. Talk to me about what you folks have experienced today. What type of damage? What are the conditions there?
We have received a lot of calls about flooded roads, stranded cars, and residents calling in for power being off, but then it's coming back on. And luckily, no trees down. We are Tree City, USA, so I'm very thankful for that. Comparatively to other towns, we have fared much better than they have.
Now, when you talk about cars being stuck, are you talking about, is it Route 46, which is a major thoroughfare in that area in Morris County? Is that what's flooded, or are we talking about side streets? And if so, are these side streets in communities that border some of the streams and the rivers? What areas specifically are we talking about?
Mostly on 46 in several areas that's always prone to flooding. By Cherry Hill Road, and the other is really by the lake communities that we have in Parsippany.
Okay, and when you talk about the lake communities, which ones specifically are you referring to?
Lake Parsippany and Rainbow Lakes.
Okay, so in those communities there, because they are lake communities, a lot of those side streets are flooded already, and cars are stuck. Is that right?
Yep, a few stranded cars. It's not a lot, but there are a few. As I said, we have fared much better than other towns.
Okay. Do me a favor, compare for me, because did you guys get really hit by the storm that happened on Saturday as well over the weekend?
Yes.
Okay.
That was really bad, that one, yes.
And when you talk about it being really bad, give me some specifics if you can. Give me some details about what you folks experienced over the weekend.
in the powder mill area, lots and lots of trees were down. I was up with the crew till 3 o'clock in the morning, observing and seeing how the cleanup is going. And then other parts of the town, power was out for days, close to 5 to 6 days. JCP&M was working around the clock, trying to restore everybody. You know, and the way they restore power is we try to restore power to the largest area first. You know, so if one area has 50 houses away and the other area has 20, we focus on fixing the area that's larger than the other.
Okay. So then the ground there, like many here in the tri-state, the ground is saturated from the torrential downpour that we had on Saturday. So again, you get this heavy rain, it literally has nowhere to go.
That is true, but since then we've had quite a good weather, you know, the heat, so I think that helped absorbing this current rainstorm that we are experiencing.
And when you talk about power outages, at this point, I think you said you don't have a specific number, but you are getting multiple phone calls about people being without power?
Yes, but then it's coming right back on. So, you know, nobody has called in saying, you know, please help me restore it. So I think it's one of those things where either with the wind, you know, the transformer goes out and comes right back on because it's not really a blown transformer. It's just, you know, power arcing.
Right. And then you're saying that you folks there in Parsippany Troy Hills, again in Morris County, that you folks are faring much better than some of your surrounding neighbors. What are you hearing from the mayors and the officials from some of these surrounding towns? I mean, are you hearing things from Denville, for example, Boonton? Are you hearing from any of these folks?
I reached out to them, but I think they're probably busy, you know, fielding calls with their OEM, so I have not heard back from them.
Okay, alrighty. And at this point, what is it doing right now? What is happening in your town right now, weather-wise?
Otherwise, I see the traffic is flowing, and you know, no major calls as far as, you know, we have to go out there and rescue anybody. So that's a positive sign.
Okay. And Nick Gregory, our meteorologist, has been talking about, even though we're no longer, or you folks are no longer under the tornado warning, there is a tornado watch, and at any point, things can change. I mean, it can turn on a dime. So what is it that you are telling the people that live in Parsippany Troy Hills at this stage right now for the rest of the day? It's now 4:25 in the afternoon.
We are giving them a standard advisory to stay indoors, use caution when you go out. So just a standard advisory from the National Weather Service and from the state of New Jersey that we are all sharing amongst towns. Tornado warning, flash flood warning, and flood watch warning. Those are the things that we are posting on all our social media pages.
Okay, so they should continue, if they have power, continue to monitor those things.
Absolutely.
Okay. I want to bring in Nick Gregory, again, our chief meteorologist. Nick, what is it that you can say to the mayor of Parsippany Troy Hills in Morris County as far as this storm cell and where it stands now and how much longer it's going to be in that region?
Well, the good news is that, again, the heaviest rain has ended, as you can see here on the map. Again, that is not of a concern. There's more activity off to the south and west, so any additional rain on top of what we had is going to be a problem. You get it here again towards Dover, reported some flash flooding there. That was at 3:20 this afternoon. So that was, again, a bit of a concern there, that flash flood situation going on. So they're still under a warning for a little while longer in that general area for Morris County. Like I said, because there's more storms trying to come up from southeastern Pennsylvania. So we say to the mayor that still be on your guard. We're not going to be out of this until later on tonight. That tornado watch also goes until 9 o'clock tonight.
All right. Mr. Mayor, do you have any questions for Nick Gregory while we have you both here?
Sure, Nick, you know, repeating the good warning for all our citizens. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. Yep. Just be on your guard. We're here to give you the coverage and warn you in advance. And again, at least between now and 9 o'clock at night, we'll be under the gun here. So make sure you all stay safe.
Yep. Everyone stay safe, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much, sir. We appreciate your time.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. That was the mayor of Parsippany Troy Hills in New Jersey, Pulkit Desai. In the meantime, Nick, I'm just looking at something here, again, that's posted to Slack. And just to remind our viewers, Slack is like an email type system that we have within Fox News where we can all communicate with one another and we can talk to each other. We can send somewhat like emails. We can share video. And one of our colleagues posted some video of Post Road. I want to show this here. You're not going to be able to see it, but this is Post Road in Westport, Connecticut. I don't know if the camera can come in really close. It's the best way that I can show it to you guys, unless somebody in the newsroom, you guys can turn this video around. But one of our colleagues shared this video. Again, it's in Westport, and it's the Post Road, which is the main thoroughfare, which is, there we go. Here we go. I'm going to do it again. Here we go. Hold on just one moment. Give me 1 sec. Here we go.
All right, yeah. And
Yep.
that was from the first storm that came through Southwest Connecticut about 2.5 hours ago, 2.5 to 3 hours ago. And they're about to get it again. So this is from that earlier storm that came through, producing that flash flooding. And again, the radar shows that they're just about to get it with this next round. There you go. You can see, again, Norwalk, Westport is, they're okay for right now. That Westport is between, there we go, hello, is between Norwalk and Bridgeport. So it's right in here. So the next round coming in is going to sort of exacerbate the damage there now after the heavy rain from that first storm that came on through. We'll see if we can find some storm reports. Pump that up here, turn that off. There we go. Yeah, there's some of the storm reports popping up here. So again, Norwalk, flash flooding there. These are all flash flood markers here. Again, up towards Wilton. Again, flash flooding there. That occurred at 12:35. That was that earlier cell that I talked about that kind of came on through. So that was of concern there. You get back here towards New Canaan. So they had it as well. Move that little marker off to the north and west. So they had flash flooding. Same storm. That was about 12:30, and now they're getting it again. On top of what they already had down by Stamford at Old Greenwich there, that was that same storm at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So you can see it's sort of adding insult to injury here now as this storm kind of slides off towards the north and east. We'll put that into motion. You can see it advancing towards through southwestern Connecticut now. But I guess the good news is that in the wake of that, behind, things are quieting down for the moment. This little cell is not really showing any signs of strengthening. This is the one now out of Morris County heading into Mountville. And so, like I said, sometimes these cells that come in behind the stronger initial storms tend to sometimes not be quite as strong. And we're hoping that's going to be the case, that the stuff that comes through now, these other little clusters, are not going to be as bad. But this bears watching. This is now eastern Pennsylvania there, paralleling I-84. So, and you can see the area of heavy rain that was up in Dutchess County. Now that's moving up towards northwest Connecticut, Litchfield County, into western parts of Massachusetts.
Okay, hey, Nick, right now we're going to bring in Fox 5's Teresa Priolo. She is live in Hoboken, New Jersey. Hey, Teresa, can you hear me? We got you?
I can, Linda. Hi.
Oh,
yeah,
wonderful. Oh, my gosh. Now, let me tell you something right off the bat. It looks like nothing is happening there compared to all the other video that we've been seeing for the past hour and a half. I mean, just the streets and the highways flooded, cars floating. What's going on?
This is the wackiest weather I have seen in a very long time. Linda, we have literally seen it all in just the last 2 hours. We have been caught in a deluge. There was lightning and thunder very, very close by. And now the sun is out. And we keep hearing that we're going to get another round of it soon. That could happen. We're in Hudson County here in Hoboken. We're ready for whatever comes our way. But I can tell you today it has felt like we have seen it all. And as I was driving here along Route 46, Route 3, passing Clifton, you could barely see in front of me on the highway. The rain was coming down so hard and the wind was really whipping. But again, right now, it is pretty calm here in Hoboken. So you might be wondering, well, then why are you here? What are you doing here? We came here to Hoboken today because when we hear of heavy rain, when we hear of flooding, you think of Hoboken. There are a few places around New Jersey that immediately come to mind. You think of Patterson, you think of certain parts of Clifton, you think of Fairfield, Route 46 West, you think of Hoboken, specifically this area, which is 9th and Madison. Now, again, right now it looks dry. And honestly, that in and of itself here is a major story because this place is never dry when it rains. This is always the spot that is completely flooded, so much so the city has poured millions upon millions of dollars into this area of 9th and Madison and also all around this area in the northwest section around the ShopRite. They built a massive resiliency park. They reinforced the storm drains and the stormwater basin underneath the roads. And actually, very interestingly, they took this specific roadway, this is 9th, and they raised it up. They actually physically raised raised the street. And why did they do that? Because at this point, Hoboken sits below sea level, so the the Hudson River is already above essentially the street level here, and everything just flows down. And so when it rains, it all comes this way. We were able to catch up with a couple of residents. We were asking them about the threat of flooding and what tonight might bring. They were all really happy to see that for the most part, the city fared okay this morning, but they are concerned about what tonight might bring if the storms intensify. So if we have that sound, I'd like to play that now. Are you anticipating that with more rain coming, this will flood later today or something along those lines?
Well, from what we're receiving from City Hall, yes, that's what they're anticipating. They're even saying possibly a tornado watch. We've never had that.
I've been here my whole life, and it floods all the time. You know what I mean? I'm uptown, so I'm a little bit more fortunate. But if you're downtown, you're screwed.
Yeah.
You really are. I mean, I hate to put it that way, but I feel bad for them.
You have to feel bad for them. I can't tell you over the last decade plus how many times I've been here in Hoboken and experienced exactly what they're talking about. The video that you're seeing right now was taken by photojournalist Paul Zimmerman. This is of Bergen County, so it's not just Hoboken that's concerned. Northern Bergen County was a mess this morning, specifically the areas of Ridgewood as well as Paramus. There was a car that looked like it was stuck in a little bit of trouble, and the rain up there this morning was unrelenting. Really, back out here live, the best thing that we can tell you is, for the most part, if I had to sum things up, I would tell you right now, it is really a wait and see, a watch and see approach here in Hoboken. The thinking here is that they're hoping that the worst is behind them, but I will leave that to people like Nick to determine if, in fact, they're going to get walloped again. Linda, that's the latest from Hoboken. Back to you.
All right, Teresa, thanks so much. And like you said, there's nothing going on there right now, but that is normally not the case, and they could get walloped at any time.
Exactly. And that is exactly what residents are saying here. Again, we can't emphasize it enough, though. The fact that this area is not filled with water, it looks unremarkable if you're not from Hoboken or if you don't come to Hoboken. But really, that's the story, because maybe that's a glimmer of hope that the resiliency efforts in the northwest part of the city have worked. They have been pouring millions, hundreds of millions into this area. I mean, if you look around, you know this, Linda,
sure.
Hoboken is still one of the hottest real estate markets in the tri-state. And yet people are buying these brownstones and these apartments for ungodly amounts, and yet their street is flooding and their cars are floating away. And so you have to think to yourself, what can be done to reinforce this area so that it is the livable and wonderful place that everybody wants it to be. But right now, people are walking around. People are out with their kids. We have a guy coming this way carrying his son. No rain boots on, no rain jackets at the he cut around us. No rain boots, no rain gear right now. People are handling it okay.
All right, Teresa, thanks so much. Obviously, the money they've put into it for the reinforcement there of that infrastructure appears to be working, at least during this storm anyway. All right, Teresa, thank you. I want to show you this video here again, so if we're able to get the camera to come in close. One of our cameramen, Dave Corporon, he posted this to Slack just a little while ago. This is the Bronx River Parkway, totally flooded here. This is in Hartsdale. You guys able to push in on that? There we go. Totally flooded. This is in Hartsdale. Hartsdale is near Scarsdale. You got Eastchester up there. And again, the Bronx River Parkway, it floods quite often when we have these heavy rainfalls. Right now, we're going to go out to Woodside, Queens. My colleague, Sharon Crowley, is out there right now. And Sharon, you and I were talking earlier because Queens really got blasted over the weekend on Saturday during those storms. I mean, there was flooding, cars floating down the street, people, their basement apartments, their first floors flooded. So now you are in Woodside right now. What is the story there today?
Yeah.
The water was knee deep here, right where I'm standing, and you can see behind me people have put their belongings out on the sidewalk there for the trash to pick up because it's gotten just waterlogged over the weekend. And that brings me to today's story, which is why they are dreading any more rain. I have a raincoat on because it has a hood, so I can throw it up real quick. We got a little bit of rain on and off the last hour or so, a little bit of thunder and lightning, and the skies got dark, but then it sort of cleared. So maybe it's past us. I don't know. You'll have to ask Nick about that. But take a look at some of the video that we shot just about an hour ago. It goes for blocks and blocks. People who have basement apartments or garages that are, where a basement might be, just got completely flooded. And this is something that happens routinely here, as many as 3 or 4 or 5 times a year. We did notice it looks like the city has come around and cleared some of the storm drains here, especially the intersection that we're standing near really floods every single time there's heavy flash flood advisories here. So it looks like they're hoping they do better this time if more rain comes here. But residents have really gotten used to living like this. But it is a shame to see all of their belongings out here on the sidewalk. And then, of course, to know that it's going to rain again. Here's what some of them had to say.
I like it because my house, it's like that, and after the street is going down, and all the water is going that way. So I don't have a basement, and I never had a problem with the water.
So just to give you a sense of how serious it is in this neighborhood, it doesn't just flood 3 or 4 or 5 times in a year, and they have to do what you saw in the pictures, which is remove all of their stuff, or some of them have put sandbags at their garage to try to keep the water from coming in. But there have been, in the last couple of years, fatalities in those basement apartments here in Queens, also in this neighborhood. So it is a big concern every time the weather forecast gets the way that it does today. So we're going to be monitoring for you and watching it. But a lot of the folks that we talked to said, they just cleaned everything out on the sidewalk and then they went to work, because this is a working class, middle class community. And I've been told by a lot of the residents here, I'll get a lot more feedback after 5 o'clock tonight when they start to come back home.
Yeah, and the thing too, Sharon, I mean, you and I have both covered this so many different times. I think it was out there, it must have been, it was either the end of May or in June. Again, torrential downpour out there, working class neighborhood. People, the water had come up to their first floors, not just the basement apartments, but up to their first floors. And I talked to multiple families in this one community. They lost everything. And so many of these folks don't have insurance. So whatever they have in their home is what they own. And when that's destroyed, they have nothing.
Yeah. And, it's, we're able to communicate pretty well, but a lot of this is a very diverse neighborhood. English is not their first language in a lot of these communities. So sometimes we talk to the kids that can speak fluent English to us to try to get a sense of what's going on. But it must be very frightening, to lose, like you said, to have to put everything out and for it to happen over and over again. And some of them not even home when it happens. So they're just hoping they get spared tonight. And we're hoping so, too.
Yeah. And the thing, too, a lot of these families, multi-generational families, you have the grandparents, the adult children, their children, and possibly even their children, living in some of these homes. And then you have entire families, generations, with nowhere to go. I mean, the city does its best to help relocate these people in addition to the Red Cross, but ultimately they have to find permanent housing because the housing that they are currently living in is now destroyed.
Yeah, and these basement apartments are the worst, Linda, in some communities, not all communities, but, that the water just goes right in there. And we've seen it happen so quickly whenever there's a flash flood or urgent warning.
Yeah. All right, Sharon, thank you so much. Sharon Crowley, my colleague out in Woodside, Queens, continuing to cover this story for us today. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will continue our special coverage today of this storm moving through our area. We'll see you in just a moment.
The hottest.
And welcome back to our special coverage of the torrential storms moving through our area, and they continue to do so at this time. Joining us right now for how New York City is preparing for the flash floods and the storms is Christina Farrell. She is the commissioner of the New York City Office of Emergency Management. Commissioner, first of all, thank you so much for joining us right now. I know you have a lot on your plate, so thank you. I do appreciate your time.
No problem.
So at this particular stage, what is going on in the city? Are you seeing cascading floods in the subway? Are you seeing flash floods? What's going on exactly, and what is the city doing?
So right now, it seems like the heaviest rain is in the Bronx. We have seen some ebbing and flowing of some flooding on some roads there. You know, water has come in, water has gone out. But we are, for the entire city, we're under a tornado watch until 9 p.m. I think every borough except for Staten Island right now is under a flash flood warning. Brooklyn and Queens are under severe thunderstorm warning. So there is a lot in the environment. Things, you know, pop-up storms could happen at any point. They could be pretty heavy. So we have an open line with all of the agencies in our Emergency Operations Center. We're monitoring impacts in real time and deploying resources as needed to address those conditions.
Okay, and I just want to point out to our viewers, because we have a split screen right now, and when you're talking, we see you, and then there's video right next to you. That video that we were showing there, it's flooding on the Bronx River Parkway in White Plains, so up in Westchester County. So you're saying that you are seeing some flash flooding going on in the Bronx right now. Are you seeing it in any of the other boroughs?
That's what's been reported is up in the Bronx. I think the storms that are coming through right now are northern Manhattan, Bronx, and Westchester, like you said. But we have flood sensors across the entire city, so we're looking at those as well as all of the first responders that are on the ground reporting in what conditions they're seeing.
And, you know, Commissioner, coming off of that awful storm that happened on Saturday where there was just flooding all over the place, what is the biggest hurdle for the city right now? You've got that. You've got the ground that's saturated, so then we get this torrential downpour. The water has nowhere to go. So at this point for the city and infrastructure, what is the biggest hurdle?
You know, really what we want is we want all the storm drains to be clear, because then it's so much easier for the rain to dissipate. And so all the agencies were out, you know, the last few days, re-clearing all those drains, all the catch basins that were impacted this weekend. But as, you know, heavy rain comes down, there can be litter, garbage, you know, dirt, things that get in there again. And so, you know, that is what concerns us when those catch basins get clogged. That's when you can see the rapid flooding. And that's where you really saw a lot of that over the weekend in Queens. So is there anything other than getting out there and cleaning out those catch basins? Is there anything else that you are doing differently? Say, for example, in Queens, where they got heavily hit over the weekend. Anything you're doing differently right now for what is happening in the city at this point? You know, so like I said, we have everyone on the open line, and we do have resources staged. So, you know, just looking rapidly, I mean, it is a large city, and so you never, you know, no two storms line up the same way. Like we saw on Saturday, it was really through Brooklyn and Queens. Right now, it's really in the Bronx. But, you know, we will be here all night. We will be monitoring this, and as soon as we see the earliest indication, we will be sending resources that way. Okay, and I also want to point out here again, we have video next to you when you're talking, the video that, so you folks at home know what this is. This is not video from today. This is that video. This was the Clearview Expressway, where the FDNY truck was going through, and the water was almost up to their window, and they were, you could see cars just floating along the Clearview Expressway. That was on Saturday. It's so far at this point, we are not experiencing anything like that. Correct, Commissioner? Yeah, no, we haven't seen those conditions yet. Okay. And we hope not to. Yeah, keep our fingers crossed, right? At this point, what is it that you would say to New Yorkers as this storm is moving through? Yeah, you know, we need to all get through this together. I mean, especially speaking to people that live in basement apartments, or if you have family or friends in basement apartments. I know there was one rescue on by the fire department on Saturday. You know, that's really who we want to talk to everyone. But, you know, it can be very, very serious if flash flooding comes in a basement apartment. So, you know, if people start to see flooding or heavy rain in their area and they live in a basement apartment, you know, they may want to get to higher ground, go upstairs, or, you know, go somewhere while the worst subsides. And, then really also just check in on family, friends, older New Yorkers, people that might need a little extra help during this weather.
And Commissioner, I've been talking pretty much for the past 2 hours about this. We went on at 3 o'clock, and we talk about it every time there is one of these torrential downpours and these storms are moving through, that the storms become more frequent, more volatile, we tend to get more rain. What is it that the city specifically can do to improve the infrastructure here to prevent a lot of this flooding that we experience pretty much every single time we have one of these storms?
Yeah, I mean, the city is, Department of Environmental Protection, Department of Transportation, parks. They're looking at a lot of green infrastructure, places, like you said, that the rain can go, so it doesn't just wash off into people's homes and things like that. It is a big effort across all of government. And, while we fight these individual storms, like you said, we need to look at the larger picture, how we can quicken those infrastructure projects so we can, get things in place to help everybody to not have these large impacts.
And ma'am, I would imagine right now it is all hands on deck throughout the rest of the night there at OEM.
Yeah, for sure. I'm in the watch command here. It's full. Everybody's working. This is where we send Notify NYC from. If we have to do other messaging, it'll come from here. And then in the room next to us, the Emergency Operations Center, we have folks on the open line talking with all the other agencies, coordinating the resources. So we'll be here as long as the threat of the severe weather is here.
Okay. And Commissioner, is there anything else that you would like to share, get across with New Yorkers that I haven't asked you?
I would say two things. First of all, never drive into flooded roads. If you see the water, even if it doesn't seem that deep, like you said, it can get deeply quickly. So, really that is, something people should really avoid doing. And the second, of course, is to sign up for Notify NYC. If you haven't already, you can text Notify NYC to 692-692 and get alerts on all of this happening today and every day right on your phone.
All right, Commissioner, thank you again so much. I do appreciate your time. I know you are extraordinarily busy right now, so thank you again.
No problem. Stay safe.
Thank you. You as well. That was Christina Farrell, the Commissioner of the New York City Office of Emergency Management. All right, Nick, I'm going to bring you back in right now. What is the latest of what's going on? The tornado warnings expired at 3:45, so that was good news. But we still are seeing some areas that are dealing with some flooding. Most of the area is not so far. But just bring us up to speed, if you would, please.
Sure. Yes, the tornado warnings have expired. And again, as we go on into the evening time frame, that's going to still be an issue because we still have our tornado watch. Okay, if we can switch back to now Max 1, since we're switching video sources here. So as we go on into the evening, again, this is the loop on the radar. You can see the heavier storms are going into the southwestern part of Connecticut, and more scattered showers and storms are making their way now into eastern Pennsylvania, moving on up into central New Jersey. So we'll be on the lookout for that. Again, if we can switch to the other source here, Max 1, that would be great. And we can take a look at some of the warnings that are still up. We have some flash flood warnings that are posted across much of the immediate New York City area and up into the lower Hudson Valley, southwest Connecticut. And there we go. There's the source. You can see these little flashing boxes. These are the warnings. And again, those warnings are going to continue. I got to just check one more thing on the graphic system. You can see those flashing boxes. Those are all flash flood warnings. They are going to exist until some go till about 6:30, some go to about 6:45. So we're going to be concerned of that to be an issue. Now, that's really more the concern at the moment is the potential for that flash flood situation to occur versus any other tornado activity, although we do have some of those stronger storms trying to come in from the south and west. So that's something, again, we'll be on the lookout for. We'll take a look at the wide radar again in just a moment. Now, the warnings also extend up further to the north. Again, you can see here, got a bit of Poughkeepsie. That warning goes till 7 o'clock, and this is now moving into Sullivan County. That's going to go until 7 o'clock. That's with a new round of storms coming in. And now as we head on in towards Long Island, this is 7:30, western Suffolk County into parts of Nassau County, southwest Connecticut. That warning goes till 7:15. And the rest of the area, I think it's going to be expiring a little bit sooner than that, 6:15 there in Passaic. And I think that's close to Manhattan. Well, they extended it, actually. That's Kings County and Brooklyn up into the Bronx. That's going to go 6:45 till about 7:15 or so. All right, here's the radar, the wide view. And again, so this cluster of storms has definitely weakened. You can see it's not quite as expansive. A lot of it's over Long Island Sound, but it's kind of drifting over the North Shore. Here's the next round that's trying to come in from the west. Again, that will advance on to the east, so we'll be on the lookout for that. that as these showers and storms kind of make their move from that general direction. So let's go on and take a look at the animation, and you'll see the trend. This is why earlier we were talking about Sullivan County sort of had their storm threat, got quiet for a while, but the next round is coming in. Same deal here. As we had Morris County, a lot of those areas were hit pretty hard. So that area now is going to be under the gun. Actually, a little further to the south here, we're getting down towards Edison with some thunderstorms going on there. So that's going to be of concern. Track guidance really is not showing all that much. We can take a look at this guy down here in Edison, and we'll see what it's saying. Again, the potential is in the next 30 minutes or so, you get to New Brunswick, Milltown, East Brunswick. Again, the potential there for some strong storms heading down towards Piscataway. The guidance on that storm is not all that bad. Earlier we were talking the BTI, that's the tornado index, goes from 0 to 10. We were in the 6s with the storm that went over Morris County earlier, and I get nervous with anything that's over a 5. So that put my alarm on, and we were looking to see if there was any damage. There were actually 2 spotter reports, potentially a tornado, but they're not going to. That's got to be confirmed by the National Weather Service. Just because we get tornado warnings on the map, it doesn't mean that a tornado's happening. It means that the radar has detected that there may be some shear or wind direction that's changing direction from one side to the other. In other words, one going towards the radar, one going away from the radar. When it's a 2.4, that's not all that bad, so we're not all that concerned when you see that type of deal. Storm reports, again, we'll see a lot of them in here. We'll try to zoom in on those to show you a lot of that is flash flooding, again, as we come on down close. This was that one tornado report here as you got to Troy Hills, and that was at 2:43 this afternoon. And the other one here west of Hapatcong in New Jersey, that one by Stanhope at 2:10. But a lot of the area, you see these little houses with the water on them, that's all flash flooding. Northeast New Jersey, extending into lower Westchester, they got hit pretty good here in Valhalla at 3:49. Again, flash flood conditions there. Extending in towards parts of New Jersey. This was also that same cell that went in at about 4:10 over Hackensack. Flash flood conditions there. And again, from earlier in the day, when the storm went through Connecticut, these flash flood conditions happened at 12:45 in the Norwalk area. Flash flooding reported there. Going further westward towards Stamford and Old Greenwich, they had flash flooding earlier on in the afternoon. So that has been a concern across that region as well. So that's sort of the situation going on into the evening. We're going to track these showers and storms. Again, the tornado watch is still in effect. It's going to go until 9 o'clock tonight. That's, again, covering everybody in yellow here. So 9 o'clock tonight, the tornado watch remains in effect. Southwestern or western parts of Connecticut. It does include New York City, and it goes all the way down to the Jersey Shore. Oh, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning just popped up. That goes till 5:45. So just about 50 minutes from now, that's the storm cell that we were just sort of looking at there, moving towards Edison. So we'll be on the lookout for this to produce a potential heavy rainfall. Could be some small hail and damaging wind gusts as that storm kind of rolls on through, while this next cell kind of strays the north shore of Long Island. Oh, here's a new warning that popped up. That's going to expire at 5 o'clock for portions of northwest Suffolk County. So there you go, Linda. That's up to the minute as these storms roll on through.
Yeah, so we're talking about Middlesex County there in New Jersey, which is just above the Jersey Shore area. It's just above where that begins. So that's where that warning just popped up.
The warning is here. Yep, that's the warning again. It goes till 5:45.
Okay. All righty, Nick, thank you so much. We're going to be seeing you in just a few moments. For right now, folks, we're going to take a quick break. And after the break, the 5 o'clock news will continue our coverage of the volatile storms moving through our area. Thank you for staying with us today. Be safe. The 5 o'clock news is starting in just a moment.
O'Clock News.
Good evening, I'm Natasha Verma.
And I'm Steve Lacey. We are following breaking news as we come on air tonight. Severe weather taking over the tri-state with flash flood warnings and a tornado watch in effect for New York City until 9 o'clock tonight.
A lot going on, so let's get right to Chief Meteorologist Nick Gregory for the latest on the storm's path. Nick, what can you tell us?
Okay, I'm just updating the graphics here to let you know again what we're looking at, and one of those areas is the concern is the flash flood warning. That's an ongoing issue now for about another hour and a half. All those flashing green boxes are flash flood warnings that are in effect. Some of them going till later on this evening here. This one's going to go till 7:30. That's for Nassau into parts of Suffolk County. Headed to the city here, Queens, Brooklyn, Manhattan, up into the Bronx, Lower Westchester. That goes till 6:45 to about 7:30 as well. These are new ones that have popped up here. Morris County has a little line of rain going through, so that flood warning goes till 7. And then up north towards Poughkeepsie in Dutchess County, there, same thing, 7 o'clock, and then along with Sullivan County as well. Here's the radar. The latest stronger storm is off to the southwest here. The cluster that really hit the area hard is now weakened. It's located here in southern Connecticut, kind of going over the north shore here of Long Island. But it's the one down here by Edison. That's been the one that is of concern now because it's also been producing a warning situation there. Again, you can see the showers and storms kind of just southwest of Edison to Rocky Hill. And that area was under a severe thunderstorm warning, and it still is. That warning is in effect now until 5:45, again, as it heads on off to the east, and will be affecting a variety of areas here. We're going to see if we can put the track guidance on it, see if we have something on it, and we do. Again, you can see, oh, disappeared. Anyway, those storms, this storm itself sliding eastward, so, you know, East Brunswick, eventually heading towards Perth Amboy and Spotswood. You'll be under the gun here shortly as that thunderstorm cell heads into your neighborhood, so we'll be on the lookout for that. Next cluster is just about to sort of scoot across Sussex, New Jersey there, Sussex County, and that's heading up off to the north and east. But it looks like this next round is not going to be quite as severe, and that happens sometimes. You know, the first big round comes through, the atmosphere stabilizes a little bit behind that, and even though we do have some showers and storms, we're still going to be on the lookout because the tornado watch you see here goes on until 9 o'clock. That covers the entire area, pretty much right on in through, again, the evening time frame here. So that includes western Connecticut. It still includes the city, right down to the shore and extending westward into eastern sections of Pennsylvania, all covered up by that tornado watch that is in effect. Let's see this storm that's moving in now across if we can get to it here, the northern sections of Sussex County, New Jersey. And those showers and storms are likely to continue to be an issue as they head towards Sullivan County, even Orange County there as well. This storm itself, again, producing some locally heavy rainfall, just about to go into the Port Jervis area in New York. They got hit a little hard earlier. The area that got hit really the hardest was sort of located across central parts of New Jersey. In fact, we're going to put up some of the storm reports here, and you're going to see what I mean. Some of these areas, again, flash flooding that was going on across sections of northern New Jersey. And notice these couple of symbols right in here. This was a potential tornado as you head towards Troy Hills. It's unconfirmed, but these are spotter reports. So someone potentially said, hey, I think I saw a tornado here, and that was at 2:43 this afternoon. Hopatcong, same kind of deal, is really more towards Stanhope. Again, these have to be confirmed by the National Weather Service, and they'll go out there and take a look at the damage on the ground, and if they see any kind of twisting, in other words, the tornado moving in this direction and the damage pointing in this direction, that gives them a confirmation that that was a tornado. If you see the damage report showing that everything, or the trees kind of fell in one direction, those are straight line wind conditions or microbursts that come out of these storms. So that's a concern there. And then you can see all these other little houses with little flooding markings. These are all flash flooding, and this all occurred here. We had one round that came through at about noon to about 1 or 2 o'clock and moved into southwest Connecticut, and then this round really happened here in just the last hour. Again, the flash flooding there as you get towards Elmsford. That was at 3:48, extending on up into the mid-Hudson Valley, so those were all of a concern there. So that shows those flash flooding issues. I want to put this, let me tell you what, we'll go to the next picture here. I want to put this into motion, and you can see what I mean. This cluster weakening as it moves into central Connecticut, so we're just going to keep an eye on these two areas off to the west as they slide on through. like I said, you can see it's not quite as impressive as that earlier round that came through. Got a fair amount of power outages going on. You can see that here as you move into parts of northern New Jersey. Again, the power outage map showing that anywhere from 1,500 folks affected there, moving in towards parts of Westchester, southwest Connecticut, about 1,500 people without power. That's where the bigger storms hit. I mean, we went up to Sullivan County. They got hit hard, but they're only reporting about 100 people without power. So, yes, it has been affecting the area. So far, the biggest issues have been the flash flooding that has taken place. There were some reports of potentially some small hail. I've yet to see any confirmation of that going on. But as we head on into the evening, Steve and Natasha, we're going to be sort of taking a look to see how much of that damage actually did occur and how much more is yet to come.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Nick. And one of the areas being hardest hit tonight is Westchester County.
And Fox 5's Richard Jacobs is live in White Plains. Richard, what are you seeing right now?
You know, Natasha and Steve, these storms moved in fast, so fast that much of the trouble spots in Westchester County that normally flood are underwater tonight, like the Bronx River Parkway here in White Plains. That remains closed tonight from down in Yonkers at the Sawmill River Parkway all the way up here to the county center in White Plains. It's not passable tonight, and we're not sure when it will reopen. Where I'm standing right now, actually, it would have been normally pavement where cars would be able to pass through. And there was one car a little while ago who tried to do just that. In the middle of all of this rain, you could see this driver appeared to ignore the road closed signs and tried to drive his car through about 3 to 4 feet of water here in White Plains. Finally, he bailed and he pulled off. He tried to get up a hill, but his wheels were spinning. He realized he couldn't do it, so his only option was to put the car in reverse and somehow managed to drive back into the water, and he ultimately got out of here. We don't know how he did it. There are still plenty of issues throughout the county tonight. Westchester County officials telling us there is a partial road collapse that they're dealing with right now along Grasslands Road in the town of Greenburgh near the Elmsford area. A sinkhole on I-684. This has been since about 2 o'clock this afternoon. That's northbound, north of exit 6A near Katona, adjacent to Route 22. The right lane is the only lane that remains open tonight. The county is still urging drivers, even though you don't see any rain falling right now, and we'll give you another live look at the Bronx River Parkway, remain indoors, avoid unnecessary travel with all of these road closures. Drivers should never attempt, they say, to drive through flooded roadways or around barricades, and avoid those flood-prone roads like this one, because, you know, you could be driving in part of the Bronx River and all of a sudden come to a road closed sign, and then you don't want to try like that other driver did to wade through that water. So please keep your emergency weather alerts on. We got a few of them here while being in White Plains telling us to seek shelter because there was lightning and tornado watches in this area. That is all, as Nick had said, seemed to subside, at least in this part now. But as this water starts to hopefully recede, we're not sure yet. We've reached out to the county police to find out when they'll open some of these roads. We're just not sure yet. So we'll continue to update you. We're live in White Plains tonight, though. Really hard hit White Plains. Richard Jacobs, Fox
Don't
5
take
News.
the chance and drive through that.
Yeah,
no
listen
chance.
to the officials. They know what they're talking about. What a mess behind you, as you just showed. All right, we appreciate it. Thanks, Richard. And joining us now on the phone, Bergen County Executive James Tedesco.
Mr. Tedesco, thank you so much for joining us. What can you tell us about the storms that rolled through there earlier this afternoon? James, can you hear us?
I can.
Tell us a little bit about the storms that rolled through there earlier this afternoon. How did it go?
We had a lot of rain. I'm going to say 2 to 3 inches an hour. We have a lot of flooding. We have a lot of flooding in the area, localized flooding. A lot of lightning, and it got dark. It was black for quite some time. We're here in Hackensack at the county seat and up 5 stories, and it was quite a show here. But fortunately, things have died down, and water hopefully will start to recede. But we have a lot of areas that have a lot of localized flooding. We're bracing for the latent water as it comes down out of Rockland County and things like that. We have the rivers, Hackensack River, Saddle River, and the Round Pole River that we want to watch to make sure that we don't have some flooding. The traditional areas in Hackensack, Englewood, Teaneck, Lodi, there's flooding in all those areas. A lot of streets closed. But no injuries, and very few power outages.
That is good news.
Yeah, that's good news so far. I mean, what's your word of advice for people who live in the area? What would you like them to hear right now?
Yeah, well, first of all, if you're driving, please be careful about driving through water. We just watched a news clip of somebody trying to drive through the water. We tell people all the time, don't do that, especially if you have an electric car. Be real careful. But the folks that live around the rivers, the streams, the brooks, tributaries, we're encouraging them to watch to make sure that they don't see a sudden rise. That's what happens. You know, we get this torrent of water that comes down from the north, and it raises up and goes over the banks, starts to flood the neighborhood. So we're telling people to be careful about that. The flood watch here will stay in effect until probably early morning. So we have some time to go, and they were telling me that we can expect another round of rain in the next, probably within the next hour or so.
Yeah.
So we want to be careful and make sure that people are just aware of what's going on and that they take the precautions they should. But we see that people always don't listen, right? That person that drove through that. So you try to tell them what not to do, but sometimes people just want to try to think that they know more, and it gets them into trouble. And that, what it does, it puts emergency responders, it puts everybody else, in danger. And that, that's what we're trying to prevent. So we ask people to do the right thing, stay off the roads, right? If you don't have to travel, don't travel, and stay away from any wires that are down, and the normal things. But here in Bergen County, it's rush hour, so we have a lot of traffic, and it's slow moving right now.
Yep. All right. So people hopefully heading home and then staying there once they get there. Obviously, stay off the roads. It is a tough situation. You mentioned all the rivers in your area as well. All right. James Tedesco, County Exec in Bergen County, New Jersey. We appreciate your time. We know you're busy tonight. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Be safe.
All right. More Fox 5 severe weather coverage coming up when we come back. Stay with us.
This afternoon, there were tornado warnings in parts of New Jersey.
All right, those have since expired, but a watch does remain in effect. Teresa Priolo is live in Hoboken with the very latest there. And obviously, people know what it's like to be flooded in Hoboken. It happens all the time, Teresa.
Yeah, they see the rain and they know exactly what that means, Steve and Natasha. Speaking of the rain, it just started again here in Hoboken. Earlier today, it felt like we had experienced every type of weather that the great Northeast had for a summer season. We saw rain, we saw intense winds, we saw deluge, we saw sun. The rain is back right now. We are joining you here from the northwest side of Hoboken. This is the area in which the city has poured a ton, and I mean a ton of resources, hundreds of millions of dollars, into attempting to make this area more resilient to the rains when they come. So this is the area of 9th and Madison. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see it. This area in particular, you see people driving because it's business as usual. People are going about their day. They survived the earlier weather this morning, no problem. They are bracing for what is going to come later tonight. But this area on 9th Street specifically, the city spent a few months raising the street to make it higher off the ground so that the flooding wasn't nearly as bad here. About a block or two away, they also put in a massive resiliency park with underground stormwater storage. They repaved other streets. They also installed flood walls. The big thing here, and every Hoboken resident will tell you this, is that because they're so close to the Hudson, because they're below sea level, there's simply no place for the water to go. So when the rains come, it just simply flows all downhill, and that's why this area is underwater. People told me on Saturday this area alone had 3 feet, 4 feet of water. That's what they're saying. So it really was pretty intense, and they're used to that. Here are some Hoboken residents that we talked to and what they had to say about the flooding. Are you anticipating that with more rain coming, this will flood later today or something along those lines?
Well, from what we're receiving from City Hall, yes, that's what they're anticipating. They're even saying possibly a tornado watch. We've never had that.
I've been here my whole life, and it floods all the time. You know what I mean? I'm uptown, so I'm a little bit more fortunate. But if you're downtown, you're screwed.
Yeah.
You really are. I mean, I hate to put it that way, but I feel bad for them.
Now, you just heard from the Bergen County executive a short time ago, but here is some video of Bergen County. Earlier this morning, it was just a mess, especially in the area of Ridgewood and also around Paramus. There was a car that had some problems in the floods, as well as the rain up there just being unrelenting. Basically, the bottom line here in Hoboken is that they're really in a wait-and-see approach. They're hoping that this is nothing more than a passing band, but they do know what it's like when it floods here. They're hoping that doesn't materialize tonight, but they'll see. That's the latest from Hoboken tonight. Steve and Natasha, back to both of you.
Yeah, important to be ready for it. All right, Teresa, thanks so much. Well, parts of Queens are bracing for more flooding after being hit particularly hard during severe weather that happened over the weekend.
All right, Fox 5 Sharon Crowley live in Woodside with what you're seeing right now, Sharon. And, you know, next to Hoboken, Queens, another area that just gets hit all the time with flooding.
Absolutely, Steve. You're right about that. And we've been out into this neighborhood many, many times over the years. In fact, residents telling me it floods as many as 4 or 5 times a year, and they are dreading the idea of more rain coming to this neighborhood tonight. Take a look at some of these pictures. As you can see, for blocks, people have put many of their belongings out onto the sidewalk for trash pickup after basements and garages flooded. This is an area where a few years ago a resident died in flash flood waters, living in a basement apartment. Residents bracing for another storm tonight. They tell me, luckily, they've been pretty lucky this afternoon, but they tell me this flooding is something that they've gotten used to dealing with, like it or not. How often does it flood in this neighborhood?
I think it's very often, at least about 3 or 4 times a year.
I like it because my house it's like that, and after the street is going down and all the water is going that way, so I don't have a basement and I never had a problem with the water.
So we've been here for the last couple of hours, and really we've only gotten a light rain comes and goes a little bit, but nothing too bad. So hopefully it stays that way throughout the evening. But they are still cleaning up from Saturday. And in just a couple of minutes, I'm going to show you some video and introduce you to a resident here who was in knee-deep water trying to clear the drain. They lost everything on the first level of their house. They just moved in here about a year ago. Insurance does not cover the flood. So I'll have his story coming up in just a couple couple of minutes as the skies open up on us again. Steve and Natasha, I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, that's so distressing for that person with the first floor loss. And we know things can change in a hurry in Queens. It can change on a dime. All right, we appreciate it. Thanks, Sharon. Let's go to Nick now for the latest on the forecast, where we've got alerts, warnings, watches, etc. So much going on right now, Nick.
Whew, what an afternoon it's been. Yes, the warnings are still of concern at the moment of the flash flood situation because of the heavy rain that's already caused issues. All these flashing boxes, flash flood warnings, they pretty much run between now and 6:45 to probably as late as 7:30. You can see that here on Nassau and Suffolk County. And there's new ones popping up to the south and west, so that kind of gives you an idea. There's more on the way. And we do have that flood watch up, southwest Connecticut, lower Hudson Valley, right on down south. That's going to run overnight. It's probably going to go till, originally it was going till 2 in the morning. It looks like that still is the case. So the potential is still there because we have more showers and storms coming through. You can see them here on the radar. This little cluster now moving towards North Jersey, across Sussex County into Orange County and Sullivan County right now. And then it's this one now is the one of concern. It's the one now moving towards Staten Island and down by Edison and East Brunswick area. They're getting clobbered now. Heavy rainfall, a bit of lightning. No track guidance on that, so that's some good news. We're going to put the animation in play here to show you that the cluster that really caused the problems in North Jersey has weakened considerably as it's gone into southern Connecticut, but we still have these lines off to the south and west with that tornado watch that is in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. All right, let's talk some rainfall. Woo-hoo, look at White Plains, 2.3 inches, almost an inch in Sussex, yet these have to update. They haven't really updated yet, showing very little at Newark and Manhattan, nothing yet across Long Island, but some areas got some real good soaking for today. And the temperature made it to 81, the low 71. That's a little bit below average, really, as far as the high is concerned. 104 and 55 in the records department. Right now, 74, cloudy sky over Midtown. It is quite humid. Wind out of the northeast. Dew point almost matches. Pressure steady, a little low, 29.74. Again, mostly 70s away from the coast. Still 82 at Toms River and Trenton. They haven't really gotten into the rough weather down there yet. 70s across the island, moving on up into Connecticut. Low 70s there at White Plains. And dew point numbers almost matching the temperature, so 70 or higher, very humid. You can feel it when you walk outside thanks to the south-southwesterly wind that will persist tonight. Occasionally it's gusting 15 to 20 miles per hour. Earlier before the storms hit, we were in the middle 80s west of the city. Only 70s Hudson Valley into Connecticut and 74 out on the east end. Same story into the northeast, 70s to about 80. And the warmer air really pushed off to the west there, Indianapolis at 91, down to Washington, D.C. in the lower 90s. All right, here's the big view now. So showers and storms, still some more brewing off to the south and west here. So that's what we're going to be on the lookout for as we go through the rest of the night until this whole system kind of moves on through. The cold front's off to the west here, and the front will be advancing towards us, but it's really not going to clear the area until later tomorrow, which is why we're going to be dealing with another round of showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. Here's our future cast showing the storms for a chunk of the night. Here's tomorrow morning starting out rather cloudy and humid, and then the front kind of nearby, so showers and storms may fire up again middle of the day into the afternoon. Probably not as widespread as today, though, but they're still going to be out there. The good news is after that front passes, some much better weather is coming our way for the rest of the week. The humidity is going to drop. It's going to be comfortably warm. You're going to like it. Got to get through tonight first as it stays humid. Showers, some thunderstorms. That locally heavy rainfall threat remains. 72 in the city, 60s in the burbs. Humid tomorrow. Sun will break through the clouds. We'll get to the mid-80s, but showers and storms will still fire, particularly midday into the afternoon. There's the better news. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, low 80s, 60s at night. The low humidity, you're going to love that right through Sunday. Showers and storms return Monday and still could linger a bit into Tuesday. All right, we'll have more of the 5 o'clock news when we come right back.
You okay? I gotta lay low. See that?
City Council Speaker Julie Menin announcing new action in response to the Legionnaires' outbreak on the Upper East Side.
All right, Fox 5's Morgan McKay here now with the details. Morgan.
Hey, Steve and Natasha. So 4 people have died from this Legionnaires' outbreak on the Upper East Side. And Council Speaker Julie Menin says that there has been an insufficient response from the Mamdani administration to this public health emergency. The city's health department says that the Legionnaires' outbreak is now believed to be under control and that the city has eliminated the source of exposure. But council members say that the health department has dragged its feet in releasing information and say they should have been more proactive. Last year, after a deadly Legionnaires' outbreak in Harlem killed 5 people, the council introduced a bill that requires building owners to test their cooling towers once a month instead of once every 3 months during the summer. But council members say that at least 25% of these cooling towers have not been inspected, and the council doesn't know which ones or if the building owners have been fined. The council says that they also didn't know that there is a staffing shortage in the health department unit responsible for inspecting these water towers. Speaker Menin says that the council will be introducing legislation to address these concerns.
I was told by the Department of Health the first Monday after the crisis was announced that they knew where the epicenter was, but that was never announced to the public. And I said, well, why wouldn't you announce that? With every hour the towers were not disinfected, with every day that they were not prophylactically disinfected, more New Yorkers became sick and 4 tragically died. That is simply unacceptable.
Now, Council Speaker Menin was also very critical that the health department didn't proactively drain and clean cooling towers in the area of the outbreak. A spokesperson for the health department tells us that this is because the city wanted to first test each of these towers so that they could trace the source of the outbreak. According to the health department, each cooling tower is tested first using a rapid PCR test, which takes a few days for results to come back. After that, the health department will use another test to identify if the Legionella bacteria is alive and can spread. But the council says that these cooling towers should have been cleaned before the test results came back, saying that every day counts.
It's common sense that if they had proactively disinfected, less people would have become sick. I mean, that is why we push so hard to say proactively disinfect these towers. We don't need to keep testing, waiting for the test results to come back. It just, every hour that went by, every day that went by, more and more people became sick.
But the health department also argues that they did rapidly and aggressively respond to this outbreak, but the council will be holding an oversight hearing likely in September to examine the administration's response to this Legionnaires' outbreak. Steve, Natasha?
Yeah, it's very serious. All right, Morgan, thank you so much.
All right, and our top story tonight, a tornado watch issued across the area.
Yeah, we are closely following the storm's path and have a team of reporters spread out across the tri-state.
When construction accidents happen, there's only one name to remember: Gorayeb. No one fights harder for you because you deserve respect and justice. Gorayeb has represented thousands of injured construction workers.
$20 million for the plaintiff.
And won over $2 billion for hardworking men and women across New York. Construction accident? Go with Gorayeb. For a free consultation, call 212-267-WINS.
Skyfox. The 5 o'clock news.
Now Around 5:30, severe weather taking over the tri-state. A tornado watch now in effect for most of our area.
All right, these are some live pictures from hard-hit Westchester as our Fox 5 crews scour the area right now. We're hearing of a sinkhole on I-684 and even a road collapse on Route 100C after severe storms moved through this afternoon. Welcome back to the 5 o'clock news. I'm Steve Lacey.
And I'm Natasha Verma. That tornado watch is in effect until 9 p.m. tonight. And here's what we know right now as we take a live look outside.
All right, in addition to the tornado watch, a flood watch in effect until 2 o'clock Wednesday morning. Severe thunderstorms will produce an average of 1 to 2 inches of rain, with 3 to 4 inches possible in some areas.
And with these storms come damaging winds. The National Weather Service says wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour are possible with today's storms.
All right, we continue our Fox 5 team coverage with Chief Meteorologist Nick Gregory, who's tracking the radar as all these storms pop up all over the place. A lot to keep your eyes on, Nick.
Very active afternoon, and we're not done yet, and still that flash flood concern remains. These are the flash flood warnings that I've been showing you. They pretty much go for about the next hour to hour and 45 minutes, anywhere from about 6:30 to about 7:30, again, around the city, all of Suffolk County, Southwest Connecticut, and then parts of the Hudson Valley. And then we do have that flood watch that you pointed out. That covers Southwest Connecticut, now the lower Hudson Valley, the city, on South and Westward. That goes till 2 o'clock Wednesday morning. And we're going to take a look at the radar now because it is still very, very active. Thunderstorms moving through North Jersey, now moving up into Sullivan County. And this cluster down here, as we've been watching, again, the one heading towards Staten Island and points south, that thunderstorm now near South Amboy towards Keansburg. And we have had some watches and warnings pop up. This is still a severe thunderstorm warning. That goes till 5:45 p.m. now, heading into parts of Monmouth County as that storm slides on to the east. And the yellow that you see, I'll widen out so you can see the entire area that's covered. This is the tornado watch covering everybody as we go on in through the evening time frame. So be on the lookout for that. This goes into motion now. And you can see the thunderstorm cluster strafing the North Shore. More activity coming up from the south and west. So we'll see that of concern. But it doesn't look like it's quite as intense as what was coming through earlier. And that's not surprising. Sometimes when the real strong storm cells come through, the atmosphere stabilizes a little bit behind. But we still can get some strong thunderstorms as we're seeing this cluster again heading up towards the north and east. So we'll be on the lookout for that as we move through the next couple of hours. Steve and Natasha.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Nick. And of course, flooding, a big problem on the roads in Westchester County.
And Fox 5's Richard Jacobus is live in White Plains. Richard, what are you seeing? You still have that huge ponding behind you.
It's going to take a while, Natasha and Steve, for this to recede. We actually reached out to the county to find out what they have to do to reopen the Bronx River Parkway tonight, one of the main thoroughfares in Westchester County. It's still closed down from Yonkers all the way up here to the Westchester County Center in White Plains. When you look at this, most of this is still underwater. It's about 2 to 3 feet of water, maybe even more. This is normally pavement where cars would pass here along the Bronx River Parkway. Not a good idea to even try to do this tonight, although they do have it blocked down there. But there was one vehicle a little earlier this afternoon that tried to get through this water, and he shouldn't have. It was a driver. He ignored the road closure signs and tried to drive his car through this big ponding of water here towards the end of the Bronx River in White Plains. He bailed, though, and pulled off, tried to get up this hill, but his wheels were spinning, so he put that car in reverse and somehow managed to drive back into the water and ultimately get out. But this is not the only problem spot here in Westchester tonight. There are still plenty of issues throughout the county. County officials telling us there's still that partial road collapse along Grasslands Road in the town of Greenburgh. That's up near Elmsford. There's a sinkhole on I-684 northbound north of exit 6A near Katona. That's adjacent to Route 22. They're only keeping one lane open on 684 tonight, so avoid that area if you can. More problem spots could very likely pop up over the next little while as crews get out to determine what's closed and the reports come in. We spoke a little earlier to the deputy commissioner here in Westchester County. Let's take a listen to that.
People were on the Bronx River Parkway near the county center, and the water is over their tires. We implore you, do not go into water where it is too deep. It is dangerous for yourself. It is dangerous for your passengers and others as well. So the best advice right now is for people to stay in place until this passes through.
Stay in place, and also quick to point out, Con Edison saying there are still about more than 1,500 people without power throughout Westchester County tonight. So make sure you be careful if you are headed out It is best, though, like the deputy commissioner said, to stay home. We're live in White Plains tonight. Richard Jacobus, Fox 5 News, Steve Natasha.
Very well. All right, we appreciate it. Thanks, Richard. And the MTA bracing for any potential flooding with portable pumps and debris trains ready to go.
Yeah, they've also been covering the vents at locations that are prone to flooding. Fox 5's Lisa Evers is live in downtown Brooklyn with a closer look at how they're getting ready for this. Lisa.
Well, Natasha and Steve, I just checked again with the MTA just a few moments ago, and they said so far as this rush hour is now in full swing, no delays with the subways, no problems with any type of flooding. One reason they took a proactive approach this time around. Last weekend, starting with overtime for MTA workers, clearing drains on the streets so that the water has places to go on the streets, restructuring some of the subway stations so that less water will be going down into it. But the big thing they did was institute this program of mobile pumps. There's hundreds of these pumps in stations, stationary ones around the system. What they have done is deployed over 300 mobile pumps that can be sent to any area or any station where there's one of these flash floods or these flash rainstorms that we've been seeing, and that the MTA chairman said this is the new reality they have to deal with. So take a look at some of this video. You can see these pumps. They have a number of cars, a number of pumps loaded up into these big trucks, and then they can literally deploy them on a moment's notice when they hear of reports about the flooding that's coming into the subway station. They also have a command center within the pumping station, which is just down the block. We're underneath the Brooklyn Bridge right now, and they're monitoring all reports from all of their field personnel, all the MTA workers at the stations, and getting reports from them about what is happening here. He said it's not a foolproof plan, but it is much better than what they had before, because now they have the capacity to respond. The other big issue that they addressed was electricity, because when the water gets down into the station, that can short out the electrical systems, and then of course they can't run any trains whatsoever. So they have reinforced some of the protective measures around the electricity to keep that going. But just take a listen now to MTA CEO John Lieber. Here's what he had to say.
Priority number one is getting the water out of the system. We do this every day. 13 million gallons of water are removed every day from the subway system through our pumping infrastructure. The problem is that storms are getting more frequent and more intense. New Yorkers know this, and they're increasingly overwhelming the city of New York's sewer infrastructure.
And if you're worried about your morning commute, especially since we don't know what's going to be happening tonight, he said get the MTA app. You can customize it to your location, your route, and get real-time updates about subway service. That's the latest here from downtown Brooklyn. I'm Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News. Steve and Natasha, back to you.
Very well. All right, thanks, Lise. And we want to see what the weather looks like in your area. Scan the QR code on your screen to share your storm photos with us. You may even see them right here on TV.
All right, we'll be right back.
Fox 5 Health News. Good news if you can't do without your coffee in the morning, maybe even several refills as well. The American Heart Association says up to 5 cups a day is safe for most adults.
And joining us now is Dr. Davey from NYU School of Medicine. Doctor, great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, we love coffee. So what did this study find?
Yes, so do I. So I'll say the good things first, that it is safe for most people, it seems, and it seems to reduce the risk of developing stroke, cardiovascular disease, and certain types of arrhythmias, which are abnormal heart rhythms. But the reason that doctors aren't necessarily recommending it to people yet is because there are some caveats. So first, you know, if you drink your coffee with a ton of cream and sugar like I do, that's kind of a different story. So we're talking more about caffeine, typically like 400 milligrams per day. So what it is, you know, some of these coffees, they have a lot more caffeine in a cup, so you have to really be careful. It may not be 5 cups. And the results can be mixed. So for certain things like high blood pressure, it could be mixed results. But for other things in terms of arrhythmias, some are benefited, some you may have a little bit more risk of. So I would say for most people, if you are relatively healthy, you have a chance of benefiting from this and reducing your risk. But if you already have those conditions, you have to be a little bit more cautious and talk to your doctor because it might be slightly different for you. And different types of coffee can be different too. So for example, you know, they were looking primarily at caffeine, but there are other things in the coffee also that can change it. So for example, Turkish coffees, French press, these can be different than instant
different
coffee.
amounts of caffeine and
other chemicals.
Right, other chemicals too. Is it best to drink coffee black?
Yeah, exactly. So the study was looking primarily at black coffee. So again, if you're adding other things to it, then the results may be somewhat different.
You know, and it is specific to coffee, too. It's not just load yourself up on caffeine and get the benefits, because obviously the more we learn about these energy drinks, the worse it seems to get.
Exactly. So that also has to do with other things, like you could absorb the caffeine very quickly and have harmful effects, especially for young people. So that makes a difference as well. I mean, if you have other conditions which they didn't look at, but let's say acid reflux or some other stomach issue, you may be absorbing the caffeine or coffee differently than other people. So the doses that hit you could actually be different in terms of practical effect.
Did the study look at the way you make coffee using filters too?
Exactly. So paper filters tended to be a little bit better, but I would say still probably have to consider all the different factors together. How much you're having, what else is in the coffee, what you're adding to it, what comes from the beans maybe. So, you know, and then they did consider that caffeine is also in tea and other things, as you mentioned. But this study primarily looked at coffee. So there can be some benefits for sure, but there's a lot of qualifiers too.
Wow, a lot goes into a morning cup of Joe.
That's
Who
right.
knew?
That's right. Hey, we're doing it for our health.
Doctor, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, the severe storms continue to take over the area.
And Chief Meteorologist Nick Gregory is here with a preview of the forecast. So what are you monitoring right now, Nick?
Well, we're looking at the activity off to the west here. That's the next round coming through. I'm just hoping it's not going to be as bad as the other round that we had coming by, but we're still under the gun here till at least 9 o'clock tonight and beyond. I'll have the forecast when the 5 o'clock news returns.
Lower.
Lowering the prices at Stop & Shop.
Well, actually, we're just lowering the sign, but Stop & Shop is lowering prices across the store.
That's great.
You think so? Because I'm thinking a little shift to the left. Good things are in store at Stop & Shop. This week at Stop & Shop, Stop & Shop bone-in ribeye steak is just $8.99 per pound. Plus, get free Stop & Shop ice cream when you check in at our in-store savings station from July 17th through July 23rd. Good things are in store at Stop & Shop.
All right, for many New Yorkers, just putting food on the table these days is a huge challenge. And today we're getting a behind-the-scenes look at the massive effort underway every day to help meet that need.
Crystal Young is at the food bank for New York City warehouse in the Bronx to show us how to help and how members of our Fox 5 family are pitching in.
For more than 4 decades, the Food Bank for New York City has been doing their thing, making sure that nutritious food makes its way from warehouses like this one in the Hunts Point section of the Bronx out into the community and on to tables. Behind me, you see the activity of Fox employees that are packing these bags, checking this produce, and getting it ready to go on trucks. Someone that knows all about this operation and how it always works like a well-oiled machine is Elizabeth. So as the director of operations, what do you do and why is this work personal for you?
This work is personal to me. Growing up in the Bronx, household of 5, oldest child, we visited food pantries. Didn't really click until I started working and I was like, oh, this is where it happens before it hits at the clients. So it's very personal to me.
Yeah. And you know how vital it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. It's absolutely vital. What we're packing today, we'll pack it up and by this afternoon it'll be out in somebody's table.
I like that. Without delay. Okay, I'm going to float over to Marcus Stenson. Marcus, you born and raised in the Bronx, and now you work here. Why is it personal for you, and what do you do here?
This right here is very personal because seeing this just brings back memories. Going to mobile pantries, trying to get food for the next day. This right here is what Food Bank is all about. This makes us the best in America.
Okay. I like that. And Marcus says it all with a smile. He knows about the best. Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I'm sliding off to talk to a volunteer or two. We are going to get up on their activity. All right. Xavier, tell me what you're up to at this end of the table.
Just tossing some bags of produce into these boxes. We're at 243 right now. You put 20 in each box. We are kicking and grooving, making sure these people don't get hungry at the World Bank Food Bank.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I like it. I like it. Okay. Let me slide over. Okay, what are you up to? Orange gloves, orange bags. Talk to me.
Going on it's a matching set, right?
Okay.
Tying up the produce.
Okay.
Handing it over to Xavier, and then he just puts it into the box. As you know, we're at 200 bags.
Yeah.
Over 200 bags, actually. Right? And it's just great. I love doing this. I love being here, helping the community.
All right, there you go. Giving back. Not just talking about it, being about it. All right, well, more food is coming in. They're going to be hard at work for quite some time here. You can always volunteer at Food Bank for New York City if you want to. America 250, we're hoping that the next 250 years, we are wiping out food insecurity, and places like this help us do it. All right, I'm going to toss it back inside to you.
Fantastic. Great work they do. All right, and we are continuing to monitor severe weather across the tri-state.
Take a look at this picture just into our newsroom of a possible tornado in Parsippany, New Jersey. Nick joins us now. Nick, I know we have to get these confirmed by the National Weather Service, but what are we looking at right there?
So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a wall cloud, at least what it looks like to me. A wall cloud is usually where a tornado tends to generate with. And, you know, that it's hard to say because it's very wide. It's hard, and you can't really see if it's rotating, but that could potentially be, you know, the formation of a wall cloud, which could have led to a tornado. So that is something that we'll definitely have to hear from the National Weather Service. They'll go out and they'll look at the damage track and see which way the damage went. If the trees all fell in the same direction, that's not a tornado. That's straight line winds. If they see that there is a twisting damaged debris field there, that would be to signal that it was a potential tornado. But of course, they're not going to go out there until tomorrow or beyond after the storm settles down here. Now, this should be no surprise. Look at the airport delays across the area. We're running up to 3 hours in places, so that's going to be going on for a while because we still have issues like the tornado watch that extends again from western Connecticut across lower Hudson Valley and extending further south there. The northern flank of this, by the way, has now been taken down, so we'll have to see as the evening goes along if they won't end this tornado watch a little bit earlier because the storm's coming in now, as you'll see on the radar, not quite as impressive as earlier. We do have these flash flood warnings in red, though, still till about 6:30 to 7:30 at northeast Jersey, the city, southwest Connecticut, and parts of Nassau and Suffolk County. And then the rest of the area is under a flood watch until 2 a.m. And see what I mean? Here's the thunderstorm. Look on the radar, a little cluster going up into the Hudson Valley there. This is the storm that was really causing problems earlier. It's now strafing the North Shore. And again, another little cell down here. That was the one that went on in towards Staten Island here recently. So you can see this one right on 84. It's in Sullivan going into Orange County. I'll put that into motion. You can see it advancing off to the north and east with a fair amount of lightning strikes, but there are no warnings on that storm. And you can see this cluster. Again, that's the storm now heading into lower Brooklyn and across northern Queens there into Nassau County, central Suffolk County, the LIE going all the way off there to about Greenport, getting also pretty clobbered now with some very heavy rainfall. And again, we're going to see that trend continue on in through the evening. You can see how it's advancing from west to east. And here's the wide view. Again, so actual scattered showers and storms off to the south and west. We'll take a look at an even wider view in a moment. In the meantime, it's cooled off from earlier with all the rain, naturally, down to the lower and middle 70s. It's still quite humid, though. We were up in the 80s earlier for the city on westward. 72, the coolest spot in the Hamptons and White Plains right now. Still 82, though, down in Toms River because they haven't really gotten hit with any storms yet. Humidity, though, it's high because the dew point numbers are at 70 or greater. It's going to stay humid tonight and even tomorrow, as we still have this wind coming up out of the south to southwest, 5 to 10, gusting 25 miles per hour. But in those thunderstorms, we've seen strong wind gusts as much as 60 to 70 miles per hour. Like I said, here's the wide view. So we still have this area to watch back here, this area to the north and west. We'll see if this survives for later tonight into early tomorrow. And then there'll be another round of showers and storms tomorrow. You'll see that here on the Futurecast as the cold front still has to pass through. So overnight, here's out the door in the morning, rather cloudy, 60s to lower 70s. It'll be rather humid. Some sun will break out eventually by late morning, but then again, some scattered showers and storms will fire up in the afternoon. Not as widespread as today, but we'll have to be on the lookout. Low to middle 80s tomorrow, and then you're going to like what's coming. Look at this, 50s in the suburbs Thursday morning, mid 60s in the city. We'll end up back into the lower 80s or around 80 on Thursday with low humidity. Tough for boaters tomorrow. Look at the wind, southwest 15 to 30 knots, 5 to 10 foot waves on the ocean, 2 to 3 on the sound. So keep the boat at the dock tomorrow. Small craft advisory is up, and the beach could be rather dangerous tomorrow, a high risk for rip currents. 72 tonight in the city, showers and storms, some locally heavy rainfall at 60s as we got it into the suburbs. And then for tomorrow, about 86, humid, scattered showers and storms, mostly late morning, scattered into the afternoon, but not as widespread as today. Thursday, Friday, 80 or just above, low humidity, 60s at night. We'll keep that going into the weekend. Saturday, Sunday, low 80s, great days. And of course, next week, well, you'll be back to work at that point anyway. Scattered showers and thunderstorms Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, after this, it looks like a good stretch of weather.
Yes, we'll enjoy it for sure.
Nick, thank you. And some exciting news from the Central Park Zoo. They announced the debut of critically endangered black and white ruffed lemur twins. The fraternal twins were born in April to their mother, Koa. The male is named Maso and the female is named Tonga. These primates are among the largest pollinators in the world. Wildlife experts say their population has declined by 80% due to habitat loss and poaching. Very cute.
Yep, good to see them fighting back. All right, and there's more of the 5 o'clock news straight ahead, including a look at today's business headlines.
We'll be right back. look at today's business headlines. Novo Nordisk is suing Eli Lilly, its competitor in weight loss treatments, over allegations of false advertising. Novo claims that Lilly's ads use outdated studies to compare the highest injectable doses of Lilly's medicines against lower doses of Novo's. They say that they will seek a court order to block the ads if Eli Lilly doesn't voluntarily pull them. In a statement to multiple news outlets, Eli Lilly says it stands firmly behind its ads and that it will continue to focus on the science.
Well, CVS says pet prescription medications will now be available at its pharmacies. The company says pet owners will need to present a written prescription or ask their veterinarian to contact the pharmacy directly. CVS says pet prescriptions will be eligible for many of the same pharmacy services as their owners, including automatic refills, prescription syncing, and even in some cases, delivery.
And you'll be seeing more Mickey Mouse at the grocery store. Kraft Heinz and Disney have a new multi-year partnership. The Wall Street Journal says Kraft Heinz products like mac and cheese will be sold at Disney properties, and Disney characters will be appearing on some of the products. Kraft Heinz hopes that this deal will revive their sales. It comes after they signed a similar deal earlier this year with the NFL.
All right, well, that's it for the 5 o'clock news.
The 6 o'clock news is coming up next, but first a look at your top headlines in today's Fox News Report with Bill Malugin.
Good evening, I'm Bill Malugin, and this is your Fox News Report. President Trump is standing steadfast against Iran's nuclear program. He's vowing to target any sites the regime could use to develop its nuclear capabilities. Trump says he has no interest in meeting Iranian leaders unless it's in a, quote, meaningful way. And the Pentagon is identifying the soldier killed during a controlled detonation of an Iranian drone in Iraq. Sergeant Michael Emmanuel Swinton will posthumously receive the Purple Heart. Communities are bracing for Tropical Storm Bertha as it strengthens along the Gulf Coast. The storm is expected to make landfall in southeast Louisiana Wednesday evening, bringing strong winds, heavy rain, and flooding. People in its path are prepping for the storm by stocking up on supplies and sandbags. A multi-state manhunt is underway for a Florida woman accused of murdering a father, found zip-tied and buried in a shallow grave. Police say Isabel Johnson is believed to be using multiple aliases and could have changed her appearance. The Trump administration is suspending more than $1 billion in Medicaid funding to California and Minnesota over suspected fraud. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says both states have to provide legitimate proof of payments in order to reinstate funding. And the World Cup kicks up the U.S. economy. According to Bank of America, the sporting event brought in a $20 billion boost, with the host cities getting the biggest benefit. In Washington, I'm Bill Malugin. Have a great night.
Fox 5 weather alert. We are tracking severe weather that's making its way across our area tonight, bringing heavy downpours and flash flooding along with powerful winds that has most of the tri-state under a tornado watch. Good evening. I'm Natasha Verma. Welcome to the 6 o'clock news. The first round of severe weather started at around 2 o'clock this afternoon, and it resulted in potentially 2 tornadoes touching down in New Jersey. This is a picture of one of those potential tornadoes. So a Fox 5 viewer sent in this picture showing what appears to be a funnel cloud near Parsippany, New Jersey. And this was a scene in Westport, Connecticut. Wow, look at that. Heavy downpours flooding streets at the height of the storms this afternoon. Now, here in our area, the storms dropped a good amount of rain as well. This was a scene in Hartsdale where portions of the Bronx River Parkway were flooded. Well, we have live team coverage and a lot of reporters spread across our area tonight monitoring the weather and all of the fallout. But we begin with Nick Gregory with the very latest on tonight's storm. So we did see a couple of pictures of those potential tornadoes, Nick.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that in a moment here when we look at the spotter data, the spot reporters that tend to report what happens in their neighborhoods. We'll see. That looked like somewhat of a wall cloud, kind of a wide wall cloud. So we'll see if this little small tornado came out of that, and they won't be able to confirm that until the National Weather Service goes out and looks at the damage path. And what they'll be looking for to see is if the tree damage was in a straight line, which would then be straight line winds or like a microburst, or was the damage path showing some rotation, meaning some of the trees fell opposite the direction of movement of the storm. So when they go out there, that's how they're going to verify that. Things are still stormy, but not like earlier. Things have quieted down, but we still have some heavy rain here, North Shore, Long Island, and this cluster again moving on up into the Hudson Valley is moving along there. So that is still again of concern for some thunderstorms. There are no severe warnings, immediate warnings. The tornado watch is still up, but the northern flank now, even since when I was on the air about 15 minutes ago, this has now started to disappear. So we may see this watch end earlier, even though it's supposed to go to 9 o'clock. But for right now, again, that's the only advisory that we see here as far as severe weather. We're going to look at some flooding issues, though, going on here in just a moment. What I want to do is put up some of these spotter reports, and we can take a look at some of that action that I talked about here in parts of North Jersey where the potential tornado was reported. That's the little symbol, and you can see here, that's by Troy Hills earlier, 2:43. They were saying the potential was for a tornado that was spotted by a spotter there, 2:10 p.m. heading towards Stanhope. We haven't had any other reports about that, but that's near the, the Parsippany area there in Morris County, so we'll have to see how that verifies. These other symbols that you see are all flash flooding symbols. Lots going on. Now, it started earlier in the afternoon, late morning, early afternoon in western Connecticut. So these areas got hit hard early at 1 o'clock. Old Greenwich, flood warnings were up there. Flash flooding in Norwalk, extending north towards Wilton. Back here into Westchester, that was later in the afternoon. There by Valhalla, extending on down in towards Greenville. Also some flash flooding going on there. All right, we'll take a look at the wide view, and in the animation, you can see this next cluster moving off to the north and east, as well as this area moving up from the south and west. So we're still under the gun, but I think as we move through the evening, that severe threat's going to diminish a bit more. That doesn't mean we can't get a pretty good thunderstorm overnight to still produce some locally heavy rainfall. All the flash flooding concerns now ended about 7:30. Still include New York City, Nassau and Suffolk County, southwest Connecticut as well. That goes till 7:15. Up into the Hudson Valley, that goes until 7 o'clock. And that area flood watch, again, southwest Connecticut, all the way down and towards eastern Pennsylvania. That goes until 2 o'clock in the morning. Look at some of the rainfall numbers. A quarter of an inch in the city. White Plains, 2.48. That's, again, some very heavy rain, but I looked at the radar data here. This is radar-determined rainfall. Look at Stamford, 4.4 inches of rain there, 3.5 at the Bridgeport area. Now, North Jersey is only reporting about 1 to 2 inches of rain, but I saw some spotter reports there where there have been isolated amounts of 2 to as much as 4 inches of rain, thus all that flash flooding taking place. Natasha?
Nick, thank you so much. Well, one of the areas hardest hit from today's storms is Westchester County. Fox 8's Richard Jacobus is live in White Plains. Richard, what are you seeing out there right now?
Natasha, those storms wreaked havoc across much of Westchester County tonight, including here along the Bronx River Parkway, which is flooded tonight, and it remains closed from here in White Plains all the way down to Yonkers, with no timetable on when they can pump out all of this water and reopen this large chunk of a thoroughfare that runs through Westchester County. And even though the weather is appearing to clear up as of now, we saw a peak of sun, county officials are still telling folks to stay off the roads. There was one driver, at least, though, that did not listen to that. You can take a look at this video. See a driver who appeared to ignore the road closure signs and tried to drive his car through about 3 to 4 feet of water. Finally, he bailed and pulled off, tried to get up this hill, but his wheels were spinning. So he put the car in reverse and somehow managed to drive back into the water and ultimately then get out. We then caught up with this father and daughter who got off the train in White Plains, worried the whole time that their electric car would be flooded out. There's a parking lot that sits a couple of feet above the Bronx River Parkway, but this time they got lucky.
As soon as the train pulled up, I was looking out of the window.
We walked across the bridge. We were looking down at it because we were pretty scared.
Yeah.
But thankfully, it was fine.
Your car's fine. Everything is good.
Car's fine. Drive home the long way, and we'll be okay.
Now the trek home for them and a bunch of others who were just arriving back here to Westchester tonight to try to figure out how to get home with all these road closures. Again, we're not sure how long the Bronx River Parkway will remain closed or when this water will begin to recede, what they have to do to get it to recede. I want to just point out there was also a partial road collapse over in Greenburgh, according to the county, and a sinkhole on I-684 that closed much of the lanes near Katona. These are just some of the trouble spots, and now county officials have to get out and send their crews out to assess the other damage. There's still more than 1,000 people, according to Con Edison, without power tonight in Westchester. We're live in White Plains tonight. Richard Jacobus, Fox 5 News. Natasha.
All right, Richard, thanks so much for the latest. And as Nick told you, New Jersey saw some of the worst of the storms, including 2 possible tornadoes. Fox 6's Teresa Brillo is live in Hoboken, New Jersey. Teresa, is the weather picking up there?
You know, it's very interesting, Natasha. About 10 minutes ago, it was pouring here. Now it's a little bit lighter, but this is the way the afternoon has gone. We've seen a deluge. It tapers off. We get some sun. It rains again. The winds pick up. Rinse and repeat. We are here in the northwest section of Hoboken. If you know Hoboken, you know this area is the most likely to flood. Right now, no water behind me, which either means A, they didn't get as much water as they anticipated, or B, their storm mitigation efforts are actually working, and the hundreds of millions of dollars that they poured into this are being put to good use. But before I tell you a little bit about Hoboken, I want to show you that funnel cloud or possible tornado that appears to have touched down in Parsippany. Check this out. This was sent to us. It's from southeastern Morris County. A trained weather spotter reported a tornado near the driving range in Parsippany near Topgolf. This was around 2:45 this afternoon, right around the exact same time that a tornado watch was issued for much of New Jersey, and it's really just incredible when you look at this picture. We don't know of the damage. We don't know if anybody was injured. Me and my crew will be heading out to Parsippany for the 10 p.m. broadcast, and we'll report back if anything significant has happened there. As far as the rest of New Jersey is concerned, let me show you some video that we had around Route 46 and Route 3 getting to Hoboken. It was just a deluge. The rain was really coming down. You couldn't see more than just a few feet ahead of you, even on the highways. Let me tell you, my windshield wipers were working overtime today. And then when we got here to Hoboken, we saw that the rain was coming down in full force. And so we came to 9th and Madison, which is where we are this afternoon, expecting there to be water on the roadways, expecting it to be flooded. We're not seeing that now, but that's probably due in large part to the fact that over the last couple of years, this city has poured a generous amount of money into ensuring that not only is the roadway raised, but they have a resiliency park, and the storm basins are also reinforced. When we talked to residents, they told us they're just used to this at this point. Are you anticipating that with more rain coming, this will flood later today or something along those lines?
Well, from what we're receiving from City Hall, yes, that's what they're anticipating. They're even saying possibly a tornado watch. We've never had that.
I've been here my whole life, and it floods all the time. You know what I mean? I'm uptown, so I'm a little bit more fortunate. But if you're downtown, you're screwed.
Yeah.
You really are. I mean, I hate to put it that way, but I feel bad for them.
From Hudson to Bergen County, check out Ridgewood and Paramus this morning. A car submerged, the rain there, also unrelenting. This is a story, Natasha, that we are seeing all over the tri-state. And at this point, as you join me back out here live, it is a wait-and-see approach. They're hoping that the roads here don't flood tonight. That's the latest from Hoboken. Back to you.
It's definitely the hope. Thanks so much, Teresa. And one of the biggest concerns here in the city is flooding, particularly the impact that it has underground. Fox 5's Lisa Evers is live in downtown Brooklyn with how the MTA is getting ready the subway system for today's storms. Lisa, what's the latest?
Well, the latest, Natasha, is I just got off the phone with the MTA, and they're saying that so far there are no flooding issues with the subway service. Everything's going along the regular rush hour schedule. One reason is these extra measures that they have taken this time around, given this new reality of these flash storms that send drenching rain into the subway system. What they have done is take some new measures. Let's take a look, and let me show you what some of those are. So we got an inside look at the MTA's new rapid response pump trucks, which they say can be deployed on a moment's notice to stations and areas that get inundated with rain and flooding. The trucks can carry 5 pumps each and are added to the stationary 386 pumps that are positioned throughout the system already. Now, in advance of today's severe weather conditions, the MTA had its workers out doing on overtime, clearing out drains, reinforcing and sealing electrical systems, and all to make them water resistant so it wouldn't interrupt service or create dangers for passengers. Here's what MTA CEO Jenna Lieber told us.
Priority number one is getting the water out of the system. We do this every day. 13 million gallons of water are removed every day from the subway system through our pumping infrastructure. The problem is that storms are getting more frequent and more intense. New Yorkers know this, and they're increasingly overwhelming the city of New York's sewer infrastructure.
Now, we just had a downpour that lasted less than 4 minutes, and you can see what's left of it right now, that water going down the drain like that. The MPA chairman says that this is not going to solve all the problems, but it will make a dent. It will make a difference in keeping the subways running for everybody. He also said if you want to know, especially for your morning or afternoon commute, what is happening with your particular subway line, get the MTA app, and you can customize it according to your trip. That's the latest here from downtown Brooklyn. I'm Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News. Natasha, back to you.
All right, Lisa, thank you. And coming up at 6:30, we're going to take you to Woodside, Queens, to show you how people there are getting ready for potential flash flooding during these severe storms. And we want to see your pictures and videos of today's wild weather. So just if you have any, scan the QR code on your screen to share them with us, and you could see them right here on Fox 5 and Fox Local. New York City is not out of the woods just yet. Just ahead, we're talking storm preps with the first deputy commissioner of the city's OEM.
For our country.
Is under a tornado watch until 9 p.m. City officials say while it's rare for one to touch down in any of the 5 boroughs, conditions are favorable for a tornado to develop. And joining us now with the latest is Ben Krakauer. He's the first deputy commissioner of New York City Emergency Management. Thank you so much, Ben, for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
So I see behind you, got a lot going on. You're monitoring different screens across the city. What's the latest with this tornado watch?
So we're under a tornado watch, as you mentioned, until 9 o'clock. I'm here in Watch Command, which is our 24/7 emergency operations center in New York City. In addition to the folks in this room, we're also on open line with our agency partners across the city who will respond to flooding conditions, getting ready to respond to downed trees as they occur, and really getting ready to react to anything that Mother Nature throws at us.
What are you seeing right now? Where are some of the areas that you're having the most concerns with?
So we just finished a check-in call with our agencies. We did see some flooding in Upper Manhattan on some of the arterial highways. Those have been cleared. All the roads are open at the moment. We had one large tree down on the Henry Hudson Parkway around 79th Street. The fire department, the police department went out there very quickly and cleared that tree, so traffic is moving. And we are in a little bit of a lull in the rain for the next hour or so, but we'll be keeping very vigilant until the rain moves through later tonight.
Okay, so how are you prepping for when the rain comes back later this afternoon?
So we've been prepping for several days now. The city turned on the flash flood emergency plan on Sunday. We've been having twice-a-day calls with all of our agency partners. The Department of Environmental Protection has been out clearing catch basins along with their colleagues from the Department of Transportation and Sanitation. And we really need New Yorkers to continue to do their part, to be out there in the community, clearing their catch basins, reporting any clogged catch basins to 311. So all the extra crews that are on can go out there and make repairs.
We're looking at the skies earlier today. It looked so threatening. Tornadoes are very rare here in New York City. So what makes the conditions so ripe for one to develop today?
So we've had a period of hot weather, and the Weather Service tells us there was some instability in the atmosphere as the clouds cleared. So all the ingredients are there. You still need to have the right factors to actually generate a tornado. Those factors obviously existed just to the cities west, New Jersey, and we're getting ready in case those factors develop here in New York.
A lot of areas in Queens we've been covering, just still recovering from those devastating storms over the weekend. What do you want people to know as that threat of flash flooding comes again?
So, we have multiple hazards going on. So we really want people to be aware of the flash flooding risk. When flash flooding occurs, we want them to move to higher ground. You don't want to be in a basement apartment during a flash flood. And if you are in danger, you should call 911.
All right, Ben Krakauer, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
And Nick is up next with another check of tonight's storms, plus the latest on Tropical Storm Bertha, which is threatening people along the Gulf.
Shohei.
Welcome back. Well, Tropical Storm Bertha is slowly gaining strength in the Gulf. It's the second named storm of this year's Atlantic hurricane season. It stretches from the Florida Panhandle to Louisiana. The tropical storm is already starting to inundate communities with heavy rain, flooding, and gusty winds. Forecasters expect Bertha to reach Louisiana by Wednesday and hover along the northern Gulf Coast for several days. Nick joins us now. Do we think that this is going to strengthen into a hurricane?
It doesn't look like it. It's a little too close to the coast, and the dynamics are not there for that. You can see it here on our latest satellite loop, Natasha. Again, Bertha kind of spinning off to the west here. It doesn't look hugely organized, right? Latest stats, 105 miles south-southeast of Mobile, Alabama. Winds are up to about 60 miles per hour. So, again, pretty strong tropical storm. But as it moves westward, it starts interacting with land a little bit. And you do see weakening here, 50, 45, 40 miles per hour. The big threat from Bertha will be some coastal flooding and some very, very heavy rainfall. Speaking of heavy rainfall, let's go look at the radar here, where we do have that heavier rain still in parts of the area. There's a little cluster up here in the Hudson Valley. Things are quieting down a little bit now. This storm's area is sliding across the north shore there, out by the Mattatuck area onto the east. The most active storm is the one down here, south of 195. We'll go down and take a look at that. southwest of Howell to Jackson. Again, there's been some issues with this storm, and there is no track guidance to tell you about it, but there has been certainly some issues going on as far as severe weather. In fact, there was a severe thunderstorm watch, or warning, that is still in effect. You can see that till 6:45 as you head down there and towards Ocean County. So that, again, is going to be an issue for about the next 30 minutes or so. The wide view showed that yellow, and that yellow is that tornado watch that still covers a chunk of the area as we're going in through the evening time frame. But again, from north to south, it's been decreasing. And you can see that we don't have a lot of activity off to the west here. So I wonder if that watch is going to be discontinued soon, because I think the chances of severe weather now are diminishing. Doesn't mean we can't still get some showers and storms tonight as the system rolls on through. And we'll take a look at the wider view in a minute. And the flood warnings are still just around New York City on north and east, up in the Hudson Valley, pretty much for about the next hour or so, and then they're going to go away. The flood watch, though, that continues overnight, well, till about 2 in the morning anyway, southwest Connecticut over the city into central New Jersey. Today we hit 81 for the high, 71 for the low. Very humid day. Again, that's just a touch below average on the high temperature scale there. 73 now. A thunderstorm reported over the city again. Humidity is high. The pressure is steady but slowly falling to 9.76. And temperature is low 70s. The city on north and east into Connecticut out to the east end. Still 81 at Toms River. They're going to get that storm now that's just to their west. That'll cool them down for sure. And 70s heading into eastern Pennsylvania. Very humid conditions. Dew points upper 60s to lower 70s thanks to the southwest wind. 5 to 10. Occasionally it's gusty up to 20, 25. And of course, in any strong thunderstorm, those wind gusts have been up over 60 miles per hour. All right, we hit the 80s from the city westward today. Mid-80s Trenton, 88 Toms River. Otherwise, north and east, mostly in the low and middle 70s or middle to upper 70s. Same deal all through New England. 79 Boston, 80 Burlington, the 90-degree weather south and west. And the 90s are not coming back, but we will get back into the 80s tomorrow. And for the foreseeable future, low and middle 80s pretty much coming our way. All right, here's the wide view. Again, these scattered showers and storms nearby is another line off to the north and west here. So we'll see how much of this holds together for later tonight. But I think our severe threat is going to be ending as we wait for this cold front to advance. But that cold front's going to take most of tomorrow to get through here. So we'll be talking some more scattered showers and thunderstorms coming up in the forecast. Some of that overnight. Tomorrow clouds start. Little breaks of some sunshine gets us into the mid-80s. There are the storms firing up in the afternoon. And then we'll have some really nice weather coming our way after that. And you'll see that here in the 7-day. 72 tonight in town, some 60s in the suburbs, 86 tomorrow. Again, some scattered showers and storms, mostly in the afternoon. And then beautiful weather Thursday through the weekend. Low 80s, 60s at night, low humidity. Gotta love that, Natasha. The storms will hold off until Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, something to look forward to. We just got to get through today.
Yep.
All right, Nick, thank you. Well, still to come, we're taking a look at some other local headlines, including the latest on the Legionnaires' outbreak on the Upper East Side and why Council Speaker Julie Menin is not happy about the way that the city is handling this health emergency. Menon is criticizing the New York City Health Department about how it's handled the current Legionnaires' outbreak on the Upper East Side. 4 people have died from this latest outbreak. The city's health department says they believe it's now under control with the source of exposure eliminated. But Menon says the health department dragged its feet in releasing information and should have been more proactive.
I was told by the Department of Health the first Monday after the crisis was announced that they knew where the epicenter was, but that was never announced to the public. And I said, well, why wouldn't you announce that? With every hour, the towers were not disinfected. With every day that they were not prophylactically disinfected, more New Yorkers became sick and 4 tragically died. That is simply unacceptable.
A spokesperson for the health department says they did rapidly and aggressively respond to this outbreak. They say the city wanted to first test each of the towers so that they could trace the source. Well, the suspect accused of starting a fire outside 26 Federal Plaza in Lower Manhattan is awaiting arraignment on federal charges. Authorities say 43-year-old Andrew Arabaka also allegedly set off fireworks while waving a pellet gun around yesterday. He's a former U.S. Army missile systems mechanic. The FBI says he appeared to be upset about immigration enforcement. New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill says she is removing any people from the voter rolls who were mistakenly registered to vote. She says a software glitch in New Jersey's motor vehicle system registered 6,600 people to vote, even though they answered no when asked if they were U.S. citizens. Fewer than 400 reportedly voted for the first time because of that error. Sherrill says that the software glitch happened from June 2023 to June 2024. Before she took office, she has ordered an investigation and says there is no evidence any elections were swayed by that incident. Well, we're following the latest on tonight's severe weather, and coming up, we're checking back in with Nick, who's been tracking all of these storms. And then we're taking you to some of the hardest hit areas from today's rain and the preps in place as more storms are expected throughout the night.
Six o'clock news.
A Fox 5 weather alert. We're following severe storms making their way across our area tonight that are bringing heavy rains and flash flooding concerns, along with powerful winds that have led to several tornado warnings throughout the day and a tornado watch for New York City and most of the tri-state until 9 p.m. tonight. Well, we have a team of reporters spread across our area tonight monitoring the weather and all of the fallout. But we start with Nick Gregory with the very latest on tonight's storm. So where are the storms right now, Nick?
Well, the ones that really created havoc earlier in the day, Natasha, they're well off to the east now. Again, this is just moving off the north shore here by Mattituck on up into southern Connecticut and way offshore. And then a little cluster. This came across North Jersey a little while ago. That's now in the mid-Hudson Valley. The real severe storms are down here. That's where we still have that little severe thunderstorm warning that's been in effect across portions of Ocean County. And that warning is still there. You can see that's going to go till 6:45 p.m. The other issue is this, the tornado watch. That goes until 9 o'clock. But again, from north to south, this has been ending. And you can sort of see here on the wide view that a lot of that activity is starting to sort of fall apart. So that's some good news. Maybe we're not going to see another threat of tornadic activity. That doesn't mean we still can't get some strong thunderstorms coming up in the forecast. And again, the other issue has been some of these storm reports where we've been seeing the potential for the flash flooding that's been found across the area. See if we can zoom into that little cluster right in here. These are the two potential tornado spotters that showed something by Troy Hills at 2:43 this afternoon. And as you went out towards Stanhope, again, nothing confirmed yet. Just because we have a tornado warning doesn't mean that that's been a tornado. It just means that the radar detected that the atmosphere might have been producing a tornado because of the shift in the wind at the lower levels of the atmosphere. These other symbols you see are all flash flooding going off northeast New Jersey to southwest Connecticut. And again, you can see on the wide view, some of that rain is still to come through. We do have flood warnings for about another 30 minutes to an hour, again, east of the city, extending out up into the Hudson Valley. And that flood watch, southwest Connecticut, right down towards southwest New Jersey, that's till 2 o'clock in the morning. We've had anywhere from a quarter an inch of rain to more than that, 2.5 at White Plains. But look at the radar determined rain here that I've been able to analyze. And boy, this swath of heavy rain, 5 inches here as you get south of 287 there in Westchester and extending just to north of Stamford, 3.5 Bridgeport, 3 up in the mid-Hudson Valley. And there have been reports here in North Jersey of amounts as much as 3 to 4 inches of rain as well. Natasha?
Nick, thank you. Well, part of Westchester County are among the hardest hit areas so far as heavy downpours are making their way across the area. So this was a scene earlier this afternoon. Take a look where the rain caused flooding along the Bronx River Parkway, making driving dangerous and almost impossible. Fox's Richard Jacobus is live in White Plains with a look at conditions there. Richard, we show this video of a car trying to drive through that. That's something you should not be doing.
No, and that's what county police and officials have been warning about now since the storm just started a few hours ago. And now it's kind of intermittent tonight, so I think people are, maybe want to take that risk. But you may run into something like this. This is the Bronx River Parkway, which is still shut down tonight from here in White Plains all the way down to Yonkers. We're hearing right now, we're not sure if this parkway will be open in time for the morning commute in full. They may have part of it open, but they have to let this water recede. We'll show you again that video of that car that was coming down the Bronx River at about 2 o'clock this afternoon when it decided to wade through about 3 to 4 feet of water. Not a good idea because the driver realized he couldn't make it, so he bailed and pulled off, tried to get up this hill, but those wheels were spinning. So now he put the car back in reverse and somehow managed to drive back into the water. Ultimately, he got out, but not something you want to take a chance with. We then caught up with a father and daughter who got off the train in White Plains a little while ago, worried the whole time that their car, which is electric, would be flooded out. There's a parking lot that sits a couple of feet above the Bronx River Parkway where we're standing tonight. This time, though, they got lucky.
As soon as the train pulled up, I was looking out of the window.
We walked across the bridge. We were looking down at it because we were pretty scared.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it was fine.
Your car's fine. Everything is good.
Car's fine. Drive home the long way, and we'll be okay.
Yes, but we did notice there are not as many cars out tonight. I think for the most part, people tried to get ahead of this storm, and if they were commuting home from work, they left before the heavy rains hit. So if you were still thinking about going out tonight, officials advise stay home until tomorrow, until they can get most of these roadways open. There are a few other trouble spots, including the Sawmill Parkway and a sinkhole up near Katona on 684. So just be careful if you're heading out tonight. Don't if you don't need to. I think I said that enough tonight, right, Natasha? We're live in White Plains.
It's all good advice. You got to keep saying it. All right, Richard, thank you so much. Well, parts of New Jersey also dealing with the severe weather tonight. Fox 5's Teresa Priolo continues our coverage. She's live in Hoboken, New Jersey, with conditions there. Teresa, you said it was raining for a little bit and then it went away. How are things right now?
It's starting to drizzle again. It's been off and on all afternoon, but we are anticipating some bad weather to come through tonight. Hopefully it's not going to be anything more than what we saw this morning. So I'm standing here in the northwest section of Hoboken. This is the corner of 9th and Madison. If you've lived in Hoboken, if you know somebody who lives in Hoboken, or if you're just a news viewer, you know this is the area that typically floods when they get any sort of rain or any sort of storm. And tonight it's dry. That's really great to see. That means that either they didn't get as much rain as they were hoping, or the resiliency efforts here in Hoboken and the $100 million or so that they have used that's working. They have not only raised the profile of the street, they've put in a massive park just a block or two away by the ShopRite that's supposed to catch a lot of the rainwater. They've also done a number of upgrades on the storm basin and the drains as well. All those things keeping the roads relatively dry today. There was some crazy weather, though, in the southeastern portion of Morris County. Check out this photo. This is a picture of a tornado that appears to have touched down in southeastern Morris County, Parsippany area. A trained weather spotter reported a tornado, and we also have video of it to show you. This is the tornado, which appears to be on the ground near the driving range Top Golf in Parsippany. This happened at about 2:45 this afternoon, at the same time when it felt like much of the tri-state was under a tornado watch. Now, we are told by the National Weather Service that they will send survey crews to the area on Wednesday, which is tomorrow, to be able to investigate that. But boy, oh boy, what a shot to see. Can't imagine being on the highway or being on the roadway and experiencing that. There was also a report of another tornado that possibly touched down near Stanhope. So we're waiting to see if that is in fact confirmed as well. Natasha, me and my crew, we're going to head to Parsippany to see what the damage looks like, to see if there is any significant damage. We'll bring you that during Newsroom Live and also at 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
but that's the latest from Hoboken tonight. Back to you.
Really curious about that. All right, Teresa, thank you so much. Here in the city, parts of Queens are all too familiar with these kinds of storms and the flooding that comes along with them. Fox 5's Sharon Crowley is live in Woodside, Queens. Sharon, you really feel for those people. They just went through devastating floods, and now they're having to deal with it again.
Yeah, well, luckily the flooding hasn't happened today yet in this neighborhood. They are keeping an eye out, though. Take a look at some of the pictures that were shot here by one of the residents on Saturday. You can see from these pictures what they are dealing with. Knee-deep water in Woodside, Queens. This is an area that floods several times a year. The residents are used to it and are also pretty sick of it. We saw some residents out here trying to clear drains ahead of what they hope will not be another night of flooding here in this neighborhood. But they wish that the city would do more to help them. It really impacts basement apartments and those garages. And what you see, what you will see in just a minute here, is the aftermath. They have to put all their belongings out on the sidewalk. But first, let's hear from one of those residents and his son.
There's thousands of dollars in damages, like our washing machine, our dryer machine, the boiler. It was all just like broken, like ruined.
What do you think that it's going to rain here again tonight?
I'm not sure, but we already took like precautions. We just moved like stuff that are like more expensive. We just moved it upstairs, so it's like safer.
I'm trying to fix on the basement to the house to put nice. So right now everything is damaged.
So as I was trying to explain to you, Natasha, people have already flooded in this neighborhood on Saturday and moved all the wet material that has to be now thrown out onto the sidewalk. And you heard one of the residents here say that the washer and dryer got wet. So today, ahead of what they hope will not be another night of flooding, they've moved all of their valuables up to higher ground. But this is something that happens fairly routinely, and they're just hoping that the city or the state might come up with some long-term solutions for Woodside, Queens. For now, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, that's the hope. All right, Sharon, thank you. Well, the MTA is preparing for possible flooding from today's storms. They have portable pumps and debris trains to help get any water out of the system. Extra crews are also in place covering vents at locations that are prone to flooding. The MTA says so far there are no major flooding issues. All right, we want to see pictures and videos of today's wild weather. So just scan the QR code on your screen to share photos or videos that you take. Send them to us. You can see them right here on Fox 5 and Fox Local. New Jersey hit hard by this afternoon's severe storms. Coming up next, we're talking to the Morris County OEM about the dangerous weather that has already moved through and how they're getting ready for the rest of the night.
The news on
Well, severe weather has already pounded New Jersey with more expected tonight. Morris County officials told us that possible tornadoes were reported in the area. And what you're looking right now is one of the viewers' pictures that were sent to us. So joining us now with the very latest is Jeff Paul, Director of Morris County Office of Emergency Management. Jeff, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
My pleasure.
So we've been getting a couple pictures in of some possible tornadoes. What can you tell us about that?
Well, the National Weather Service has confirmed to us that through either video that they've reviewed or trained spotters that have submitted data to them that we did have some touchdown of tornadoes in Morris. So, we're evaluating that obviously and looking for validation from them. Will come further into the evening and maybe into tomorrow. But we certainly did have the result of the activity that would certainly support that information. We did have it start, early this afternoon, in Bud Lake and Mount Olive area, kind of moving east. And then it kind of, went into several towns throughout Morris County, causing obviously some tree damage and, electrical lines. We currently have about 983 people out of power at the moment, probably, between 983 and 1,000 at the moment, and 1,600, statewide. So we're working through our power outages right now with JCP&L is doing a great job trying to hammer that out. We probably got, 10 or 12 municipalities that have, power out ranging anywhere from, in the 40s to, 300-400 and everything in between. So I say that, we certainly, as storms go, the activity on the 3rd and 4th was certainly much more significant. But, we certainly didn't experience a tornado in that event, but in this one we did. But overall, I think we did okay from a, damage perspective. We have not received a ton of information with regarding, residential or commercial structural damage at this point. Do we have roads closed? Yeah. Do we have some flooding going on unrelated, with rain and ground saturation? We do. So we're going to evaluate things through the night into tomorrow and see what occurs.
Okay, that's good news that you haven't seen a lot of structural damage or gotten reports of that. You did mention some tree damage and some roads closed. Any other information you can share about the extent of the damage you've seen tonight so far?
A lot of the superficial data that's coming in now is really, electrical lines, trees, that kind of stuff. We did have, where that spotter came in up in the Bud Lake, Flanders, Mount Olive area. We did have 80 in area 206. The ramp was closed for a bit, but DOT was on that pretty quick. That likely was probably the result of, some of that spotter data with regards to the tornado that did allegedly hit up that way. So, right now we're kind of just watching the evening, obviously watching the water and flooding and, the creeks and all that stuff. But, we have not gotten significant reports of any, significant structural damage yet, but that still could come in.
You mentioned some roads closed. With that in mind, what do you want people to know right now?
I mean, the big thing on all storms is obviously be very careful, because when, wires come down and look like they're just kind of bundled up in trees and people think like, oh, I can just go move that. That's where, deadly events can occur. So we tell everyone to assume that the electrical lines that are down are charged and live and to completely stay away from them. We encourage people with outages to, report those to their provider, whoever that is. In the case of one of our bigger providers, which is Jersey Central, as I said, we have just under 1,000 people out right now, and report any obviously life threats right away to emergency services. But early we were telling people to shelter in place. We were getting calls about that in the thick of the moment. We told people to go to their basements, make sure they're away from windows, those kind of things, traditional recommendations when we didn't know what the extent was going to be or where the tornado was tracking. But it did kind of head east and move on out of Morris, and now we're just dealing with the remnants of what it left us.
All right, Jeff Paul, Director of Morris County OEM. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. Appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
And Nick is up next with another check of tonight's storms, plus an update on how tonight's severe weather is affecting our area airports. Delays continue because of the severe weather. Right now, 277 flights are canceled and 148 are delayed at LaGuardia. At JFK, 185 flights are canceled, 161 are delayed. At Newark Liberty Airport, 168 flights are canceled, 213 flights are delayed. Nick joins us now. I mean, that goes without saying. When you have this kind of weather, the airport's going to get affected.
So for sure, and what I want to show you in supporting what you just said is those flights that are getting out. These are the delays, right? So we're still running 1 to 2.5 hour delays of those that are still scheduled to get out of here. So again, it is going to be a problem into the evening, and we're still not quite done with the thunderstorms. But as I spoke about just a little while ago, Natasha, I've told you that things were looking a little brighter, that the threat of severe weather was diminishing, and sure enough, the tornado watch has really been discontinued now for most of New Jersey except down south, and we still have it over the city, Northeast Jersey, Hudson Valley, Western Connecticut, but I have a feeling in the next 15 minutes or so, that's going to go away too. Severe thunderstorm warning, that's still going on now till 7 o'clock. You head down to southern Ocean County, and we'll look at the radar there in a moment. But again, the flood watch now, that's going to continue till 2 o'clock in the morning, southwest Connecticut, the Hudson Valley, or over the city, down south and west. And these red areas are still the flash flood warnings for about another 30 to 45 minutes. And as you see on the radar, still a couple of storms to be on the lookout for. We'll go first up here into the Hudson Valley, and again you can see this as you head up into Dutchess County, some heavy rain, potentially a little small hail going on there as that storm is kind of racing off to the north and east at about 30 miles per hour. So that's headed towards Litchfield County in the next 15 to 30 minutes. Long Island's still getting it. This is the storm on the western edge of Suffolk County, and again this cluster that's now still moving off the north shore, that's really been producing some heavy rain out by Mattituck, Greenport, that area sliding off to the north and east. Notice the last couple of frames, this one's kind of weakening though a bit in intensity, so that's good news. This is the strongest storm. You get south of Lakewood down towards Toms River, shower storm, a lot of lightning strikes as you can see, and you can see here in the animation that it is sliding off to the east, so that's going to be affecting the immediate shore area here, again from the central parts of the Jersey Shore by Avalon there, and then extending all the way further south. Wide view shows things quieting down though to the west. We'll take an even bigger look at the wide view here in just a moment. In the meantime, we're into the 70s everywhere we go. Remember, about an hour ago, Toms River was still in the 80s. Not anymore, because now they're in that thunderstorm. Everybody else low, mid 70s. Very humid still. Dew points upper 60s to lower 70s. That's very uncomfortable. It's going to stay humid tonight and still tomorrow, because we're waiting for a cold front to pass, but it's not going to pass until later on in the days, which means another round of some showers and storms tomorrow, but not as widespread as today. South-southwest wind, 5 to 10, gusting a little higher, especially in thunderstorms, of course. Now, here's the wide view. See what I mean? Things quieting down to the west here. This activity kind of pushing southward. We'll see how much of this holds together for late tonight. But by then, I think we're going to be out of the severe weather threat. We may still see some locally heavy downpours later on, but just things should be quieting down during the overnight period. 60s to low 70s out the door in the morning. Clouds will eventually break for some sun, but again, some thunder showers may pop up in the afternoon. Notice it doesn't look like a lot, but we're back to the low and middle 80s tomorrow. Then the cold front passes, and the nice weather returns. Look at some 50s Thursday morning. Out the doors, North Jersey, Hudson Valley, low 60s on the island, mid 60s in the city, and then we'll end up in the 70s to about 80 on Thursday with much lower humidity. Boaters winds kind of choppy tomorrow, 15, 30 knots, 5 to 10 foot waves on the ocean, 2 to 3 on the sound. Day to keep the boat at the dock as a small craft advisory is up, but it's a high risk for rip currents, so careful as you're going to go to the beach. Not a great day to swim. Humid shower storms still around tonight. Locally heavy rainfall, 72 in the city, 60s in the burbs, and a couple more around tomorrow, mostly in the afternoon at 86. Still humid though, but then the great weather comes in Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's low 80s, 60s at night. Beautiful weekend. Showers and storms holding off till Monday and Tuesday. Natasha?
Yeah, it's a good stretch weather. All right, Nick, thank you. Well, coming up next, we're taking a look at some of our national headlines, including the latest on the war with Iran and whether President Trump will expand military operations against Iran in the coming days.
Sweet.
on the war with Iran, President Trump is deciding whether to restart full-scale military operations. Today, Iran's interior minister sat down with Pakistani mediators, but President Trump says he's in no rush to resume peace talks. The U.S. hit military targets in Iran for the 10th straight day, and Iran retaliated with attacks on Bahrain and Kuwait. Ship traffic in the Strait of Hormuz is back to a crawl, but now the Houthis are blocking oil tankers in the Red Sea. Well, funeral services for the late Senator Lindsey Graham have been finalized. There will be 2 services next week, one in Washington, D.C. and one in his home state of South Carolina. His sister's office says the D.C. service will be on July 28th, where President Trump will give a tribute to Graham and his 31 years in Congress. The senator will then be laid to rest the next day in South Carolina after a public funeral procession and a private family ceremony. Health Secretary RFK Jr. says the cyclospora outbreak is under control. He says health officials have done extensive forensics testing and identified the source of the outbreak. Taylor Farms has recalled several lettuce products possibly linked to the outbreak, but an investigation into the exact source is still ongoing. Cyclospora is a parasite and almost always spreads through contaminated fresh produce and causes flu-like symptoms and severe diarrhea. Nick is up next with a final check of tonight's storms. We'll be right back.
Lower.
Joins us now for a final check of the forecast. Nick, you've been talking about this for hours now.
Oh, it's been ongoing for sure, and lots to talk about too, and just hope everybody's being safe. We are dealing with some power outages though, Natasha, and again, they're not very widespread, but they're still out there. Again, look, about 300 there in Sussex County, heading down towards Morris County, about 100 there. So again, this could have been a lot worse. A little higher numbers here as you get into parts of Westchester and into Connecticut there, 1,500, and even into western Nassau County there with 2,000 power outage, people are still without power. And the storms, well, we got a little cluster going off to the northeast, still this one off on the east end, and the biggest one of concern at the moment is still the one down here as you move in towards southern New Jersey with some pretty good rains there. Toms River heading right on down to the shore, and that's the area that was still covered up by the severe thunderstorm warning. But the good news is here, I just talked about this earlier, the tornado watch has ended for much of the western areas of New Jersey, up into mid-Hudson Valley, even a little sliver in North Jersey. Still a tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning that goes till 7:15 there in Lower Ocean County as well. But I think as you see this wide view, things are quieting down. Not uncommon. We get the main storm comes by, and then the atmosphere kind of stabilizes a little bit, and so we're kind of seeing that now, which is why that tornado watch has been discontinued. And I guarantee you, I'm pretty confident anyway, in the next 15 minutes you'll see it discontinued for the rest of the area. The wide view showing again that we may still have a couple of showers and storms later tonight, but they may not be all that nasty. Still, this flood warning, that's going to go for just a little while longer. You get up here in the Hudson Valley, that's till 7 o'clock there in parts of Dutchess County, and that flood watch goes from 2 a.m. up until 2 a.m., I should say, southwest Connecticut, across the city, heading on to the south and west. And look at some of these rainfall numbers. Again, anywhere from 1/4 of an inch in the city to 2.5 in White Plains. These are the airport observations, but I've analyzed the radar plot here, and look at these numbers. 4 in the Bronx, 5 as you move into parts of Westchester, 5.5 up by Stamford, 3.5 Bridgeport, 2 to 3 inches, not uncommon there in the Hudson Valley and also into parts of North Jersey. Natasha?
All right, Nick, thank you so much. We'll have more on tonight's storms on the 10 o'clock news, but that does it for us right now. Have a safe night. Extra starts right now, and if you're watching on Fox Local, Newsroom Live is next.
All right, good evening. Welcome to Newsroom Live. We're coming at you from the Fox Newsroom here on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, and we are talking about the weather tonight. We have a number of storms moving through the area, flooding, a tornado watch in effect for New York City until 9 o'clock tonight. We are also investigating the possibility of a couple tornadoes touching down earlier today in New Jersey. We have an interview with the National Weather Service, what they look for and how they kind of figure out whether it was indeed a tornado, which would be a rare sight around these parts, or straight line winds as they're known, which are much more common. A lot going on, a lot of people affected. Of course, we had flooding over the weekend in Soho, Manhattan, Queens, you name it. Hoboken, always concerned about the water levels given how close they are to sea level over there, below sea level actually, technically. So public transit, everybody impacted by the weather we have moving through right now. Although I got to say, this picture of lower Manhattan looks probably better than we've seen it around here. Not raining right now, but lots of tropical energy in the air. This is a current look at the radar. You can see the storms moving up the East Coast towards New England, and they're busy. Now they're right over, heading over the Hamptons right now, Montauk, up into New England. My mother just sent me some video. It was pouring out down on Cape Cod too. So a whole East Coast event going on. Lots to get to today. And hop on in here.
There we go.
All right, Linda Schmidt joins us. She was on set earlier today. She's been in the thick of this all afternoon. It came on fast and furious, as these storms tend to do.
You know what, Steve, I got to tell you something. It really did come on fast and furious. And Nick was talking to me about this last night, and he said when it hit, it was going to hit fast. They expected it to hit later in the afternoon, but then by like noon, already they were already starting to see this thing move through. Now, one of the areas that they were really focused on earlier, because we were live from like 3 until 5 o'clock on our commercial air, Fox 5 News, but also in streaming, was in Morris County. Now, I'm originally from Morris County, so I know a lot of the communities there. And my brother also lives out Route 80 in the Bud Lake area. And so they were all under a tornado warning. Now, they ended up sending a picture. Apparently, there was a tornado that did start to form. Don't know yet if it touched down in Parsippany, New Jersey, which is right along Route 46, which is a major thoroughfare in New Jersey. You know, it's a major highway, not like a Route 80, but it is a major thoroughfare. And so it looked like it started to form there and started to come down. We're waiting to get confirmation from the National Weather Service to see if, in fact, that's what it was.
Yeah, look at that. That's a fearsome sight right there.
That's it right there. And it was interesting because we had interviewed the mayor from Parsippany, Troy Hills, which is the town which is right next to Parsippany. We had interviewed him earlier prior to this information and this picture coming out, and he was saying, well, so far, you know, we've been really lucky, not a lot going on here, some heavy rainfall off and on, but so far no tornadoes, nothing like that. And then within like an hour and a half, this picture then started to materialize.
That's unbelievable.
Now, my sister-in-law, oh, okay, here we go. Hey, Jeff, that is Facebook, if you want to check that on Facebook. My sister-in-law, because my brother and sister-in-law, they live in the Mount Olive, Bud Lake area, so we've been texting back and forth because they fell under this tornado warning. They just sent me a picture that is on Facebook of the tornado that formed and started to touch down in Stanhope, New Jersey.
Right, those are the two locations where
That's
Parsippany
right.
and Stanhope so far.
And Stanhope, New Jersey is right along Route 80. You take Route 80 west, you leave the city here, it's about an hour 15, hour 20 from here. And then Stanhope is one of the exits. It's very close to Mount Olive. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show you this picture here. If we can go ahead. Can we get into the, let me see here. What? Yep, you can see it.
Yeah, that's so good, yeah.
Yeah. You see there?
Oh, yeah, yep.
And it was right off the exit there in Stanhope. So you can see the tornado forming up here, and then you see the funnels starting to come down. So we are still, I think, waiting for actual confirmation from the National Weather Service.
We are.
But
you know,
these are the pictures that are coming in already.
No, and it's interesting. I literally, within the past 10 minutes, I just spoke to the Nelson Voss. He's a meteorologist at the National Weather Service. He's the warning coordination meteorologist for the New York City area. And he mentioned, too, that these pictures and videos, all of that is very helpful for them trying to figure out if indeed it was a tornado, which is a rarity around here, but seemingly getting more likely these days, or straight line winds, which is the other option you hear about, which is sort of short of a tornado, but capable of doing great damage in a short amount of time regardless. So that's what they're trying to figure out.
Looking at this right here, I know this apartment complex.
Oh, yeah.
This apartment complex is right on Route 46, and it's near a shopping area, because New Jersey, it's got strip mall after strip mall.
Sure, yeah.
Excuse me, my throat's really dry because I've been talking for hours today.
Yeah, I get it.
Excuse me. So I've been to this apartment complex. I actually covered a story here once, many years ago. But anyway, that's along Route 46 there in Parsippany. The other thing they wanted me to show you, you guys might have to use, hey Tarek, are you able to get that camera that's on the ceiling there? Are we able to do that one so that I can walk over here? Oh yeah, beautiful. So this right here, they wanted me to do this because what we're doing here, Tarek, this is, I think you guys can also bring this up. You let me know.
Oh, bingo. Yep, you're up.
Yep, there we go. Okay, so this is now Flight Aware. And this is where you go to track, what's going on at the airports all around the country. Well, here in New York City, I'm hovering over that. So far, from Newark Airport, JFK, and LaGuardia, they have a combination of, let me see here, delayed flights, 117 delayed flights. And so far, let me click that again. So far, 226 flights have been canceled between those three airports. So, naturally, it would just stand to reason that flight travel would be heavily
Well, and you've already got people
impacted
still
by this.
jammed up trying to get home from the World Cup. We were seeing things, people got, stuck
Oh my
in bad
gosh.
weather with that. And
That's
then they were
right.
being told it's going to be a number of days till they could get out of here. Now you throw this on top of it. It's been such a topsy-turvy weather summer so far. So
Yeah,
much
look at
heat and
that.
humidity really giving a lot of energy to the atmosphere. So that's a serious situation there. You can this is a great job of visualizing what's going on at the airports, and you can tell just by looking at the screen, not even knowing what that means, it's not a good situation because most of those reds are delayed, canceled flights and whatnot.
Correct.
So that's a huge
Whenever
deal.
you see red, it's
bad.
bad news.
It's
You
bad.
see orange, it's bad news. You
Yeah.
see green, that's usually good news.
And you got it from all up and down the East Coast too, and it's going to, I think, continue to get worse throughout the night. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
you can't fly in conditions like this.
And what's interesting too, Nick was talking to me about this earlier today, is that what happens with these major storms is that they then spawn other storms. So as the major storm cell is moving through your area, what it's leaving behind, there's even the conditions are so ripe that it then spawns new storms. So you might think that you're out of the woods as the storm passes over you, because this is fairly quickly traveling. It lasts about an hour. But that you are still actually in danger because another storm following that could pop up and move right through as well.
All right, we've got a new photo here. This is from Daniel in Clifton, New Jersey, of a possible twister.
Whoa!
Oh wow, look at that.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it's a frightening sight. Is that a photo or video we're looking at?
It's a video.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you can see the tree branches moving a little bit. Okay, so we're just gonna watch this video unfold here. And again, this is in Clifton, New Jersey, some sort of home security video looking out over the pool. And you can see off in the distance there, the dark clouds and what looks to be a tornado. Doesn't mean it is, but it certainly could be. It seems like it's heading in that direction. The National Weather Service obviously has the final say on that. They're pretty good at making a final determination quickly these days. And, all this video stuff like that helps.
Oh,
it's not just radar. It's not just reading radar and things like that.
No,
it's like,
they've got the
that's
evidence.
a tornado.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
funnel touched down. It touched on the ground. Yep, that's what it was.
Yeah.
But can you imagine? You've got your family. You're sitting at home. You're trying to make dinner or whatever. You look out your window and you see that.
Yeah.
I mean, right on top of your home.
Yeah, it's frightening.
Frightening.
And we're under a watch, by the way, here in the city until 9 o'clock tonight. So that's something we don't see too often around here. But, extreme weather is ramping up during the summers. There can be no denying that. Just this weekend, we saw heavy flooding all over the place. So, yeah, this is the new norm, unfortunately. And I think it was yesterday or something that was in the news that they now have declared our part of the country here a subtropical climate because these summers are so much hotter and more rain and flooding and the whole thing. And here we go. Now we're looking at potential tornadoes a day or two after they make that determination. So, yeah, it's pretty scary stuff, no doubt about it. Actually, I wonder if maybe we go to my National Weather Service interview that I just did with the meteorologist Nelson Voss from there. He gave us a little more insight into exactly what they're doing when it comes to trying to figure out whether it was indeed a tornado or a lesser straight line wind damage situation. We're joined now by Nelson Voss from the National Weather Service. He is the warning coordination meteorologist here in the New York City area. Nelson, thanks so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
Yeah, certainly. Good to be here with you, Steve.
All right. So certainly a very busy weather afternoon. We have reports of potentially a couple tornadoes touching down in the area. What can you tell us about how you go about verifying whether this was, in fact, a tornado?
Yeah, so it's really kind of a process of looking at both the radar data, the environmental data that we're seeing that is constantly coming into our computer, computer screens, computer software. But we also want to see what's actually happened where we do see some of these signatures of potential tornadoes, what actually happened out in the communities. In terms of tree damage, maybe infrastructure damage, what types of damage and to the degree it occurred. That's all we try to, that's all the things we try to look at, and we kind of correlate it with what we saw on radar. Was there some rotation in a storm? How strong that storm was? The timing of all that, and so it's putting all the pieces of the puzzle together to figure out whether that was a tornado or just straight line winds that we more typical of thunderstorms here.
Yeah, that's interesting. That segues right into my next question. The difference between straight line winds and tornadoes. I've been in the business a long enough time. I've heard the meteorologists always say we got to find out whether it was straight line winds or indeed a tornado. What's the difference between the two?
Yeah, typically for thunderstorms in our area, basically you get a lot of moisture rising well up into the atmosphere. And then, as that thunderstorm is maturing, and then it kind of collapses down and you get those winds coming right down to the surface. And typically when that happens, it's almost like turning on the faucet. You see winds and the wind damage that kind of spread out. It's like kind of a divergent pattern. But the difference is when we do have a rotating storm, and if the environment's right, you can potentially get a tornado. And instead of that, divergent pattern of damage, you can see more of a kind of maybe a convergent pattern of damage. And that's one of the things that we're kind of looking for in terms of the damage signatures. And that's probably the difference that we would see, in terms of straight line wind damage and tornadic damage.
And you sort of referenced a little bit about how it is helpful to get, video and pictures from people who may have been in the area where you're sort of investigating these sort of things. How helpful is that for you these days to sort of confirm your opinion on whether or not it was indeed a tornado?
Yeah, that's extremely helpful because really what we need to see, we can see a lot of different things on radar. There are even some signatures that we can see on radar, which would show, which would allow us to confirm a tornado just based on radar signatures. Sometimes you can see some of the debris lofted up well several thousand feet, and that would indicate to us that it is potentially a tornado. But most of the time, what we want to kind of see with that is what type of damage occurred. Is it trees? Is it buildings? What is the kind of the pattern of the damage? But videos can really help. Sometimes we see videos of, from storm spotters showing a rotating storm, leading to maybe a funnel cloud where you see rotation, but it not hitting the ground. Mm-hmm. And then finally it could evolve into a funnel cloud or rotating column of air touching the ground. And that is the tornado. So if we can have video evidence of that, along with the damage, that can really help.
Yeah, fantastic. We know it's a very busy night for you and for us. Nelson Vaz from the National Weather Service, we do appreciate you joining us and shedding some insight as you continue to investigate whether we did, in fact, see some tornadoes here in the area in New Jersey earlier today. Nelson, thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, yeah, they're investigating Stanhope, New Jersey, and Parsippany, New Jersey as two locations where we may have seen tornadoes actually touch down as the city remains in a tornado watch, right, Nick? Not warning. Watch until 9 o'clock tonight. So, okay, and there is a warning, a tornado warning down by Toms River, New Jersey. So right now, New Jersey taking the brunt of it when it comes to strong winds, obviously flooding and everything else happening elsewhere. We're going to dive into that when we return with more Newsroom Live in 2 minutes. Stick around. All right, welcome back to Newsroom Live, 717, and we are looking at the airports, which once again are not the place to be, unfortunately. All sorts of issues going on tonight due to the extreme weather that has moved through the area and continues to linger for the next several hours, potentially into tomorrow morning. We're talking about heavy rains, flooding, potential tornadoes. We know that they're investigating two that may have touched down in New Jersey earlier in Stanhope and in Parsippany. You mentioned before the break, Nick, that there is a tornado warning in the Toms River area, and then it goes into a watch, which is a little less severe, but certainly deserving of our respect and concern up here in the city. So that's something we don't talk about too often, tornado watches in the city.
That's true. It does happen from time to time. But yes, today was a very interesting day. Of course, a widespread area of threat of severe weather. And a lot of the tornado watch, though, has now been discontinued. We still have it for Northeast New Jersey, the city up in the lower Hudson Valley, Southwest Connecticut. But I think, Steve, in the next 20 to 30 minutes, it's probably going to be discontinued. There was discontinued in central New Jersey. Once they discontinued it, of course, what happened? A tornado warning popped up near Toms River. Again, now we have to remember, when these tornado warnings pop up, they are radar detected. So it's not immediately someone saying, hey, that's a tornado over there. It's the radar that's detecting rotation potentially in the cloud by tracking which direction the raindrops are moving, either towards the radar or away. That creates what we call shear. So if that shear is prevalent, what it does is it trips the algorithm, and a tornado warning gets issued immediately.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
It does. Now, just because, again, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a tornado there, but the odds are some severe weather is happening, right? It could be straight line damaging wind conditions, some small hail. That's, again, always a possibility when we're under tornado watch conditions. Good thing is, she under 7-day, after we get rid of the showers tomorrow afternoon and a thunderstorm, Steve, we're in great shape Thursday right through the weekend.
I mean, that's the way it should work, right?
Yes.
You get this, you wring this sort of energy out of the atmosphere and you get better weather on the back end of it, typically.
Yeah,
you know,
unless the front hasn't passed, which is why tomorrow we're still going to see some showers and storms. Look at some of the rainfall, 4 to 5 inches of rain from the Bronx into parts of Westchester.
That's already happened, or that's what we're anticipating?
Happened.
That's already happened.
That's radar.
Boy.
What I did is I took the radar projection of what it detected that happened in the last 6 to 12 hours, and I was able to determine, radar determined how much rain actually fell. So again, 4 to 5 inches of rain in some of those areas, and in parts of North Jersey into the Hudson Valley, same deal. Anywhere from 2 to 3.5 inches of rain occurred. So that's why we saw.
And there's no infrastructure on Earth that can handle that amount of rain that
in
fast.
In a short amount of time,
I mean,
exactly. And that's the flash flooding. We had flash flood warnings covering a lot of the area into this evening. They've all now been discontinued. We do still have a flood watch, though. They see that southwest Connecticut, across the lower Hudson Valley, the city, and into New Jersey. That's going to go till 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
But again, the radar is not quite that threatening right now. We're going to take a look at that here in just a moment. And again, down south in Ocean County, again, you can see, here's the animation. You can see, again, all the stuff that came through.
That's a lot of red on that radar.
Yeah, but a lot of that's passing off to the south and east of us now. There's another line up there by Buffalo. We'll see how much of that holds together for later tonight.
Coming down potential. Okay,
exactly.
I gotcha,
So the potential, if that holds together, later tonight, we may still see some showers and storms, and there still could be some locally heavy rainfall. But the threat of tornadoes will be over by then, so we won't be worried so much about that. And then tomorrow, we're still waiting for this front to clear, so it's still going to be humid. Looking at low to some middle 80s tomorrow, because the sun will break out from time to time. But the shower thunderstorm threat's going to return probably not in the morning tomorrow. It'll be in the afternoon, and it won't be as widespread as today. I don't think that'll.
I wonder if we could take one of those sky cams. It looks like it's lightning up here in the city.
It could very well be.
Sort of
A little
pushing
sun
through.
breaking through the cloud cover while we're in a little gap here. So
it's that radar is helpful to see how it sort of comes in waves, and one part moves out, another part moves in.
And this is tomorrow, so you see we're cloudy in the morning. Some sun then breaks out. There are the little storms popping up. Notice they're much less than today, though, right? Few and far between. And then as we head into Thursday, our computer model here is showing we're clearing it out. It's going to be a beautiful day and a beautiful couple of days.
Is that high pressure taking control?
Correct.
Is that is nice?
If you pay attention.
Yeah, I've hearing 400,000 forecasts over the course of my career has sunk in my thick skull, if you can believe it.
See, but it only took 400,000.
Yeah, only 400,000 or so. That's my magic number.
So that's great. So but I think as we're going into the evening, the threat is still there. There's a little cluster of showers going through northeastern Pennsylvania now. And that's also going to head off. That might be moving across North Jersey and the Hudson Valley, but we're keeping the thunderstorms in the forecast overnight, 60s to lower 70s. Still going to be very humid overnight as well. But the threat of severe weather will start to diminish now as we head on in through.
And this was exactly what you called yesterday.
Pretty much. It came in a little bit early, though. I was thinking it was going to be a little later in the day. It came in a little bit early than expected. And tomorrow, again, we're low to middle 80s. And again, the afternoon scattered shower and thunderstorm threat, but not as widespread as today. So that's some good news. I don't think we'll see as big of a severe outbreak tomorrow. And then after that, like I said, some really great weather's coming for the rest of the week.
That's awesome. That'll be great. All right, we'll let you rest your voice, Nick. What do you think about that?
Yes. Well, I'll be back in a little while for other updates. So, but now I've got to go put some food in my stomach, which is growling.
Fuel up. We understand. You came in right on air from the second you got in the door.
Oh,
so
yeah.
there you go.
It was like nonstop.
Nonstop. One of those days.
But that's what we do. That's what we're here to warn you and help you. That's our job.
That's right. That's what all your experience comes in handy. We love it. All right, Nick, we appreciate it. We'll be right back with more Newsroom Live in 2 minutes. Stick around. All right, welcome back to Newsroom Live, 7:25 on a very active weather day, to put it mildly. Montauk, you can see the winds blowing. The temperatures are cool. Some of that weather still may be heading in that direction. We are actually under a tornado watch here in the city until 9 o'clock tonight. That is something you do not see every day. A tornado warning down in Toms River, New Jersey. And we are also investigating 2 potential twisters that touched down in New Jersey, in Stanhope and Parsippany. Things are looking good, though, here in the city right now. Looks like we're in a little break from the storm. Hopefully that continues to be the case. But boy, it has been an eventful few hours around these parts. We've got a bunch of pictures and images being sent to us from viewers, from our reporters out in the field. We've seen a little bit of everything. Look at this. This is a post from Maywood, New Jersey, saying, "I'm scared," and what they are scared about is what you see off in the distance, these potential twisters. Now, the National Weather Service has to figure out if indeed it was a tornado or what's known as straight line winds. That investigation is underway, and the National Weather Service says it is helpful. Oh, hey, they're just having fun. They've got some Heinekens, they're drinking some wine, they got the Knicks gear. That's how you do it. They're hunkering down, they're listening to the guidance, telling people to stay off the road. These 3 ladies know how to have a good time. And that is, that's the skyline. You can see right lower, just below the center of your screen, it has the skyline for New York City just covered by a wall of dark gray clouds. That has been the story since this storm blew in earlier today. It has just been intense. The sun went away. Mom took shelter in the tub. She's got her phone. She's got some magazines. She knows what's up. She is doing it right. Congrats for her. She's safe. She's in the tub, just having fun, having a little fun with it right now, and just starting to come down now. That's what they're talking about. This was sent to us. This is from Perth Amboy, from Jason. We appreciate all these videos you're sending us. This is great. This really helps paint the picture. So far, New Jersey has been the epicenter of any sort of potential tornado activity. As we move elsewhere, yeah, let's see here. This is Michael O photos. Something was trying to rotate and touch down right over Parsippany, New Jersey. Wow, just wow. That was the video we actually watched with, that's a screenshot from the video we watched with Linda at the top of the hour. And they are right now investigating whether that was indeed a tornado. It does seem to be like kind of leaning in that direction. But of course, that is the National Weather Service final say on that front. Of course, rain has been a huge issue. This is the city. This is Rosie from Leonia. And this is another video shot from someone's home security camera. If you let this one roll for a little bit, you can see off just to the right of the center of the screen that really dark, ominous cloud with, this is their caption, twister forming over a house. Whether that was indeed the case remains to be seen, but it certainly could have been. This is in Clifton, New Jersey. A lot of people helping the effort to figure out if this was indeed a tornado, one of 2 that they're investigating right now that may have touched down in New Jersey. Certainly a rare occurrence, but it has been a hot summer here. Things like this coming more and more prevalent. We've seen a lot more flooding. This weekend, we saw people get rained in Queens, Soho, all over the city. They had to cancel the Noah Khan concert at Citi Field. This is the look at the airports right now. This is a live image from FlightAware, and that is painting a very poor story if you were planning on flying out today. And we're already hearing too that there's people who are still trapped here from the World Cup. They were trying to get out, and then all that rain on Saturday kept them here, and now they're going to have to deal with more people whose flights are canceled. We would love you to share your storm photos. There's the QR code. Just click that, hit the link, follow, upload, let us know where you are, where you're coming from. And we're going to continue to follow the latest updates. We are not out of the woods yet. We continue to monitor these storms that are moving through the area. More Newsroom Live in 2 minutes. Lieber, Jenna Lieber. It was from Lisa this morning. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do it. Yep, love it. And then let's just maybe hopefully Meredith gets in. All right, welcome back to Newsroom Live, 7:31. We are monitoring the weather. It has been a chaotic, busy afternoon here. It does look like things are getting better right now. Doesn't mean things can't go downhill again, but right now we're getting a little break. We're starting to see some sun here as we look over the GW Bridge, Fort Lee, New Jersey. New Jersey now currently investigating 2 potential tornadoes that may have touched down earlier today. This is Long Beach, looking nice out on Long Island, cool, breezy. But starting to see the sun poke through after basically it became dark this afternoon as the storm moved in, and we really saw a lot of rain fast, which is something we're getting used to as well. And of course, you know, you got the subways, public transit. We're having so many issues where all that rain comes down too fast. The storm drains can't handle it. The subway stations get flooded. We see the rain coming into the roofs, all that sort of stuff. We have seen that time and time again. It just seems like we have all these storms where we get a couple inches of rain in like an hour and it just overwhelms the whole system. Obviously, this is a major job that the MTA is going to have to deal with. We've heard them talk about this time and time again. This is a multi-billion-dollar process. It's going to take years to complete. Our old, outdated storm drains just cannot handle this much water. And Jenna Lieber, the head of the MTA, actually spoke to this a little bit earlier today.
Priority number 1 is getting the water out of the system. We do this every day. 13 million gallons of water are removed every day from the subway system through our pumping infrastructure. The problem is that storms are getting more frequent and more intense. New Yorkers know this, and they're increasingly overwhelming the city of New York's sewer infrastructure.
Yeah, that's a big problem, something they're going to have to deal with. That is going to have a big price tag, but it doesn't seem like we really have any option but to upgrade the storm drains, etc., because we're just getting a lot more rain a lot faster than we ever had before. And now my colleague Meredith Gorman, she's going in and out. All right, we're going to try to check in with her, but that's not going to happen right now. Let's figure out what else we want to do. I do have one update. While you guys get me some new elements, let's talk about this. There has been a 5th Legionnaire's death reported here in the city, that a part of that ongoing outbreak on the Upper East Side. We now know that 5 people have died. It does seem like the number of new cases is slowing down. They're getting better at disinfecting and figuring out exactly the source of it, all those cooling towers, things like that. And we actually heard from the City Council President Julie Menon earlier today, and it seems like the more they investigate this Legionnaire's outbreak, the more questions they have about whether things could have been done differently and maybe made it a little less severe than it was. So I think the outcome of this investigation is going to be some potentially pretty substantial changes to how we monitor for this going forward, how we keep these cooling towers clean, et cetera, et cetera. Let's listen into the City Council Speaker Julie Menon speaking to that earlier today.
We know that at least 76 people have been infected in the latest outbreak of Legionnaires, and that 7 of our neighbors remain hospitalized. And tragically, that 4 New Yorkers lost their lives. Our hearts are with their loved ones as they grieve, and I'd like to just take a moment of silence to acknowledge them. I've heard from so many constituents who lacked essential information on disease risk, on exposure, on prevention. They were not sure how they should stay safe, how the spread was evolving, whether they should remain at home, or if it was okay to walk in the city streets. We are concerned about the communication from the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. We are concerned that it was not done in a timely manner about compliance, and I know that a number of speakers here are really going to talk about that. While we appreciate the town halls that DOHMH had, the real issue is that we had urged from the beginning that the buildings be proactively disinfected. So rather than wait for test results to come back, why not proactively disinfect so that more New Yorkers, and in this case, more East Siders, did not become sick? With every hour the towers were not disinfected, with every day that they were not prophylactically disinfected, more New Yorkers became sick and 4 tragically died. That is simply unacceptable.
That was the City Council Speaker talking about the preliminary investigation into this Legionnaire's outbreak. And to give you just an idea of how severe it has been, that was just this morning. And she mentioned that there were 4 deaths. Well, there has been a 5th confirmed death, according to city officials, due to that Legionnaire outbreak. There are going to be some big changes likely coming forward to make sure we don't have a repeat of this in the years and summers ahead. All right, we've got much more Newsroom Live coming up in 2 minutes. All right, the heat and humidity have definitely come down a notch after we saw some pretty severe weather move through the area. Lots of rain. Nick was talking up over 5 inches of rain in parts of the Bronx. We saw potential tornadoes touch down in New Jersey. Air traffic is a mess. There are all sorts of cancellation and delays at the major airports. Look at that, even the GW Bridge for 7:30 at night, pretty quiet. A lot of people heeding the advice. Either they didn't go to work, they left early, and they're being told to stay off the roads. We are on a tornado watch, actually, here in the city until 9 o'clock tonight. A tornado warning further south in New Jersey, the Toms River area. Long Beach looks nice. It's sort of having a little break of the sun right now. Looking out over the bridge here, the Cuomo Bridge, Tappan Zee, whatever you like to call it. It's been a busy day. We're not done yet, but hopefully things are moving in the right direction. This is pretty much exactly what Nick forecast yesterday. Maybe just moved in a little bit earlier than we're expecting. Are we trying Meredith? Okay, it looks like we've got my colleague Meredith Gorman. She's been driving around. Actually, I'm not even sure where she is right now, but she can fill us in on exactly what she's seen in her travels so far. Meredith.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, hopefully this works right here. We've been driving around the Westchester area. We're now in Katona. And as we were driving on the road to our next location to check out some storm damage, we lost service. So sorry about that. But there's been a lot of damage in this area. Obviously, it's pretty calm outside now. The rain has mostly stopped. But during that period of storms, it was pretty bad. They wreaked havoc across Westchester tonight. And our Richard Giacobis was on scene at a location a short time ago in our 5 and 6 o'clock shows. And he showed that part of White Plains is still underwater right here where the parkway shut down all the way to Yonkers. You can see right here a driver who appeared to ignore the road closure signs and tried to drive his car through about 3 to 4 feet of water. And here you see he eventually tried to pull off, and he tried to get up this hill, but his wheels were spinning. So he put the car in reverse, and somehow at the end of this, he manages to drive back into the water and get out of his car. I mean, very lucky.
Yeah,
there.
I can't believe they pulled that one off.
I know. And it is truly kind of crazy when you look at this water flow in person because it's moving downstream pretty fast, like a current. So if you were to get out of your car and stand in that, there's a good chance you get swept away, like more in the back. But yeah, this person got very lucky here. This is exactly what you're not supposed to do if you see water on the road and you are driving, because you just don't know how deep it is. And yeah.
Look at that. I mean, it's right up to the hood of the car there. I cannot believe this Honda Civic made it out of there. Yeah, exactly. It's, it's actually instructive to watch this and make sure, like, listen, this is why they tell you not to do it. You don't want to be this person. They were able to pull it off, but God only knows how. Not a situation you want to find yourself in. And Lord knows that car probably suffered some pretty decent damage during that whole escapade, too.
Oh, and Steve, they say Honda Civics last forever. Well, this is a good advertisement for Honda. His car, that's like a 20-year-old Honda Civic right there, is still powering through. But we also caught up with a father and daughter who got off the train in White Plains, and they were concerned the entire train ride that their electric car would be flooded out. There is a parking lot that's just a couple of feet above the Bronx River Parkway, but this family got lucky. Richard Giacovis spoke with them. So let's take a listen if we have the sound available.
As soon as the train pulled up, I was looking out of the window.
Yeah, we walked across the bridge. We were looking down at it because we were pretty scared. But thankfully, it was fine.
Your car's fine. Everything is good.
Car's fine. Drive home the long way, and we'll be okay.
Yeah.
So right now, we're on our way to a sinkhole in Katona, and the right lane of that road only remains open tonight. So we're going to check that out and have more footage that will air in the 10 p.m. show today.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Thanks for checking in, Meredith. We appreciate it. Stay safe out there. You and Pete doing a good job for us. We appreciate it. A busy night on the roads, and obviously all the public officials are telling people to stay off the roads. Let the rain clear, drain down a little bit. Not safe out there right now. 7:43 on a very active Tuesday night here. We continue to follow the weather. We'll be right back with more News Live. All right, we are seeing some clearing, temporary at least, here in the city. Things looking a lot better than it did a couple hours ago when we were getting drenched with rain. Strong winds, you name it, it has blown through the area. This is something we have seen plenty of in just the past several days. Saturday, we got walloped in the city. Lots of places getting an awful lot of rain really quick, causing all sorts of problems. One of the places that was hit, which is so often the case, is Woodside, Queens. They have so many issues with flooding there in the low-lying areas. Our Sharon Crowley is joining us now live from Woodside. They're still dealing with the after effects from this weekend, and here we go with yet more rain. Sharon.
Yeah, Steve, it's been raining on and off here in Woodside, Queens, but nothing like the deluge they saw here on Saturday. In fact, this is a neighborhood that floods quite a bit. Before we get to the video, let me show you behind me here to try to explain to you what's going on. You can see whatever was in the basement of any of these row homes, that was what we used to call them in Philly, are completely drenched and now trash. We're looking at a water heater destroyed, mattresses, a couch, you name it. They're all out on the sidewalk now, trash, and that's why they're just dreading more rain again. We've seen a lot of people in this neighborhood try to put sandbags by their garage. Take a look at some of the video that we got from a resident here in this neighborhood. These pictures you're about to see are what were taken from his home out of the back where all the cars are, and it's not just basements, but the garages are in the basement. They go down a slope there, and it was completely flooded, knee deep. You'll see him out here trying to clear the storm drains in the video as well. And that's something that people have been doing. The city does that, but they can't obviously get to all of them. So I'm sure, residents who live here are so sick of the repeated flooding in these areas that they go out themselves and try to do that. But they were worried that would happen again. And luckily, so far, that hasn't happened. Here, Steve, I think we have some sound from some of the residents.
Of dollars in damages, like our washing machine, our dryer machine, the boiler, it was all just like broken, like ruined.
What do you think that it's going to rain here again tonight?
I'm not sure, but we already took like precautions. We just moved like stuff that are like more expensive. We just moved it upstairs, so it's like safer.
I'm trying to fix on the basement to the house to put nice. So right now everything is damaged.
And a lot of the residents that I talked to told me they weren't home. They were at work on Saturday and they came home to find things underwater, so they really couldn't take any precautions. And they're hoping that they don't get hit again tonight. But as I was telling you, Steve, and you know this as well from covering it, 3 to 5 times a year they get floods like this that just destroy everything in those. We've talked about those basement apartments that can be so dangerous that the city we're trying to get people out of into higher ground when there's flash flooding alerts. And that was the case here in Woodside, Queens as well. Just a mess. They're still cleaning up from Saturday and hoping they dodged a bullet today with the weather. I mean, it has rained on and off, but nothing like it was here on Saturday.
Yeah.
Steve, I'll send it back to you.
Such a distressing issue. Your heart really does break for these people. They go through it time and time and again. And it's a complicated issue, too, from a policy standpoint, because, of course, we need more housing here in the city. These basement apartments add more housing, but it is not safe when we see these floods just sort of appear out of nowhere and in a course of an hour drop 2, 3, 4 inches of rain. It's a bad situation. There's no doubt about it. All right, Sharon, we appreciate it. Thanks so much. Continue.
Yeah. And we'll have another report for you coming up at 10.
You got it. We appreciate it. Thanks so much, Sharon. All right, we'll be right back with more News and Live.
Sounds good.
In 2 minutes. All right, stick around. All right, some signs of clearing here in the city after a wild afternoon of weather moving through pretty much the entire tri-state. New Jersey, they're investigating potential tornadoes, too, that may have touched down earlier today. In the city, it's been all about the rain, just inches of rain falling in such a short period of time, overwhelming the sewers, the storm drains, you name it, the area roadways. It has been a mess everywhere you look, although it does finally look to be getting nice. But believe it or not, we still are in a tornado watch here in the city until 9 o'clock tonight. So we're not out of it yet. These storms can flare back up, but right now, looks like pretty much everywhere we point our cameras, things do look encouraging after a very stressful afternoon, particularly in lieu of what we saw take place over the weekend. Sharon was just in Woodside, Queens. They get hit several times a year with these massive flooding events. They had one this weekend, and here we go yet again. She spoke to a number of people there who, their first floor apartments, everything inside was ruined. We saw water heaters out on the street. Yeah, look at that. All of these people's worldly possessions just soaked, drenched out on the curb, getting ready to be picked up by sanitation. It is a sad sight. You can see this garage is interesting. It looks like they actually sort of took some concrete cinder blocks and blocked off the water from heading into the garage. That shows you how often these low-lying parts of Queens are dealing with situations like this. Insurance doesn't typically cover this. Yeah, look at that. All these people sort of taking matters into their own hands, trying to keep the water out. That is a thankless job, though. You know how hard it is to keep water from getting where it wants to be. It's just a tough situation. Backyards flooded. All of the debris just floating. Look at that person. The trash barrels, they're trying to clean the storm drains. They're up to their waist in all of this water. Heartbreaking scenario that plays out time and time again, unfortunately. And that is the situation tonight. We are just cleaning up once again. There are some flood watches in effect. Those will last sort of into the early morning hours. Hopefully we've seen the worst of it. Hopefully it is moving out of the way, but we're not ready to say it is completely done just yet. And, you know, of course, in New Jersey, you heard me mention the potential of 2 twisters touching down earlier today. A lot of video and pictures coming to us from viewers, and it was very helpful when I spoke to the person from the National Weather Service, Nelson Vaz. He's a meteorologist there. He says these pictures and videos really help them do their job to determine if it was indeed tornadoes that touched down or what's known as straight line winds. But look at that. That is a fearsome picture sent in from Tyler. I believe that's near Parsippany. And Stanhope is the other area that they're investigating a possible tornado. And I was able to speak, again, like I mentioned, with the person from the National Weather Service earlier today and just sort of get a little detail on how they figure out whether it was indeed a tornado that touched down. All right, we are joined now by Nelson Vaz from the National Weather Service. He is the warning coordination meteorologist here in the New York City area. Nelson, thanks so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
Yeah, certainly. Good to be here with you, Steve.
All right. So certainly a very busy weather afternoon. We have reports of potentially a couple tornadoes touching down in the area. What can you tell us about how you go about verifying whether this was, in fact, a tornado?
Yeah, so it's really kind of a process of looking at both the radar data, the environmental data that we're seeing that is constantly coming into our computer, computer screens, computer software. But we also want to see what's actually happened where we do see some of these signatures of potential tornadoes, what actually happened out in the communities. In terms of tree damage, maybe infrastructure damage, what types of damage and to the degree it occurred. That's all we try to, that's all the things we try to look at, and we kind of correlate it with what we saw on radar. Was there some rotation in a storm? How strong that storm was? The timing of all that, and so it's putting all the pieces of the puzzle together to figure out whether that was a tornado or just straight line winds that we more typical of thunderstorms here.
Yeah, that's interesting. That segues right into my next question. The difference between straight line winds and tornadoes. I've been in the business a long enough time. I've heard the meteorologists always say we got to find out whether it was straight line winds or indeed a tornado. What's the difference between the two?
Yeah, typically for thunderstorms in our area, basically you get a lot of moisture rising well up into the atmosphere. And then, as that thunderstorm is maturing, and then it kind of collapses down and you get those winds coming right down to the surface. And typically when that happens, it's almost like turning on the faucet. You see winds and the wind damage that kind of spread out. It's like kind of a divergent pattern. But the difference is when we do have a rotating storm, and if the environment's right, you can potentially get a tornado. And instead of that, divergent pattern of damage, you can see more of a kind of maybe a convergent pattern of damage. And that's one of the things that we're kind of looking for in terms of the damage signatures. And that's probably the difference that we would see, in terms of straight line wind damage and tornadic damage.
And you sort of referenced a little bit about how it is helpful to get, video and pictures from people who may have been in the area where you're sort of investigating these sort of things. How helpful is that for you these days to sort of confirm your opinion on whether or not it was indeed a tornado?
Yeah, that's extremely helpful because really what we need to see, we can see a lot of different things on radar. There are even some signatures that we can see on radar, which would show, which would allow us to confirm a tornado just based on radar signatures. Sometimes you can see some of the debris lofted up well several thousand feet, and that would indicate to us that it is potentially a tornado. But most of the time, what we want to kind of see with that is what type of damage occurred. Is it trees? Is it buildings? What is the kind of the pattern of the damage? But videos can really help. Sometimes we see videos of, from storm spotters showing a rotating storm, leading to maybe a funnel cloud where you see rotation, but it not hitting the ground. Mm-hmm. And then finally, it could evolve into a funnel cloud or rotating column of air touching the ground. And that is the tornado. So if we can have video evidence of that along with the damage, that can really help.
Yeah, fantastic. We know it's a very busy night for you and for us. Nelson Vaz from the National Weather Service, we do appreciate you joining us and shedding some insight as you continue to investigate whether we did in fact see some tornadoes here in the area in New Jersey earlier today. Nelson, thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, and I just got some good news. I get to leave you on a positive note. The tornado watch here in the city has just been dropped everywhere, thankfully. So that's some good news as we continue to look out. It does seem like the storm, the worst of it is behind us. And my treasured colleague, Natasha Verma, will be joining you for the next hour of Newsroom Live from 8 to 9. Thanks for being with us. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay safe. We appreciate it. And we'll see you back here, of course, on the Fox 5 News at 10 on TV as well. Take care.